List member benefits one by one. With the exception of the people of the Bank of Myanmar, everyone at the bottom was full of enthusiasm because these loan benefits are only for outsiders, and the companies of the Bank of Myanmar have no loan restrictions. This makes them envious, but they also know that the envy will not come. After all, the others are biological, so they can at best figure it out. Just have it. This has far exceeded their expectations. I picked up a big bargain for nothing, and I can't wait to loan out all of my quota right away. They never lack projects. Whether it's the expansion of the existing company's business or the 3 projects with 0 commitments, they can afford more. These are all wasted money. Although the use of funds restricts this money to expansion and business operations, the money is not used to save it for interest. The company's finances are also very good, and they have never thought about using this money to do anything wrong. The Chamber of Commerce was only initially established. There are basically no matters that need to be discussed in the meeting. Quickly, the first meeting reached the last item. The above is all the benefits of the members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. If you don't understand, you can consult the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce. Now I want to announce one thing. That is, the Special Economic Zone will establish a research institution called the Chia Natural Science Research Center, which will integrate most of the scientific research forces in the Special Economic Zone and serve as the future development of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Provide core technical support for development. The research center is affiliated to the Bank of Myanmar Group, which is higher than all the companies controlled by the group and is at the same level as the Myanmar Chamber of Commerce. It can unconditionally deploy all the resources and personnel of the Bank of Myanmar Group. The research funding is mainly provided by the Bank of Myanmar Group. The reason I announced this news separately is that the Chia Research Center will undertake scientific research tasks externally. Members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce can apply for outsourcing of a certain technology within the enterprise, but they must pay for the scientific research themselves, or they can apply to the Chia Natural Sciences Research Center's purchase of mature technology solutions. The main business of Chia Research Center is in addition to solving the future of Myanmar. Zero once again went out of the paper to give a speech. Quickly, Tang Qing and others understood the scope of business of this research center. That is, there is no scope of business. The Chia Natural Science Research Center encompasses all aspects of natural science, and its headquarters is located in the Chia area to be built. There is a newly planned high-tech research area, located 12 kilometers west of Xinan town. The management is independent of the management agency of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone and is coordinated by the Bank of Myanmar Group and 0 soldiers. It is a classified area under semi-military management. After more than 2 months of busy work, the construction of the main building has been completed in the Chia area. 2 weeks later, the first phase of the Chia Research Center will be fully put into use. As for the source and strength of those scientists, although 0 did not say, Tang Qing and Wang Sa were not worried. They are all people who have close trade relations with the territory, and some have invested in many projects. As factory owners, they naturally understand the technological content of the projects on hand. They are absolutely advanced. I dare not say that they are the most advanced, but they are definitely top-notch. It's just that the equipment cannot be shipped out. Especially those who install and debug the equipment impress them quite deeply, professionally, rigorously, and conscientiously. They know everything about the equipment, and the technical parameters and principles are extremely clear. That level definitely reached a certain level of scientific research. In fact, Tang Qing and others were still worried about the future technological upgrade of the factory. They asked when they built the factory, but the Myanmar Bank Group did not give a positive answer, which made them worry for a while. Now it seems that this is 0's positive answer. Of course, there are still people who don't understand, although they don't know the strength of this research center, but choose to believe in 0. Well, if your company has technical problems in the future, you should go to the original place to apply. The brand of the technical department of the Bank of Myanmar has been changed to the Chia Research Center. The application process remains the same. Do you have any questions? Said. Take a look below. Chairman 0 is the ownership of the technology entrusted for research and development owned by the investor or jointly. If it is jointly owned, what is the ratio? The Chinese businessman raised his hand and asked. 0 replied. If it is a brand new technology, the research center owns 50% of the patents. The meaning of the words is obvious. If it is an existing patented technology, then there is no need to talk about the so-called patent. Understood, I'm fine. The man put his hand down. 50%. It can be said that the lion speaks loudly. It is reasonable to say that the commission research is given money. In the end, the technology is completely owned by the funder and has little to do with the research institute. Of course, the research institute can also request it, and it is not absolute. But it depends on what researchability. Xi'an Natural Science Research Center. Tang Qing's plan is to build the world's largest and strongest technology incubator and master the future of world technology. It is not a role for those small capitals to work. They only have one largest boss, and that is Tang Qing. I will help you research it out, and I will collect some research funding so that Tang Qing will not do such a stupid thing. What is the level of the scientists under your team? All of them are real big cows. With Xiao Air's remote database support and supercomputing capabilities, it is not an exaggeration to have a research capacity of more than 100 people in a research institute. If it were not for expanding its influence and making the Jia Research Center an important guarantee for the future globalization of Asia, and for attracting some people, by the way, taking care of his own people as a cover, Tang Qing would really be reluctant to rent out the research capabilities of scientists. In Tang Qing's opinion, this 50% is a loss, but there should not be many such lists. Don't forget that Jia Research Center also has a ready-made technology, and there are very few people who can really take advantage of this. Zero looked down again. No one raised their hands again. No more problems below. Okay, since there is no problem, let the meeting adjourn. The internal regular meeting of the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce is held once a quarter. If there is an urgent matter, I will notify you. Once again, I welcome everyone to join the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce. I hope I can get along happily in the future. Finished. Zero stepped off the podium and out of the conference room. People from the Myanmar banking department also left one after another. Only 14 of them were still in the conference room. Everyone, we will all be friends in the trenches in the future. How about having a meal together at noon and getting to know each other? Wang Sa stood up and suggested loudly. These people don't seem to be simple, and he really wants to get to know each other. I'm just thinking about it. Why don't you go to my house? It's quiet. I invite everyone to eat. Su Yu's wife stood up and suggested that her husband is new and needs to have a good relationship with these big businessmen. Of course the wife must help. Haha. Okay, then bother. Thank you for hospitality. Count me in. Others agreed. The establishment of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce was too sudden. It took only 3 days to think about it. I didn't know the specific rules and benefits before. Now I rushed to see other members of the non-Myanmar Asian Banking Department, Chamber of Commerce, and they all started to inquire about it. What kind of cooperation can happen? The welfare of the members of the Chamber of Commerce is really great. It can be said that they are giving them money to develop and expand with all their strength. Therefore, they are all gearing up to prepare for a big fight. Out of the service center, they each got in the car, followed the big-headed Hummer, and drove towards Su Yu's home. Each has a different mind, but it's not that there is any disagreement. After all, Zero said, the Chamber of Commerce forbids each other to target each other, play tricks against each other, and play conspiracies, and immediately kick them out if they find it. The main thing they want is to get to know some friends, take care of each other in future business, mutual benefit, and be eligible to be invited by the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. No one is that kind of insidious villain. On the way, Su Yu's wife quickly called her husband and asked him to go home quickly to meet these important guests. Su Yu rushed back as soon as he heard. Anyway, the work in the morning has been finished, and there are still a few minutes before the end of work. He is a deputy district governor. He still has the privilege to get off work a few minutes earlier as Myanmar Su Yu, the deputy head of the Asian Special Economic Zone, naturally knows about the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, but the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce is not under his control, and he is not a businessman, so he is not eligible to participate, but it's okay. Anyway, his wife's participation is not the same. When Su Yu returned to the villa, he found that the hall was quite lively. There were many unfamiliar people with kind and approachable faces, but he knew that none of them were simple good things. See Su Yu. Tang Kai and the others hurriedly got up to say hello. Even if their status as deputy district chief was excluded, their predecessor was the head of tens of thousands of soldiers under his command, so they didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. After more than 10 minutes of understanding, Tang Qing also knew the identities of the others. None of them are ordinary people. 14, except for his, Wang Sa, and Su Yu's wives. The remaining 11 are very rich. There are 8 Burmese people. Behind them is the big family of Burmese. They control many domestic resources and industries. There are also 2 local businessmen. One is Wei Hao. There are 6 or 7 factories here. There is a construction company that has contracted a large section of road projects in the special zone. The other is the import and export business of rare metals and is an important partner of the Bank of Myanmar Group. The last one is the Chinese businessman Zheng Ming, who takes 1/3 of the production of mobile phones. However, what makes Tang Qing strange is that, like the Klai family in Thailand, that is a big family, and Wei Jun and Tang Liang, who run fruit wine with him, are not small shrimps. Why are these people not invited to join Myanmar? Chamber of Commerce? What is the standard? Money? Right? Background? They are not very similar. After some introduction and familiarity, the meal is also ready. A table full. After a meal, everyone got acquainted. With Tang Qing here, Zheng Ming also specially respected him a few more cups, because Tang Qing is the only person besides him who can speak Chinese fluently. A proper fellow, who are both Chinese, naturally want to cling together. As for Wei Hao, another Chinese from Burmese, Chinese is a bit of a dialect. He doesn't understand well, but he can barely communicate. Via chat, Tang Qing also learned some basic information about Zheng Ming. A typical Wenshang is extremely enthusiastic about doing business. In addition to catching up with the good times, backed by the Wenshang Group, starting from upside-down electronic watches and lighters, domestic and overseas tirelessly ran around looking for various opportunities before earning money. Such a big family business. However, big is also relative, with total assets of about 800 million yuan, which is incomparable to Tang Qing, but it relies on the Wenshang Group behind it, so the strength cannot be counted. Now Zheng Ming's main business is the export of cheap electronic products to African countries, and the stall is not small. The two made an appointment to sit down in private. After a meal, everyone left. They are not idlers, and there are a lot of things next. After the bid was opened yesterday, the construction company of Tang Qing and Wang Sa's partnership won a construction contract worth 4.9 billion Asian dollars. This can make the two people happy for 0.9 billion Asian dollars, accounting for 43% of the total amount of the construction of the Xianan city external bidding. It can be said that they are the biggest winners of this bidding. Both were in a state of excitement last night and all night. Fortunately, the company does not need them to manage it personally. Under Tang Qing's strong suggestion, the joint company was also managed by Tianyin. In the next half-month, Tianyin will reevaluate and reorganize it internally, and is responsible for recruiting qualified personnel to add in. Because this contract is too large, the construction companies won before cannot be completed even if they are added together. Construction subcontracting is strictly prohibited on the territory, so this joint company still needs to recruit a large number of technicians and workers. The entire company reorganization and follow-up recruitment plan were given a package price of 2 million yuan to the sky. The Tianyin who got the task also worked hard. Tang Qing made 1 million yuan in the previous merger and acquisition, and suddenly another 2 million yuan project was introduced, which also made them happy, and immediately organized and started to get busy. Throw away the shopkeeper. Tang Qing likes this management method more and more. My nephew can really imagine that he doesn't have to worry about everything. Due to the special status of Tianyin and the limitations of its services, there is no need to worry that Tianyin will collude with the company it supervises to play tricks. Although the bidding contract has been obtained, the construction of high-rise buildings does not start at the beginning, but completes at least 3 links and 1 leveling. After that, large-scale excavating machinery enters the site to dig deep foundations, piling, and so on. Geological exploration and design have already been completed. This is why Tianyin has at least half a month to carry out internal reorganization. Only after the foundation is completed, a huge number of workers will be needed, and it will take at least nearly a month to actually start to get up. In other words, Tang Kai and Wang Sa don't need to worry about the construction company's affairs at all. Just come and check it from time to time. Leaving Su Yu's home, Wang Sa hurried back immediately, ready to report to his father what happened today. Tang Kai returned to the small villa where he lived. This was reserved by Tang Qing for his second uncle. Under the guise of the welfare of the members of the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce, it was handed over to Tang Kai yesterday. The annual rent is 10,000 Asian dollars. Water and electricity, all inclusive. At this time, Lu Gan was waiting eagerly for Tang Kai's good news in the villa. Saw Tang Kai's car coming in. Lu Gan hurried out. Brother Tang, how? Lu Gan asked with a smile. It's done. Now you go to choose the project with me. So as not to go too late, good projects are selected away. Tang Kai got off the bus and was ready to call Lu Gan to have a look now. Fortunately, each member of the Chamber of Commerce has only 3 places. Otherwise, he would not be so leisurely. Yes. Lu Gan agreed. After speaking, the two walked out of the villa. The villa is not far from the office building of the Myanmar Bank Group, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk. Therefore, the two did not take a car. The public order here has reached the level of not closing their doors at night, and the two are not worried about their safety. Tang Kai knows that the management of petty thefts and fights has reached a harsh level, and the restless people are now in the mind to learn how to be a useful person to the society. Quickly, they came to the office building of the Myanmar Bank Group. This is a newly built 5-story building, which is mainly used to handle all matters related to the group, not the office space of its subsidiaries. There are a lot of people coming in and out of the building, and the front door and the courtyard are full of cars. This is why Tang Kai is too lazy to come by car. There is no parking space when he arrives. It has not been so busy before. However, since the establishment of the Special Economic Zone in Myanmar, the place it manages is bigger and there are more companies. Especially in the past few days, the people who came to work almost broke the threshold. Maybe someone from their construction company came to consult or run the formalities. Fortunately, the group is extremely efficient and never procrastinates. But in spite of this, because the Myanmar Bank Group's authority is too large, it is inevitable that there will be queues for service. Tang Qing has also ordered that within 2 months, it must be fully electronic and streamline the approval process. In this way, when he is crowded together, Tang Qing thinks of the situation of queuing in China and is disturbed. Once in the building, there was a male service staff who stepped forward to serve with a smile. Hello, Mr. Tang. How can I help you? Do you know me? Tang Kai wondered, is he so famous? This is also the first time he has come here, before just walking by. We naturally want to know the members of the Chamber of Commerce. The service staff replied with a bow. This man is naturally a soldier. The second uncle of his own commander is here, and of course he can enjoy the most warm service. I want to choose the project. Where can I go? Tang Kai asked. No doubt there is it. PLZ, follow me. After that, under the leadership of the service staff, Tang Kai came to the innermost floor of the first floor. When he arrived, he found that other Chamber of Commerce members had arrived, but only the Burmese people. Thank you, Tang Kai said to the soldier. You're welcome. The soldier smiled and turned and left. Tang Kai turned his head and greeted them in a group, because he couldn't remember the names of these people completely, so he shouldn't offend them. Those Burmese people were a little strange. Why didn't they bring them when they came in? The service staff just pointed at ease, but didn't say anything. Maybe Tang Kai came often and looked down at the project. Mr. Tang, please sit down. Another soldier in the room led Tang Kai to a sofa. The area was not small, and there were several reception areas similar to bar booths. I'll choose a project. Do I need any process? Tang Kai asked. No need. Wait a minute. I'll get you the catalog. The soldier took out a large black-gray leather folder from the cabinet on one side. Tang Kai took the folder and opened it to read it. The above is a bit different from before. Many of the projects I saw this time can move the equipment out, but some of the high-tech content will not work. At the same time, some places have been unlocked, such as the brick factory. Now the place is large and the transportation cost is high. It is necessary to repair the brick factory nearby. Tang Kai is not surprised. Handed the list of items to Lu Gan. Mr. Lu, take a look and choose one. Tang Kai handed it over. Let the staff take another copy, read it for himself, and gave Lu Qian a place. He still had 2 places. He had to choose one. Look, Lu Qian kept flipping through the catalog. His eyes became bigger and bigger, and he didn't expect that there would be such a comprehensive industrial layout here. But he knew he could only choose one, and soon he chose the project he was interested in. A large-scale cable factory. The investment is not small, but it is still within his scope. Looking up at Tang Qing also noticed Lu Gan's gaze. "Have you chosen?" Tang Qing asked. "Well, this." Lu Gan pointed to the picture on that page. "Large cable factory, 50 million Asian dollars. This is okay. Are you sure?" Tang Qing nodded. The number of cable factories was actually gone before, but now the site has expanded so much and the Burmese market has also been expanded. 2 places were released. However, this time the quota for large-scale cable factories is open, and small and medium-sized ones are no longer built. "Hello, is there still a place for this?" Tang Qing called the soldier. "Yes. Do you need to register now?" The soldier confirmed without hesitation, because none of the 8 Burmese people were selected. "Well, then register." Tang Qing nodded. The soldier turned and left, and began to issue a certificate. "Brother Tang, what project are you going to choose?" Lu Gan asked curiously. "I still have 2 places. One is going to choose aluminum alloy products processing, and the other is a motor factory. The place was occupied before. Now I have opened 2 more, so that my electric car will have 2 less cost links. Wires and cables will definitely be used at that time. You need a discount," Tang Qing explained with a smile. This time, he has completed the control of the upstream and downstream. Of course, he is not completely in control. The raw materials are actually in the hands of other companies, but the processing profit of the raw materials is the lowest, and he does not care. At that time, I only need to outsource a few parts, and I can assemble an electric car by myself. If the profit calculation given by Tianyan is correct and the taxation policy of the territory has not changed, his profit margin can be large. The profit margin is large, and the ability to resist risks is strong. In a big deal, he can overwhelm most of his opponents in a price war. "Haha, no problem. You can give it the cost price you want." Lu Gan smiled. Although he said that, he knew that Tang Qing would definitely not do it. "No need, business can't do this." Tang Qing waved his hand. Then Tang Qing asked the staff to register these 2 projects. At this time, the 8 Burmese people are still struggling. There were so many good things that I couldn't adjust it. Seeing that the 2 of Tang Qing had finished the election, I felt a little anxious. At the last gritted teeth, everyone simply joined forces to invest in a much-needed industry. Mad. They feel cheated by Zero. After seeing this catalog, they realize that Zero is unusual, and it is by no means as simple as it appears. But now it looks like they are all on the thief boat, and they don't want to go anymore. Otherwise, they can't bear it. But in the future, they have to guard against 0 points and report back. It looks like the picture is very big. Under the leadership of enthusiastic service staff. In less than half an hour, Lu Gan and Tang Qing smoothly completed all the factory establishment procedures. Pay the full amount of equipment and service fees, and purchase the site for the factory. The next step is to wait for the approval process. This approval process does not require Lu Gan and the others to run, but an equipment application and site transfer within the Myanmar Bank Group. Series of legal formalities issues. 3 days later, the 2 can get all the formalities and can officially start construction and build a factory, and it only takes 1.5 months for the entire project to be put into operation at the fastest, which is quite fast, and it is not surprising to think about it. As long as the steel structure workshop is built in a fixed place, and the ground hardening and equipment installation holes are made, all kinds of equipment are readily available, plus the efficient installation and debugging of the soldiers, and the deployment of resources like a rope in the entire territory system. Everything can be done at incredible speed. Even in China, such a speed cannot be achieved at all. For such a large factory, it takes at least a few months to review and approve around. In addition to the construction of the factory area, if the imported equipment has to be booked and a long seaborne wait. Finally, installation, commissioning, trial production, and personnel training went down. In 1 year, those were relatively optimistic figures. Brother Tang, are they all at this efficiency in building the factory? As soon as the staff explained, Lu Gan was a little confused. In his opinion, it would take 5 or 6 months at the earliest. This 1.5-month speed is not just building blocks. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. As long as he said, you will slowly find out that the problem you think will not be a problem as long as they want to do it, and the speed can exceed your imagination. Tang Qing was very satisfied with Lu Gan. The expression, just like him at the time, was also surprised at how fast it progressed. That's good. It seems that I have to hurry up and set up a company. Which country are these equipments generally produced? Do I need to find workers in China? Lu Gan asked again. I forgot to ask this question just now. Tang Qing shook his head and said, no need. Didn't you read the content of their fees? They will be responsible for training enough workers, and these equipment seems to have been improved. The level of intelligence is not very high, but it is absolutely simple to operate. In addition to the group's targeted training, my factory does not need to recruit people in China. It only recruited a few Thai and domestic management personnel to sit in the past. Sky has been staring here. That's all right. I will also quickly let Tianyin recruit a few skilled managers. Lu Gan is now the same as Tang Qing. With the Tianyin already used smoothly, he is looking forward to the day when Tianyin will launch an annual subscription system. I am determined to buy one. Well, you will be staying in the villa for a few days. I will go back to Bangkok, and then we will go back to Qingyan City. Great. Just when Tang Qing and Lu Gan returned to the villa, Burmese, Yangon, Long Kai's office. Just after getting a clear understanding of the operation mode of the Burma Bank Group, Lang Tsai's expression on his face was wonderful. Previously, he only thought that the Bank of Myanmar Group was a tool in his hands, a tool for legally printing money, and he disagreed. But now it has been 10 days since the establishment of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. 10 days. His men can enter there freely. In the end, a large amount of information collected has been aggregated to him. Others say it well. The people live and work in peace. The public security is surprisingly good. The execution efficiency is high, and the infrastructure is well prepared. Because Zero has said that he can accept even Zero's technical strength, and Zero has also been vaccinated. But there was one thing he couldn't accept. The Burmese Bank Group has so many resources, which makes the management institution of the special zone in vain. This is the most important thing. The meaning inside makes him reluctant to think about it. He immediately dialed the Zero number. Guessing is always guessing. He has to listen to Zero's explanation to make a decision. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to make a misunderstanding. At their level, the influence of a misunderstanding is within the scope of a country. Quickly, the phone went through. President Lang Tsai, hello. May I ask what's the matter? Zero's cold voice sounded. Lang Tsai has become accustomed to the tone and attitude of Zero and asked in a deep voice, Deputy Chief Zero, I would like to ask why you allocated all the resources in the special zone to the Bank of Myanmar Group. So many resources should not be controlled by the Bank of Myanmar. In the hands of a company, I want to know what's going on. Ling explained lightly. It turns out that this is the case. We did this after careful consideration. When I confiscated foreign currency, I promised the people that the value of the Asian dollar would never depreciate significantly. Therefore, in order to maintain the value of the Asian dollar, I have allocated all resources to the Burmese Bank Group, so that the value of the Asian dollar will be guaranteed for a long period of time. Lang Kai was speechless. This reason seems to have some truth. To be valuable, money must be relied upon, mainly relying on national credit, and the source of national credit is its resources. Resources include natural land resources, population resources, technological resources, economic resources, and so on. Without sufficient resources to be recognized by the world, this kind of money is just like rootless duckweed. Therefore, the argument of Zero is understandable. But such a method of operation is really unheard of. The Bank of Myanmar Group now serves as both the central bank and the national credit. There is no such precedent in the world. National credit is generally in the hands of the country's regime or monopoly capital groups, such as the United States. But there is no precedent for it to be in the hands of a banking company. Deputy Chief Zero, but we have already recognized the value of the Asian dollar and can exchange it with the Chat. Isn't that enough? I think that the resources of the Special Economic Zone should be separated from the Banyan Bank Group and owned by the Special Zone Management Agency, and then issued on the basis of the credit of the Special Zone Management Agency, coupled with the Banyan Bank Group's own technology and enterprises. Lang Kai also took a step back and did not say that the technology and its subsidiaries are assigned to the Special Zone Management Agency. If that were the case, Zero would definitely not do it. But what will Zero do now? Of course not. Such a brand new currency operation and ownership mortgage model was set by Tang Qing himself, and it is necessary to stick to it. Lang Tsai's suggestion has not even been considered. Refused directly. President Lang Tsai, your suggestion is impossible. The Bank of Myanmar Group has been on the right track and integrated with the economy of the SAR. The current Asian dollar is still very fragile. Once this is done, I want to stabilize the Asian dollar. Currency value is difficult. You should know that our business scope is very wide, and it is not easy for merchants to accept the Asian dollar. For example, in this project bidding, many people do not accept the Asian dollar as the settlement currency, so we have to pay a lot of precious foreign currency resources for this. It is conservatively estimated that it will not be less than $800 million. This is also a heavy burden for us. Fortunately, some businessmen are willing to accept Asian dollars before I can complete this tender. President Lang Tsai, I would also like to pay them chots, but they will certainly not accept it, because its international purchasing power is almost zero. Once the Burma Bank Group is split, this will seriously affect the economic development of the special zone in the future. Zero said a long list, but Lang Kai-kan fainted. This sentence completely despises the international influence of Myanmar in Asia, or that the Chot has no international influence at all. The world reserve currency does not have the status of the Chot at all, and even the share of the renminbi at this time is still very small. US dollars, euros, yen, pound sterling, and Swiss francs are recognized by various countries and can be used to buy my things. As for the Chot, what? While playing, except for some of the partners who have business dealings with Burma, who would want that stuff? Being ridiculed by Zero without hesitation. Lang Kai blushed a little, and the confidence he had before questioning disappeared. Indeed, the Chot has currency value and is worthless. These three words are enough to describe the Chot vividly. It also has domestic purchasing power and can be used as a small amount of trade settlement currency among Southeast Asian countries. Go further. People don't recognize you Chots at all. Zero this cut. It hurts Lang Tsai's heart. Hiss. Lang Kai took a deep breath and drank a cup of tea quickly. Deputy Chief Zero, of course I know this, but I feel that the power of the Burma Bank Group is too great. If it becomes uncontrollable in the future, it will be in trouble. Lang Kai's tone was much weaker. Zero tone said firmly, don't worry, I am the chairman of the Myanmar Bank of Asia Group. As long as there is me, the Bank of Myanmar Bank of Asia will not have such a thing. Lang Tsai opened his mouth, wanting to say what to do if you are gone, but what do you say? Isn't this a curse to others? Even if the infinite hope in my heart is gone, my own person takes over the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, but I can't say this. Exit. But I still have to fight hard, Lang Kai continued. Deputy Chief Zero, are you sure you can completely control the Burma Bank Group? Yes. The purpose of the Myanmar Bank Group is to serve the development of the special zone, to ensure the safety of the property owned by people, and to let the Asian dollar have the status of a settlement currency within the region. I hope that I can fully use the Asian dollar next time I bid. Zero replied. Lang Kai took a breath again. Fully use Asian yuan. That means that its currency is recognized by neighboring or more countries. This is something that the Chot is currently unable to do. Regardless of whether the Chot and the US dollar still have a certain exchange ratio, it is only a reference. It is very difficult for others to exchange Myanmar Chots into US dollars because Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves are too small and the total economic volume is not even 1/10 of Thailand's. They have to do this to protect the poor foreign exchange of US dollars. Deputy Chief Zero, why don't you help the Myanmar Chot go out? Lang Tsai asked again. Unless I can control the Chot, the status of the Chot will not change the slightest within 10 years, so I must raise the status of the Asian dollar. Otherwise, the economy of the SAR will be greatly affected. Zero said bluntly. Lang Tsai's last reason is gone. Zero said to control the Chot. It means more than just that. It means to be at the helm. But is this possible? Impossible. Both sides of the phone fell silent for a while. Lang Tsai had mixed feelings, thought of many reasons, and finally found that he couldn't persuade Zero to split the Myanmar Asian Bank Group and let its natural resources fall under the name of the SAR Management Agency and return to the world's mainstream. Because he couldn't solve a critical problem. That is the status of the Asian dollar as a settlement currency in foreign trade. Zero has just stated clearly that some businessmen are willing to accept the Asian dollar. Once it is split, it may seriously affect the confidence of the merchant's opponents, the Central Asian dollar. Out of concerns about the currency value, future foreign trade will affect the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Extremely unfavorable. Chot. The status is too low. No one wants to. Therefore, Zero must push the Asian dollar, develop the Special Economic Zone, and maintain the value of the Asian dollar. Otherwise, the Asian dollar will eventually end up with the Chot and become a regional currency that can only be played at its doorstep. Lankai had a headache for a while. Lieutenant Chief, I understand that from your point of view, the Burmese Asian Bank Group is also right to do so, but the Chot is the legal tender of Burmese after all. If the Asian dollar is according to you, it is very likely to become Burmese. The second currency is not very good for our country's image. Lang Tsai smiled bitterly. Two currencies in one country. If it is the case of Huaxia, it is nothing. Hong Kong dollars and Taiwan dollars are allowed to exist. After all, there are historical reasons for their currencies to be diversified, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with them. Instead, they think that it is enlightened and is a bonus. But there is no historical reason for Burma. This is purely because an internal member is dissatisfied that the Chot is too worthless and made a currency by himself. It would be a bit embarrassing to say it. If the Asian dollar is mixed, it is okay, but if the Asian dollar is smashed in the future, the Chot will become a laughing stock. President Lang Tsai, I admit that this matter will make the outside world doubt your ability to govern. But from another perspective, is this not a protection? Ling said quietly. Protect? What do you mean? Lang Tsai doesn't understand. Can the Asian yuan protect the Chot? What kind of logic is this? Zero replied. You should know the importance of currency exchange rates, which are directly related to the economy of a country. The Asian financial turmoil of the year must also be clear to you how much Soros has brought to the economies of Southeast Asian countries. The direct impact is the foreign exchange reserves of various countries have run out. Their currencies have depreciated wildly, and internal and external injuries are equally serious. If a country has two currencies, one is fully linked to a basket of currencies, and the other implements a relatively fixed exchange rate system, I think it will be very beneficial to resist any financial turmoil and the resulting domestic economic crisis. If it is Zero, this time is the real bright knife. It's just that Lang Tsai did not understand Tang Qing's plan and determination to replace the Burmese Chot with the Asian dollar. Lang Kai fell into deep thought after hearing this. These words. It seems a bit reasonable, but also a bit unreasonable. If a country implements two legal currency systems, one can lick its wounds if it is crippled, and the other does not talk about stabilizing the exchange rate. But to a certain extent, it is still useful to maintain the internal economy. It's just not absolute, because its role depends on the currency's proportion and influence in the country. This is what will cause the domestic currency to be more chaotic. Fortunately, they negotiated before that the Asian dollar is only recognized as legal, but it cannot be circulated in other places in Myanmar. It can only be used as a trade settlement currency. In other words, at best, the Asian yuan is a beast that is locked in a cage in the Special Economic Zone of Myanmar. The body of this beast is still unable to come out. It can only stretch out its paws to scare people, and does not have the ability to hurt people. Think about it this way. Lang Tsai felt that it was still acceptable, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't accept it. Zero made it clear that she did not want to break up the Burma Bank Group. Without using force, she could not find a sufficient reason to persuade Zero. Lang Tsai is in a big head now. Deputy Chief Zero, I understand your thoughts and suggestions are good, but I think the supervision of the Burma Bank Group should still be done. After all, your personal influence is very important, and it is not conducive to the Asian dollars going out. I want the Central Bank of Burma to send a supervision team to it, not to interfere in specific operations, just to learn and communicate. Zero Deputy Chief. You also have to understand my difficulties. At the end of the day, Lang Tsai began to sell badly. In fact, it's not selling miserably. He is really embarrassed. The Bank of Myanmar Group, which has such large resources and rights, is far more dangerous than the nominal Deputy Chief of Zero. He must give his men an explanation, not only to those interest groups, but also to the people. At the same time, you have to have a bottom in your heart. For this request, Zero immediately agreed. No problem, I agree. If he directly refused Lang Kai, it would really show his determination to become a local emperor. This has just been working together, but it is not in Tang Qing's interest to bring the relationship between the two parties back to the freezing point in a few days. As for what the supervision team will supervise, that's what they have to say here. Get 0 affirmative answers. Lang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. 0's statement made him let go of a little wariness. Although he can't interfere in the affairs of the group, it is good for someone to stare in the past. By the way, he can explore the bottom of the Burma Bank Group. Even if its defense is tight, there will be loopholes. He is convinced of this. Okay, I immediately let a team of people be formed below. By the way, there is one more thing I want to ask. Has anyone in the north visited you? Lang Kai thought of another thing. This matter was originally planned to come to Yangon for a meeting. However, due to this important bidding for the regular meetings originally scheduled for the beginning and the middle of the month, 0 did not come, so he had to ask on the phone. According to the information he received, his two brothers are paying close attention to this newly established special economic zone. 0 now abandons the dark and invests in the bright, but they are not completely under the control of Yangon. The two sides have a certain idea. Yes, they wanted me to join them and fight against you, but I refused. 0 immediately replied, just some local forces, how can Tang Qing admire it? Lang Kai asked anxiously. What about these people? Have you caught it? No. After all, they are just talking, they are just passing on the message. It is useless to catch it. If you need it, I will catch it next time and send it to you. Ling said, this sentence is for someone who has been warned. If you come again next time, I can only say that I am sorry. Lang Kai let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If they dare to send someone over next time, they will catch me and send me over. Lang Kai said viciously. For these two parties, he is more enthusiastic than Su Yu, because Su Yu has no ambitions. Okay, there is one thing I need to tell you. 0 said suddenly. Lang Sai's heart tightened. Please say. It is about the clearance of the minefields. We will start a 2-week cleanup from tomorrow. We must clean up all the interiors of the special economic zone. At the same time, according to the agreement, the minefields within 5 kilometers on both sides of the previous confrontation line will also be packed. Gave us. Now our people have retreated, but your people's efficiency is too low, and some of them have not been evacuated. Please let them know that we will start cleaning up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and hope that there will be no misunderstandings. 0 said. Lang Kai still wondered why. It turned out to be such a trivial matter. Cleaning up things like mine is a troublesome task for any country. If it weren't for 0 and a very favorable price, they would not agree so readily. However, the efficiency of his evacuation was invisibly despised by 0, and Lang Kai was also a little embarrassed. No problem. I will let them all evacuate before tonight. Lang Kai readily agreed. That's good. In the call, Lang Kai lit a cigarette and started smoking. Although there is nothing to argue with the reason for being 0, it is impossible for him to have no other thoughts, understanding, but is decides his head, and he still cannot fully accept the idea of 0. He thought that Ye Yuan could disappear at a suitable time. Now let's look at 0's attitude and what the Myanmar Asian Bank Group means. 0's expectations for the Asian dollar are not small, far higher than the Chat. If you let the Asian dollar go to the stated step, it will be true. Can't be erased anymore. At that time, he will be forced to accept the Asian dollar as the second legal tender of Myanmar, unless he turns his face. But if he turns his face at that time, the blow to Myanmar's economy will be huge. If one doesn't play well, everyone may finish it. Ahem. Lang Kai, who was entangled, was choked by a puff of smoke. He coughed 2 more times. He felt his lungs start to ache, and his breathing was a little bit difficult. He quickly squeezed out the cigarettes and drank a sip of water to suppress the discomfort. He was getting older, and everything came out of him. No exception. This moment, under the double anxiety of reality and body, Lang Kai felt that he was also immortal. Recalling the current situation of Burma, Lang Sai suddenly felt like what he had been doing for so many years. It seems that Burmese hasn't gotten better because of his own governance. If the mad knife cut the mess at the time, whoever jumped out would desperately get it, regardless of the so-called overall situation. Maybe there will be nothing like today, and Burma may not be in the current situation. He is getting old. This is a fact he has to admit. The future must be young people, Thinking of young people, Lang Tsai suddenly appeared in his mind. To be honest, with respect to the ability and decisiveness shown in the last negotiation, if he is his own, he is likely to push him with all his strength. Although he can't replace himself, he still has the same status as Tang Qing. Pity. 0, and he is not exactly the same. Thought of this. Lang Kai sighed. Cough, cough, cough. The second-hand smoke stimulated his lungs again, causing him to cough constantly. He is old, and it is time to determine his successor. I hope that the candidate in his mind will not let him down. Thinking of his chosen successor, Lang Tsai had a headache. This person was not his son or relative, but the heir of another veteran in Burma's army. He was pushed by this veteran at the beginning, and this was also the original condition. However, after he took office, a large amount of power was regained, and he promoted himself, and his power had already surpassed the retired veteran. In fact, he could not dump this person at all, but that would be a bit ungrateful, and that person's heirs were not too bad. Since the elder hadn't died yet, he had to consider this issue. The most important thing is that he has no sons. This is the key. He only has 2 daughters, so he can't push his son-in-law up. Then he was really doing something. He could say nothing about ordinary things, and no one dared to object. But letting the 2 sloppy son-in-laws come up was a joke about the national fortune of Burma. Not to mention that his subordinates did not agree. He did not agree. Looked at the watch. Lang Kai hurriedly called the people who had not retreated in the confrontation area before. 10 days have passed. Nima can't get out for 5 kilometers. How hard you are, you should climb out. Do you want to do it? How can this efficiency make Myanmar a powerful country? The next day, Burmese. 5 groups of soldiers ushered in the camps of the 5 confrontation areas. As the soldiers on both sides retreated, the 5 camps had been empty for many days, and all the things that could be moved inside were removed. If it weren't for you to look down on, there might not be a single brick on the ground. Present day, a strange car arrived in each confrontation area. The car body is painted with the unique camouflage of the territory, which is a bit like a wheeled potassium car. There is a square on it, like an enlarged and extended telescope. If you look closely, you will find that there is a telescope in the middle. Active barrel. This is the demoning vehicle rebuilt by the scientists in the laboratory. Speaking of this car, that is quite inferior. Yes, it is inferior. The entire vehicle underneath was only slightly modified, with a few pieces of baffle armor installed, and the top was replaced with this binoculars, which was mainly used to detect mines hidden under the ground. Why can I find the thunder under the ground? In fact, it has nothing to do with this car, but the quantum satellite in the sky provides accurate ground scanning information. Don't forget, the penetration distance of the satellite is 20 meters, and it is clear what is within 20 meters. That being the case, why build a see-through demoning vehicle? In fact, if Tang Qing was willing, only a few soldiers could completely detonate these mines, but in that case, the consequences would be serious. So this low-quality mine clearance vehicle came on the scene. Because he wants to show it to the person who is secretly looking at this side with the binoculars. A soldier of nearly 50 people followed, responsible for defending this high-tech equipment, which seemed to be more important. Opposite, in the woods, a group of Burmese soldiers looked at this strange car curiously with binoculars. What kind of cars are those? It looks like a telescope. They use this to clear mines? What's the principle? I don't know, but it's definitely not a rush. Otherwise, this wheeled car would not be used. Isn't that telescope a metal sensor? I think it looks a lot like it. Just look at it. It starts at 9 o'clock, and there are 10 minutes left. 9 o'clock. The soldiers in the territory are very punctual. I started to act immediately, and saw that inferior goods drove to an open area. Suddenly, the top of the car was lifted under the hydraulic drive, and it quickly rose to an altitude of nearly 5 meters. The soldiers in Burma were dumbfounded. Boom, boom. After the gunshot, there was a loud noise on the ground in front of him. The mud flew across. Obviously, a mine was eliminated. This is not over yet. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of their previous confrontation area, basically a thunder was eliminated every 10 seconds. Fortunately, the weather here was humid and the soil had a high water content. Otherwise, it would be full of dust. 3 hours. After only 3 hours, more than 1,000 mines were cleared. The telescope kept firing bullets. Such a dense sound makes them feel like they are at war. Since there is no need to get close, I want to know why that kind of baffle is added around the tires. I also want to know. Their brains no longer know how to describe it. This clears efficiency. Do you want to be so high? The world has never heard of such a method of demoning. If there is, it will not be robbed by countries. But what is in front of us is the fact that more than 1,000 minds are gone in 3 hours. This is by no means luck. Looking at the binoculars, these Burmese soldiers had their eyes lit up and wanted to grab them from the past. If there is such a good thing, dealing with the countless number of minefields arranged by the two guys is a magic weapon. Same. No way. They have to report it up immediately. They want this kind of thing too. So one person immediately reported up, and the others were still looking at the big machine stupidly, listening to the roar from the opposite side, unknowingly ear-piercing, because it's quite far away. Burmese. Yangon. Lang Kai, who had just finished the meeting, was shocked when he received the news. He didn't expect that Zero would have done such a big thing again. He didn't say that. He immediately called Zero. Lieutenant Chief, can your mine-clearing vehicle be used by us? Lang Kai asked hopefully, such a good thing. First get it in the bowl, and then talk about it, and study it carefully in the future. No, Zero replied. Lang Kai's face stiffened, refusing to be so simply. At this time, Zero said, but it can be rented to you, because the entire operation can only be done by our people. It involves a lot of professional knowledge, and it is also our first military equipment service item in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. If you let others use it, wouldn't this inferior product be exposed? Military equipment service? No. You built this car yourself. Lang Kai was shocked, and he noticed the Zero wording. No. Only part of the core technology is ours, and the others are pieced together. Zero replied casually. Lang Tsai breathed a sigh of relief and built cars. Thaksin would build motorcycles over there. He didn't want to believe in cars. The automobile industry in Southeast Asia was almost the same, so he asked, what does this service mean? Zero explained. The meaning is very simple. We undertake minefield cleaning work in various countries and charge a certain service fee. This time it is only a test. The entire test data will also be a highlight of our promotion. It is a model project, and future business we will charge per unit. Piece? How much are you going to charge? Lang Kai asked puzzled. $100 each. Ling said lightly. What? Lang Kai exclaimed. $100 apiece is simply a lion's mouth. We must know that since World War II, there are more than hundreds of millions of mines hidden underground in all countries around the world, because many of them are no longer available, and the elimination of difficulties has caused great harm to the people of those countries. Every day, people step on them by mistake, resulting in missing arms and legs, and even killing them. Therefore, the demand for demoning in those countries is very strong, but so far there is no method to achieve such a long-distance complete demoning effect. If there is, the company will definitely make a profit. Even if it takes 1/3 of the demoning market, $100 apiece, it is a multi-billion-dollar business. As for the other 2/3, it is estimated that Zero is not available, because many of them are for defensive purposes, especially in the Middle East. If you go to demoning, you are participating in the war, and Zero will never accept this kind of business. But it is certain that there is a legal demand for mine clearance that accounts for 1/3. Buy. Why don't you grab it? Billions of US dollars. This is a bit more than the foreign exchange reserves of Burma. Lang Tsai swallowed and persuaded. Zero Deputy Chief, do you really want to charge so much? You must know that $100 is not a small number. Many countries with such needs are in urgent need of US dollars, such as Cambodia, older, even poorer than ours. President Lang Tsai can rest assured that there is no US dollar. Equivalent mineral resources will do. We just set a rough price range. It is expected that this data collection, plus the later commissioning and production, at the end of this month, we will sell this service to the outside world. But in Myanmar, we are operating at a loss and only charge 100 Asian dollars. Zero said slowly. If you don't have any money, you can use things as a mortgage. This is something Tang Qing prefers to see. Again, what Tang Qing really strives for and seeks is power, not money. He can already print money. As long as he develops well, his money will be recognized by the international community. What he fancies is the resulting follow-up influence, such as opening a breakthrough in friendly relations with other countries and enhancing the image. This is the focus. Tang Qing was even willing to not pay a penny and let others use minerals as a breakthrough point to build a good relationship with the local government, and then seek other interests and cooperation, which will also be a boost to the future internationalization of Yuan. Lang Kai was speechless. He wanted to say whether he could not charge, but he has already said it, which is 8 times lower than the international price. What else do you want to do? $100. If it is possible to use mineral resources as a deduction, Lang Tsai knows that many countries will accept it. It may be painful for them to say green dollars, and they are unwilling, but if it is mineral resources, it will be much easier to accept. Anyway, it's in the ground, you just dig it. In other words, just this one. In the next few years, it will be able to bring zero not less than $1 billion in revenue. Although he can collect 15% of the tax, it depends on how much the zero calculates the cost. But even if the cost is half, Burmese can be allocated should not be less than $50 million. This is a big number. But Lang Tsai is a little bit unhappy because how much money Burma can get here depends on his mood. Lang Kai struggled for a while on the phone. I was envious. With such a good export project, he would surely make a profit without a lot of money, and he could only drink some soup without a big bite of meat. Others can sell high-tech, and they can also sell agricultural products and mineral resources. They don't even have the right to set prices, because they are not the only ones who provide these things. Thought of this. Lang Kai was depressed. He wanted to get some demoning trucks for his own use, but now it seems impossible. He is going to use them for storage. In the future, he will deal with those two parties. If only a subordinate of Zero can operate it, it will be useless now, because he is not ready yet. Lieutenant Chief, okay, I won't be able to use it in the short term. I don't have any problem with you using it to make money, but I hope that if we need it, you can provide it quickly, can you? Lang Kai had no choice but to retreat. B2. Yes, if you need it, please notify us 1 week in advance. We can provide no less than 10 demoning vehicles. Zero agreed without hesitation. The output of this kind of high-tech can already be described as amazing. That's good, Deputy Chief Zero. Don't forget to come to Yangon for a meeting on the 15th, when I have important things to announce. Lang Kai said, I will arrive on time. Zero agreed. Well, goodbye. Lang Kai said, hang up the phone. Lang Kai still couldn't let go of it. So much money. At the same time, United States, New York State, Liuji Farm. It's already night here. Tang Qing and the others just arrived less than 2 hours later. After getting off the plane in New York, the Gulfstream G550 was taken back by Mu Jian's father-in-law. Hearing that it was going to pick up a distinguished guest, they had to take Mu Jian's car to return. Farm. Along the way, Mu Jian was thinking about his old man. Setting foot on the American continent and seeing the prosperity of New York, Tang Qing's heart was not disturbed. In terms of urban construction, China's future development speed will shock the world, and New York will be overtaken in the future. This is beyond doubt, especially to evaluate a city not only high-rise buildings, but also humanities and public security. The humanities in New York are still alive, at least on the surface flaunting fairness and justice, and the media trumpets freedom and democracy, but they are often slapped by the actions of the U.S. government. But for the public order here, Tang Qing only wanted to send the word huh, enough to express his feelings at this time. After the soldiers have understood for so long, behind this glamorous city of New York, there is too much darkness hidden. It is already shockingly large. With the increase in intelligence collection channels, the amount of information he understands is hundreds of times that of police archives, the internet, the archives of soldiers, the U.S. police, and the databases of several major U.S. intelligence agencies. Later, a military quantum communications satellite that continuously sends back huge amounts of information 24 hours a day. Once the information collected by these channels was aggregated, Tang Qing's 3 views were directly refreshed, allowing him to witness the darkest side of the world. Due to the large amount of information, the bandwidth of the communication server that was able to handle the internet traffic around the world at the time of his rebirth has been occupied by 46%, and the amount of real-time monitoring information is too large. Therefore, Tang Qing has no good feelings about the United States at all. Fair. Justice. After running around for a day, all of them were a little tired. After eating, they returned to the room early to rest. Lin Jiaxue also looked tired. Tang Qing couldn't bear to toss her. After taking a shower, he just hugged her. After a while, Lin Jiaxue fell asleep. Tang Qing held her beautiful woman in her right hand. Put your left hand behind your head. What reverberated in my mind was all the things on the side of Burma. Now everything is developing according to the expected direction. With the approval of the Myanmar government, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone was formally established. According to the plan, Zero also obtained a relatively high position in Myanmar, although it was in charge of a Myanmar Economic Development Committee, edge agencies. But this is enough, and marginal institutions are also useful. This is part of the plan. It is a crucial step for the Asian yuan to replace the Chot. It's just that it hasn't made any effort yet, but it won't take long. What Lang Tsai will announce on the 15th is more important. Tang Qing knew that it was the moment when Lang Tsai determined his successor. That successor was only serving as the head of a ministry in Myanmar. This meeting should be raised by half a level and possess the same status as the deputy head. Tang Qing is unwilling to see this result because it is too strong and selfish. In comparison, Lang Kai is very suitable. He has the righteousness of the country in his heart. Although he is indecisive, he is a good partner. Another good candidate is Kenshin. The soldiers had found Kenshin before and reached a small and no small condition with him. Of course, Kenshin would not cooperate with people of unknown origin, but was explained by the soldier. Kenshin found out that if it was the one chosen by Lang Kai if the successor is in charge. First of all, he will be marginalized immediately and even retire early, but he is not too old. He is only in his 50s, and he doesn't want to retire in such an aggrieved state. He feels he can do a lot of things. Secondly, this person is more extreme and has a problem with his personality. Kenshin doesn't like it. This kind of person is not necessarily a good thing for Burmese, because Zero is also a strong person. Nima, everyone has found their doorstep. Can they not be strong? What would it be like for such people to work together? Conflict. Fierce conflict. Kenshin was totally unwilling to accept such a future, so he agreed to cooperate and made a small bet with the fighters. As long as Lang Tsai had this meaning, he had to stand up and put out ideas. At the same time, the soldier also promised Kenshin a condition that he could not calm down and helped him to sit in Long Kai's position. At first, Kenshin was unbelievable. He was a child of a civilian family and had no background. This was also the reason why Lang Kai dared to use him. In Myanmar, without the background of Lang Tsai, no one can support him at all. Even if Lang Tsai pushes him strongly now, it is impossible for him to get the position. This is determined by birth. But after a whisper from the soldier, Kenshin agreed upon gritted teeth. This is a message that the successor can be scrapped. But this is not enough. Even if Zhang San is abolished, there will even be Li Si and Wang Wu. Because of the background of Kenshin, the possibility of being in high position is really not high, but it is not high, and it is not inoperable. It's just a bit difficult. Any other subcapital is easy to operate, but those people are not fuel-efficient lamps, and the relationships behind them are complicated. Therefore, Kenshin is a good candidate who knows current affairs, has a brain, and takes care of the overall situation. Because of their lack of background, they are more likely to lean on their side. But now is not the time to do it. Only at its highest point, and slap again, can it be possible to push the Kenshin up. It is not possible to advance or postpone it. The plan has been made, and it is slowly waiting for the achievement to be achieved. It is just that a lot of layout is needed during this period. He needs some extra actors, and the 8 Burmese people from the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce are the extra actors in this performance, but they don't know that they have entered the set. As for Zero Up, that's not even the qualifications. Don't look at the current position of Zero is not low, but the operating space is many times more difficult than Kenshin. In order to balance the interests and psychology of all parties, Zero will not grab that with Kenshin location. Thought for a while. After finding that there would be no problems, Tang Qing stopped such brain-burning behavior. Headache. He, a banker, thinks all day about not how to make money, but how to give people a trick and play tricks. Tang Qing's heart is very tired. If he were a pure entrepreneur, he would not have so much trouble. Hunt for a country. It's not easy. Fortunately, he didn't have the brains so much that he really wanted to live the life of an ordinary entrepreneur. He had to worry about the profit and cost all day long. He had to worry about competitors, and he had to expand the market. Maybe he would offend someone who offended Nyo Cha that day, overnight. Back to before liberation. Hold such a big right now. Tang Qing is also a bit addicted. Now his soldiers have embarked on a journey to conquer the currency world. They just don't know if he will inflate due to this in the future. This is what he should pay attention to in the future. He doesn't want to be a cold-blooded person who seeks profit only. Fortunately, there is Lin Joshua next to her. Every time she sees her smile, all the utilitarianism in Tang Qing's heart seems to be letting go after a while. Tang Qing decided to clear her head. I took out my mobile phone, put on my headphones, and watched a documentary about various creatures on the African grasslands. I wanted to add some excitement, but I was afraid I couldn't control it. This is still the first half of the night. The next day, early morning, the soft sunlight shines into the room. The curtains were originally drawn at night, but before dawn, Tang Qing used his nerves to pull it open. He also wanted to see the morning sun on the farm, because the guest rooms here are also exquisite, and it happens to be able to see the sun. Out. Inside the room. After watching a documentary about nature all night, Tang Qing was still in good spirits, watching Lin Joshua's eyes reveal a strong fiery heat. There is no way. This kind of documentary alone is fine. But holding someone to see is another matter. There are two words lingering in his mind, lingering in his ears. Quickly. Was stimulated by the sun. Lin Joshua slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Tang Qing's aggressive gaze and the faint smirk on his face. Joshua. Tang Qing called. Yeah. Lin Joshua dodged Tang Qing's gaze. Have you rested? Tang Qing smiled. Okay. Lin Joshua couldn't know what Tang meant, her voice like a mosquito. Hey, that's good. After laughing, Tang Qing turned over. More than half an hour later, Tang Qing and Lin Joshua appeared neatly in the living room, only to realize that they seemed to be the first to wake up. The servants had already prepared breakfast, so Tang Qing ate without being polite. Knowing Tang Qing's appetite, it seems that Mu Jian had specially ordered that the servants made a full table. After a while, Mu Jian and his wife got up first, because Mu Wanner was playing around in the bedroom with her toy, and the two of them couldn't sleep late, so they had to wear clothes and wash downstairs. Chai Ren and his wife also got up when they heard the voice, eating a delicate breakfast at the dinner table. How about we go riding a horse later? Mu Jian raised his head and suggested. Chai Ren shook his head and said with a look of disgust, the horse has a smell, don't do it, and change it. My horse is very clean, Mu Jian emphasized. It's because it's your horse that I'm worried, and I'm worried that it will kick me. Chai Ren ate a Jiangxi's peeled egg in one bite, but was scalded by the yolk and quickly took a sip of warm milk. Deserve it, then don't ride it later. Huh, it's hot. I'm going to ride. A happy and peaceful breakfast passed so happily. After the meal, everyone did not go riding a horse, because the sun outside was too big and the sun was very dry. In order to protect the skin, several women strongly recommended staying at home, if you can go sunbathing at the beach. But there is no such atmosphere at home. It's boring, how to break it. Chai Ren held his head and watched the two people who were learning flower arranging with Lu Ji not far away, muttering that even on a hot day, he felt uncomfortable breathing when he went out. You learn more from Xiaotang, and you can read the news with such relish. Don't worry, it should not be so hot this afternoon. The weather forecast says it will rain. I will take you to a party in New York tomorrow. Mu Jian flipped through the A Brief History of Time in his hand and didn't lift his head. It's a party again. It's boring. Chai Ren has no interest at all. In the past few years studying in the United States, he has seen American parties. Quite a lot of them can be regarded as dates. Appointment, go. Model. Of course, the usefulness of this social method is not ruled out, and it can bring closer relationships. Mu Jian raised his head and said, this time is unusual. It is a gathering of the children of Chinese political and business families here in the United States. Didn't I take you there the last time? The time President Ge held it, this time it was him. General Ge? Ge Feng. Chai Ren came to the spirit. There was an image of a sorrowful character in his mind. Ge Feng's family was rich and powerful, stronger than the Mu Jian family, and ranked top 3 among the Chinese political and business families in the United States. This person is a bit different. Yes, this guy heard that he has made a fortune this time and wants to disperse the wealth and treat guests. Speaking of this, Mu Jian smiled unconsciously. For Gofeng, his evaluation was an interesting person. That's like his character, but it's a little awkward. Chiron laughed. Mu Jian also laughed. He, who would call others rich and powerful in their families. People are not arrogant, they just can't hide their words. Go straight, people are still good. Hey, I'm really looking forward to what he will make out of this party. Chiron was ready to watch the excitement. Speaking of party, the two began to reminisce about their college time again, revealing short stories to each other. Fortunately, neither of them had any problems with style, otherwise the washboard would be kneeling. Mu Jian is completely strict with his wife. Chiron is developing in this direction. Tang Qing watched the news on TV boredly. Don't say it. The news in the United States is really fun and more open. Everyone dare to say, this is not. An American TV station is exposing Bush's shortcomings. Even the old things that his son had suppressed on the lawn were taken out to make time. It's kind of interesting to listen to the jokes. In the afternoon, sure enough, as Mu Jian said, there was a fine light rain in the sky, which dissipated the heat in the morning, but they could not get out when it rained. They could only play around the villa, see Mu Jian's wine cellar, hit targets, and sip tea. That's how the afternoon passed. At night, command room, Tang Qing listened to Tang Yi's report. It turned out that the Beijing side strongly demanded that they be given more places for case analysis. Thanks to the analysis ability of the junior second and its huge monitoring network, the efficiency of solving major domestic cases has risen sharply during this period. Tang Qing limited the quota for them because of the evidence problems in several cases before, but since then there has been no evidence controversial incident, so they wanted to double the quota. No way. The efficiency of solving cases here is too high. Many old cases have been cracked with incredible angles and speed. Every file analysis they study hard, break them apart, and try to find the rules so that they can come by themselves. Unfortunately, manpower has never been able to match machines. After so long, the reasoning about the case has only made great progress in the way, and it has not solved the key to the case as efficiently as. Shower. So what is happening today? Tang Qing's main concern is actually not this, just the number of places. Given that it will not add any burden to the second, he is concerned about another matter. Before leaving get off work yesterday afternoon, a hacking incident occurred in a military steel research institute in China. Someone uploaded a virus from the intranet and successfully breached its defense system. A lot of confidential materials and data were copied. It was triggered only 10 minutes after copying. Security alarm system. Afterwards, due to its superb technology, the traces of the person's intrusion were wiped out, but this unit was too large, with a population of nearly 10,000. There were more than 30 people who knew computers and used computers at that time, and none of them found any problems. This is very troublesome. That person deleted all the traces that could be found under the existing technical means. There was not one less person in the research institute. All of them were there. Therefore, it was impossible to determine who did it. Finally, he found the Information Warfare Research Center and asked them to collaborate and thoroughly investigate. The entire institute was sealed off. But still nothing. After reporting the reports, they hesitated for a while before they decided to come to the door. They wanted them to find out who did it within a day, otherwise the blockade would be lifted. In that case, the lost things would really be lost. May also face the next leak. Tang Qing was also very angry when he received the news. These guys who eat inside and out are good people who don't do it, but they want to be dogs for foreigners. For those who betrayed state secrets, Tang Qing also hated it. It was hateful for you to copy the things that the older generation took so hard to get them out. This is also a drawback of advanced technology. If you wanted to take away the things from the research institutes, you would have to take a few trucks to pull the drawings and data, but in the information age, a CD or U-disk can be loaded. Cooperate with the internet propagation speed, which is almost calculated in milliseconds. It is really convenient for oneself and others. It is a proper double-edged sword. In addition, even the operating system uses Microsoft, and there are many loopholes in the back door. It can be said that the situation in China's internet security field is very severe. Tang Yi, have you found out? Tang Qing frowned and asked. The commander-in-chief has been found out, but it is not the computer used by ordinary researchers, but the computer in their director's office. However, the director was not there at that time, and someone should have sneaked in. Tang Yi turned his head, replied. Previously, an internal network interface was opened, allowing them to access most of the computers in the institute. Anyway, there are not many things in the computer. Everything is in the small data center in the computer room. What they were asked to check this time was only the traces that were erased. Can you tell who it is on the monitor? Tang Qing asked again. Back to the commander-in-chief. The monitor in the corridor showed that no one came in or out during that time period. From the information detection to the theft, no one else has come out. However, we concluded that there must be someone in the room at that time, because the keyboard input traces will not be faked. According to the satellite display, there is no one in the office, so there is a great possibility that the person went in through the window. However, we can't determine who it is without monitoring information and on-site survey data. Tang Yi said, Haha, it's kind of interesting. Tang Qing smiled lightly, not too disappointed. After all, even if the second child came out, the detection rate of those cases did not reach 100%, and then Tang Qing said again, Tang Yi, what are you good about? No way. Return to commander in command. In the event that soldiers cannot be stationed on site, the subordinates recommend using the highest alert mode of satellites to collect and monitor the heartbeat data of all personnel in the research area. Together with centralized questioning and facial expression data, it is more effective. There is a high probability of finding that person. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing nodded. This is a good way, three-pronged approach. I don't believe this person can't be found out. Tang Yi, you tell them to arrange for people to be called to the open air in batches to build radio and high-speed video channels. Those people can wear masks, but they can't cover their eyes, nose, and ears. With facial expression data, it is natural to see the face, but these are all personnel of the confidential department. How could it be possible for him to shoot videos at will? He should take the initiative to block his face. Yes, Commander. Finished. Tang Yi immediately contacted the capital and passed the request. Black Province, 751 Research Institute. This is a comprehensive materials research institute, mainly researching special steels for surface ships and some steels for weapons, as well as undertaking some scientific research projects of special alloys. After such a major incident, the entire institute has been completely under martial law because it is a semi-militarized institution and the Internal Security Department can complete the blockade task without the need for outsiders. With such a big battle, there is no way to hide the scientific research personnel. They can use their buttocks to know what happened. Knowing that someone has stolen the data, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The most disdainful of scientific researchers like them is the people who steal technology. They and the older generation have worked hard to research. Many people become sick with overwork, and they have more gray hairs in their 30s. They are so desperate for the strength of the motherland, so that Huaxiao military industry will not lack the most important foundation materials, and in order not to be controlled by others, not to look at the faces of developed countries. The last similar incident was 6 years ago. It's just that the person hasn't been caught yet, and they don't even know who did it. Due to the low penetration rate of computers at that time, only tens of kilograms of data paper were stolen, which was not too serious compared to the dozens of tons of drawings piled up in the library. However, now that computers are used frequently and information storage equipment is becoming more and more advanced, although strict precautions have been taken, people with ulterior motives still cannot stand up to small actions. Blocked for so long, but they didn't think there was anything. They were still in a stable mood, and they were about to find the guy who stole the information. This was the result of their hard work, day and night experiments and hard work. The large conference room of the Research Institute. The director and a group of deputy directors, as well as many experts, were all sitting inside, surrounded by personnel from the confidential department who had arrived. They temporarily took over the command of the security personnel of the entire institute. Everyone kept smoking cigarettes, and the smoke was full of smoke. Director Kong then looked sad. It's not that I'm worried about my position. I'm just worried about the stolen information. If the information is too advanced, China's material research started too late, and there are still many shortcomings from the United States and Japan. But in China, these are the most advanced. Once they are obtained by outsiders, because there are still exchange materials with other materials research institutes, They can basically understand China's scientific research level, progress, development direction, etc. Technology is trivial because there are backups. The other things brought about by this are the big things. If everyone finds out the basics, how can this be done? Just like few people dared to rush out naked. In another room, several people in the confidential department received this solution from the capital. Group leader, what does this mean? Find an open space and establish a high-definition monitoring data channel, broadcast, in this. What is the blindfold for? Remote interrogation? Is it useful? A member of the emergency team was surprised. I don't know. Since there is no explanation above, we will just follow it. It's late, hurry up. The team leader said immediately and seriously. The order is for execution, not for discussion. Yes. The man said quickly. Later, several people called the security guards of several research institutes to start this inexplicable remote interrogation. Environment setup. After passing by the capital, there was an emergency meeting. Finally agreed to the plan proposed by the command room this time. Although I felt a bit nonsense, but because of the perfect cooperation record, the command room did not lose the chain once. This time it didn't seem to be a joke, so after discussing it, I agreed. Anyway, there is a mask, which is not a leaked photo, and they have a guess that if the command room is willing, they can get information about these personnel at any time. So ordered at every level. But the order reached the institute within 10 minutes. Soon, using a few ready-made tools, they set up the venue under the flagpole in front of the institute's office building. Kong Dang. The group leader pushed the door into the meeting room and said to Kong Nan, Director Kong, let the office building people start from the first floor. There will be a group of 10 people. We will ask questions together. This is the last question. Do you have a clue? Kong Nan stood up in surprise. The team leader did not say that someone invaded from your office computer, so as not to affect Kong Nan's future working relationship. He just nodded and said, There is a little bit, but I can't tell you yet. Please arrange it. Well, I'll arrange it right away. Kong Nan said happily, as long as there is a clue. Immediately, Kong Nan called the 2 deputy directors downstairs and began to arrange staff to cooperate with the inquiry. Quickly, the first 10 people were called outside the playground. With deep doubts, they put on paper masks one by one. Because they were temporary, it was more convenient to use paper. Looking at the serious team leader and the camera, many people became nervous. No, fear is just the feeling of being pried on. Looking at the people standing in a row, the team leader said, Okay, someone will ask you something in the loudspeaker, and you honestly answer it. He is not qualified to know about the cooperation between the command room and the country, only thinking that the opposite is the interrogation expert from the capital. Great. No problem. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a sound from the speakers next to them. Starting from your right. Tell me about the whereabouts of last night from 4 to 6 o'clock. A mechanical voice came from inside. Hear this kind of problem? They looked surprised and thought it was something. They had been asked the same question before and even made a transcript. Wouldn't you read the transcript? Even the group leader thought this question was a bit silly. But since it is a higher-level request, they had to say it again. Although there are nearly 10,000 people in the institute, not all of them are suspected. There are many people who were completely within the monitoring range during that time period. The laboratories are important places, and they are monitored 24 hours a day. There are also a lot of surveillance in the office building, so because it is difficult to watch the surveillance by humans, they may have hundreds of suspected targets before, but after the command room obtained surveillance video and analyzed it. The resulting data shows there will be no more than 20 people who are really suspected. The current blockade is only to avoid any accomplices who are responding. Otherwise, those who have evidence of alibi would have been released long ago. The focus of the previous investigation was not the office building, but the laboratory building, because it was the main data entry place. Now, since it was discovered that the intrusion was from Kangnan's office, as long as we exclude the people who appeared in other surveillance during that time period, the suspicion here is the biggest. I don't know if there is any associate, but we must find the person who committed the crime. The information of more than 20 people has actually been determined, but in order to prevent the capital from knowing that it has shared the personnel information of the research institute, it will adopt this method. Why from the first floor is because half of the suspects are in the same place. Building office. When they finish talking one by one. Okay, Please say it one by one again. The sound came from the speaker again, and then there was no more text. Hear the words. The team leader and team members were a little surprised. Isn't this expert fake? The means are so superficial. The 10 people had no choice but to say it again. The content was not different from the previous one. The team leader thought the expert on the opposite side was confessing. But how did he know that it doesn't matter what a person says? The mouth will lie, but all the physiological characteristics will not lie. Heartbeat, eyes, muscle jitters, habit movements. These are what the command room wants. Okay, you stay aside, the next batch. A voice came from the speaker. The words came out. The group leader and the others looked dumbfounded. This expert. Are you sure you are here to tease them? Anyway, you should at least ask a few questions about the content of their words, verify it, or play with psychological tactics. Just ask others to state it twice. Do they still have such an operation in this line? Substitution. The group leader had no choice but to believe that the superior would not send someone to play with them so hastily. 10 people walked away inexplicably, to the side of the clearing, whispering. Next group. It's the same problem again. Still twice. Still a question about the content of the answer was not asked. The team leader and his subordinates are already a bit unsightly on their faces, so they can only ask the ghost in this way. Did this mission fail like this? The first floor is finished. The second floor inquiry is completed. On the third floor, the people on the floor of the director's office are also finished. Even Kong then accepted the question. He is a little baffled. Can you find the hacker in a few words? Are you sure you are joking? Since Kong Nan was the last batch, after speaking twice, he said directly to the camera. The leader opposite, do you have any clues? The people in our office building have already asked, and there are more people in the laboratory than this. Lots, you see in time. What he wants to say is, can you use something useful? If this continues, the suspect can go tonight after asking questions, and if he still asks such questions, he has to doubt the professional ability of the opposing expert. The inquiry is over. There is no need to ask people anymore. Wait for your superior's order. Finished. There was no sound from the horn. Kong Nan and the group leader next to the camera looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Is this the end of the inquiry? Group leader, what do you mean by this? Kong Nan really didn't understand what happened. Has it been determined that the person belongs to their office building? Didn't the person at the Information Warfare Research Center say that it was impossible to find traces? The group leader beckoned. Kong Nan immediately walked up and came to a far place. Director Kong, our computer experts have just determined that the information was copied from your office computer. The team leader said in a showdown. What, my office? I don't have one. I was outside at the time, and many people can testify. Kong Nan said quickly. That's why we didn't doubt you. Let's wait for the superior's notice now. The group leader interrupted him, but he felt hopeless when he recalled the questioning process just now. Well, I believe in the organization. Conan said immediately. Command room. Commander, I have confirmed that the target of the intruder is Chui Han of the 6th group. Tang Yi turned his head and said to Tang Qing, who was watching the movie. Of course, Tang Qing could not have been staring at him after such a long questioning. Tang Qing raised his head. Next moment, Chui Han's detailed information was displayed on the projection screen. Chui Han, male, 24 years old, unmarried. Graduated from the Metallurgical Department of Heilongjiang Institute of Technology, joined the Research Institute after graduating a year ago, and worked in the Comprehensive Department on the 1st floor. What is left is some of Chui Han's files from childhood to childhood, as well as family information such as his parents and relatives. Very detailed. Tang Qing didn't pass the news to him immediately. He had to consider how to explain it. Of course, there is no need to explain it, but if you don't explain it, it won't be fun for someone to chew your tongue. Tang Yi simplified Chui Han's expression data as much as possible before sending it. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, all exposure is good. Seeing Chui Han's message, Tang Qing was heartbroken. This is how a promising college student embarks on the path of crime. At this time, college students are still very valuable. Although Chui Han's motives are not yet known, it can be expected that he will regret his death in the future. Yes. Tang Yi agreed. Immediately, Tang gave an order, and a soldier began to contact the capital. Inside an office, Yi Kuan and the other leaders looked at the simple dialogue box eagerly, waiting for the command room's answer. Each with a serious face, no one spoke, and needles falling in the office could be heard. Ding dong. The special prompt sound suddenly sounded. Everyone took a closer look and saw that a document called Target came. Hurry up and take a look, Yi Kuan said loudly. Immediately, the staff clicked on the ORD format file. At the very beginning is a photo. Seeing this photo, everyone felt sweaty on their foreheads. I saw 10 people in this photo standing in a row. One of them was circled with a red circle on his head, an arrow pointed to his head, and a line of text attached to it. This is the murderer. Everyone always has a sense of seeing the detective being spoiled. Look at what's said below. Yi Kuan said quickly, looking at the progress bar. There is a long string below. Quickly, after reading the content, everyone grew up with their mouths widened, and Songwan felt a little bit forced to be righted. This is an analysis of Chui Han's various micro-expressions when he was speaking. The analysis content in the command room seems to be crude. In their opinion, it is extremely professional. After reading the content, they seem to think that this guy is that hacker. After swallowing, Yi Kuan said to the office director beside him, "Director, catch it?" The office director thought for a while and said solemnly, "These analyses are very detailed, but let's pass them to the interrogation experts. If they feel that they are correct, they will be arrested and asked immediately." Yes. Immediately. The report was sent to the experts on standby. Nothing to say. They have been accustomed to this style for a long time and think it is okay. After a closer look and analysis, they feel that it is okay, because micro-expression analysis is nothing new in various countries, but it is very difficult to implement. It requires not only professional psychology knowledge, but also rich experience, plus a little talent and imagination to achieve this ability. Unfortunately, there are no more people in China with this ability than their hands. This can only be effective when the goal is determined. If they find a needle in a haystack like this, they have to kneel. So it was reported layer by layer, and then sent down, one word, grabbing. Graduate school. Kong Nan and the team leader waited anxiously. Dududu. The special cell phone ringing on the team leader's waist rang, and he quickly walked to the side to answer the phone. Yes, I understand, okay. The leader continued to agree. Hang up the phone. The group leader didn't change his face, didn't hesitate, and beckoned. Several group members walked over quickly. Team leader, what's the matter? There are clues again. The team members curiously asked. They didn't believe what happened to the death just now, so they can only be clues. Catch people. The capital said that they have found the target. The team leader paused and said. He felt that his IQ had been pressed back and forth by the roller many times, and it was a bit painful, so he had to ask carefully when he went back. Otherwise, he felt that his 3 views would not be stretched anymore. A team member whispered in surprise. What? I found it. Just those few questions? How did you see it? I don't know. I didn't say the above. I will ask again when I go back. Now the main task is to arrest people. Target Chui Han in the 6th group. Be careful, lest he jump the wall and threaten the hostages. My plan is like this. The team leader whispered. Speaking of the plan, the players nodded. The group leader walked up to Kong Nan and said, Director Kong, you have them stand in a row. I have something to announce. Good. Conan agreed. Walking to the front of the crowd, Kong Nan said loudly, Listen well, all stand in a row. The group leader has something to say. Unknown people stood in a row again. Chui Han was unknown in the crowd, but he was relieved a lot. With the questions asked just now, he would have seen him only if he could find out, so he didn't notice the strangeness. Soon, everyone lined up in a row. No, it is a semicircle to be precise, because the straight line does not line up. The group leader walked to the front, coughed twice, and did not look specifically at Chui Han. Chui Han turned his back to the building, and the team members were already not far behind him when they took the table to move back. Chui Han felt bad, but believed that the question just now would never reveal a flaw. He has no accomplices, and he is not afraid of being bitten out. Ahem. Okay, this question ends here. Thank you for your cooperation. To be honest, I am very heartbroken when this happened. I am very grateful for your contribution to the country, but there are always some villains who want to sabotage this. I am very indignant at the difficult situation. Does the country owe them anything? The team leader's voice was almost roared in the end. He was specifically responsible for this kind of things. He saw too many similar cases. For a little money, he stole the results of the country's heavily funded research and sold them cheaply. The reasons are all odd and weird, as if how wronged I was. But no matter what the reason is, it is all sophistry, which is a kind of betrayal. Although the circle of people is not entirely a scientific researcher, they are also disgusted with this behavior. They are filled with righteous indignation and fire in their eyes. The group leader glanced around unintentionally and found that this Chui Han really had a problem because his eyes were not angry, but a little flat. As for the gritted teeth on his face, the expression was a bit stiff. This moment, the group leader believed a little bit what the superior said. He continued, "Okay, I won't say much. I hope everyone will supervise each other in the future. Don't be tempted by some small profits and embark on the path of crime. Otherwise, the law will not let him go." "Okay, now I declare." Bo just said it. The next two team members acted, 2 steps up, one with one hand, grabbing Chui Han's arms and pressing him to the ground. At this time, Chui Han thought he had passed the test, with a sense of excitement and relief on his face. But I felt my hand was grabbed. A thought flashed. "It's over. The action is over," the team leader said, and then pressed his hands to the startled people. "Don't panic. All spread out. This person is our key suspect. One listen." Everyone stepped back again, looking at Chui Han, who was ashamed on the ground in surprise, but Chui Han still said loudly, "What are you doing? You must have caught the wrong person, not me." Wait later. Seeing the panic on Chui Han's face, the group leader was even more certain. If it weren't for Chui Han, there was no need to be afraid. After all, they also need to tell evidence in their affairs. Takeaway. After the group leader finished speaking, Chui Hao was taken into the building by the two. The group leader walked up to Kong Nan, who was a little confused, and said, "Director Kong, give me at most half an hour. I want to see if Chui Hao has any accomplices. If not, the blockade will be lifted." "Okay, I understand." Kong Nan nodded quickly. "Evacuate the crowd immediately and let them return to work to wait." Conference room. Chui Han was chained to a chair, and a dozen people around him stared at him, making his forehead sweat a little. "Chui Han, is there anything you want to say?" the team leader said coldly. You must have caught the wrong person," Chui Han said in a panic. "Do you think that with so many people, we will arrest you for no reason? When we are playing lottery, you should tell me honestly whether it was bought by foreigners and what benefits they gave you to allow you to steal this information," the group leader said sternly. After all, Chui Han was not a professionally trained agent. He was just an ordinary person. He was speechless immediately if he had on-the-spot experience. The group leader was overjoyed. "It seems that he can't run away. It must be Chui Han. I don't explain it honestly. We already have a lot of information. Director Kang's office, you should clear this out, but don't blame me for not giving you the opportunity to commit crimes," the team leader shouted. I said. Frightened by this, Chui Han was immediately stunned, because it seemed that others had fully confirmed himself. Otherwise, he would not be caught in such a large public. The group leader gave the silly group member an elbow and asked him to recover and record. "You said," the group leader said lightly. "I confess that it was like this. On the 16th of last month, I went to a friend's gathering after work. During the gathering, I met one." Chui Han uttered the truth. The story is very old-fashioned. In fact, those people can't play any tricks. Except money, it's sex. The last one is threat. Chui Han is young and energetic. He was played with a fairy jump that didn't take any advantage. In the end, the other party promised 100,000 yuan. He agreed to steal the information from the institute. At that time, using the blind spot, he turned out from the toilet window of the old-fashioned office building, followed the big locust tree, and climbed up to the window of the director's office. Because the big locust tree was densely branched, no one saw it. I originally wanted to copy them all, but in the end I felt uneasy in my conscience and felt ashamed of the gray-haired researchers, so I only copied a part of it. In the end, I returned the same way and was not discovered. I thought it was seamless and could escape smoothly, but I didn't expect to capsize the boat somehow. Get all the confession. The team leader was very excited. He also found the CD-ROM from Chui Han's personal belongings. The evidence was solid and the case could be closed. But the team leader's excitement was still enveloped by a layer of clouds. How did those experts find out Chui Han from so many people? The result of the interrogation against Chui Han was sent back to the capital. Unexpectedly, another major case was solved, which made the faces of the experts very tangled. It was a pleasure to see a textbook-style criminal psychology, human behavior, and micro-expression analysis process. The tangled thing is, I can't use it by myself. Just like some questions, if you ask you to do it, you can't do it desperately. But when the answer is placed in front of you, you find that it's all combined with the knowledge you know, but you just can't use it. It feels uncomfortable. Push back the cause and effect. Anyone knows how to do it, but once you are there, you have to kneel. Office. Yi Kuan and the leaders breathed a sigh of relief and finally cracked the information leak case. The subsequent arrests will have nothing to do with them. That is what the team leader over there will do. What do you think about the matter just now? The office director suddenly asked. The others looked at the director inexplicably. What do they think? It's not that the other side is cheating. They have learned many times in these days, and they are not surprised at all. The director was speechless. Under the light, it was really dark enough, so he had to say clearly, "Do you think this can be done by manpower?" A person reacted instantly and exclaimed, "Yes. How can it be so fast and so accurate?" and caught almost every expression of Chui Han. Is it what expression recognition software is it? That's right. I also think it's possible. With so many people, Chui Han's performance is suspicious, but it's not so obvious. It can be said that it is him. How can manpower be so fast? How can there be so many psychologists? The other person also echoed. Why don't you ask? Yi Kuan said. Okay, then ask if we can buy this software and try to find out, but I guess they won't admit it. The office director has already prepared for the worst. Subsequently, a staff member sent a message and praised you that this software is very good, very useful. Thank you very much. And finally put forward the idea of wanting to buy. I thought this kind of out-of-nothing tricks even if others have them deny. However, the information sent by the other party made the corners of their lips twitch. Not for sale. 2 simple words, plus a period. This answer. Great. Capricious. But everyone's eyes brightened, and it was really software that was working, not human. If they had this software, wouldn't they be able to solve the case quickly? No criminal could escape the interrogation. It's more than just a tiger with wings. It's like a dragon ascending to heaven. Ask what conditions can be sold. The office director said hurriedly. So the staff sent another message in the past. But a few seconds, the reply came again. It was a clerical error just now. In fact, we don't have that kind of software. Okay, the task is completed. You propose to increase the quota. We agree to double it for you. There is a small bonus. Goodbye. Along with the conversation, there is also a folder. Everyone looked at each other. Typos? Who would believe it? But the other party apparently didn't intend to sell it at all, so he denied it. But you have already admitted it before. Are you really a fool? Director, what should I do? Yi Kuan asked. As a small director, he could also praise this kind of chore. With a sigh, the director of the office said disappointedly, "Let's report it. Also, I'll make a report and let the Information Warfare Research Center also set up a project to study expression analysis software. If he doesn't sell it, can we not develop it ourselves? I don't believe it anymore." What does that file say? Yi Kuan asked again. It's a piece of software that says it can repair the intrusion traces that have been erased. Command room. Tang Qing looked at their expressions with joy. Of course, he asked the soldiers to send the message deliberately. It was not for the purpose of being silly. He was not so boring yet, but had a deep meaning. To be honest, such a software junior can be produced, but Tang Qing is not willing to stream it. Get out. This thing is too powerful. Just as soldiers can interrogate bank card passwords without others speaking, once such things are spread out and used by people with ulterior motives, it is a big trouble for society. He feels that it is safest to be in his own hands. His purpose is also very simple. Just wait for their next request. Such a good thing. To be honest, where these people say they don't want it, they will definitely find a way to buy it stubbornly, and then he will be able to sell another software as a matter of course. Face recognition. This is different from micro-expression recognition. The former only recognizes people, while the latter directly recognizes hearts. Due to the previous case of Sunken Wang, the country is vigorously building a public video surveillance network during this period, and Tang Qing has opened up analysis services for major cases, so there is a blind spot. Except for airplanes, real name authentication has not yet been implemented for other transportation vehicles. There are quite a lot of criminals at large across the country. If this thing is given, it is treated as a good deed. Sit for a while. Tang Qing was greedy. Let the soldiers pick some fruit from a training area. Cocked Erlang's legs. It's crisp and refreshing to eat in big mouthfuls. This time, Cui Han's intrusion took advantage of the loopholes in Microsoft's system. Tang Qing was surprised at how many loopholes in Microsoft's operating system were. After learning about the loopholes in Microsoft's operating system, Tang Qing was surprised. The soldiers found hundreds of them. This is still a major loophole, and there are generally more loopholes. These Tang Qing also endured. After all, most of the vulnerabilities are not intentional by Microsoft. There are too many underlying codes in the Windows system, and it is extremely normal to have vulnerabilities. There are so many that are not too shocking. After all, the soldiers have the secondary assistance. Among the vulnerabilities found, a large part of the software will not be discovered during the life cycle of this software. The key is that there are nearly 20 vulnerabilities in NEMA that were left by Microsoft on purpose. These vulnerabilities were used by the FBI, CIA, and other U.S. intelligence agencies to monitor public information during the interception of internet surveillance data in the command room. As long as they want to know, they can invade any networked computer with a Microsoft operating system and obtain the highest authority without triggering any alarms and records, so as to covertly browse the contents of the computer. Even turn on the camera function without turning on the camera. Port data mirroring shows that they are pretty rampant. Tang Qing knew about it before, but didn't care about it. Anyway, the domestic confidential information is the internal network. No matter how powerful the CIA is, it is impossible to invade the physically disconnected LAN, but Cui Han's matter reminded him. The fort can also be breached from within. Before, because it intercepted the most personal information of domestic users and the data in the computer, Tang Qing did not bother to care about it when people in the country did not care. If you get it, it will be deleted as spam. Now I find that they can still play like this. Tang Qing couldn't sit and watch the show. It seems that he has to find something to do for Microsoft and the U.S. intelligence agencies. As for completely solving the hidden domestic information security risks, it is impossible in a short time. You can't let him patch Microsoft. He hasn't been so kind. Besides, with so many vulnerabilities, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to get rid of Microsoft. If you add in the computer prowess of his gang of analysts, you can just grab a half of it. This idea, it seems a bit crazy. Tang Qing knew that Microsoft actually did not want to leave such loopholes, but in the face of the requirements of those intelligence agencies, in order to maintain the information security of the United States and maintain its leading global information advantage, Microsoft also had to compromise. This is the opportunity. Although the current position of the Microsoft empire seems to be extremely stable, but in the face of Tang Qing, who has these gangs of robots, it's relatively speaking, he has the innate ability to overturn this industry. If Tang Qing wants to get a share of this industry, he will definitely get it. Tang Yi officially launched the Internet Industry Alliance program to activate all the seed companies in the plan. Tang Qing ordered immediately. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Tang Yi finished speaking and began to operate. This plan was established very early, just when it first cooperated with the state to obtain the Blue Gene supercomputer authority. Before, the command office promoted the information security hosting service of the government website to the capital. At that time, he wanted to start with the antivirus software industry. The plan was to establish several information security companies and then use some means and mergers and acquisitions to gradually control most of the global information security market. Later, this plan was established. Of course, it involves not only information security, but also all aspects of the internet field and even the hardware field. It's just that the company has just been established, and it's not time to do things. Every line needs to be accumulated. Therefore, only a certain degree of seed company creation has been carried out in various countries, and a total of less than $100 million of initial capital has been allocated. His plan is to wait for the completion of the third Paixio plan next month before working on both hardware and software. But because of Cui Han's affairs today, Tang Qing decided to do it in advance. Anyway, the cost of the software is almost nothing. Nothing more than the promotion cost is a bit high, and it is still within the acceptable range. And the investment in hardware can only wait until the completion of the Pai Yao plan next month. It's not that he has no money in his hands now, but many plans are chained, one link after another, and it takes time to execute. Even if you have $10 billion, you have to make others willing to sell you things. But why do others sell them well? How to sell? What is the price? How to deal with competitors? How to avoid future troubles? These all need time to operate in order to obtain the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. Finished eating fruit. Tang Qing turned around and withdrew. There is nothing wrong with him here. He feels that he has been lazy recently, and he doesn't want to go to the skills training center to practice. Think about it. He is not living in a world surrounded by powerful enemies. This is a normal human world. Only he and the soldiers are not normal people, a reborn opener, a group of powerful biochemical robots. Both are stronger than non-human. It should be someone else who needs to worry about it. At first, it was because of the desire to strengthen himself, which made him practice nonstop every day. But now his neurological power is already strong enough to the point where he is not afraid of the usual dangers around him. And he is also tired. The main reason is that the mind barrier and the magnetic resonance are already very proficient, and the mind power is also very strong, and no new powerful skills have appeared. Why go to the skill training center to be exhausted? And far from completing the achievement mission to obtain the source of energy value. Speaking of achievement tasks, Tang Qing was happy in his heart. After the establishment of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone on the 23rd of last month, the circulation of the Asian dollar has also increased significantly, especially the large amount of foreign currency seized. How many people were there before Su Yu's site? Millions, plus the people under the wall Tu Chao. Even if they are a little poorer, each person saves an average of 3,000 yuan, which is several billion. Some people also exchanged a lot of precious metals into Asian dollars, plus the investment funds that were blackmailed from those hacks, investments from Su Yu and members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, and the large-scale mining of several gold mines. The circulation of Asian dollars is rapidly advancing towards 200 billion. If it goes well, at the latest, the 200 billion Asian dollar issuance target will be completed at the beginning of next month, and then rush towards 300 billion. Tang Qing thinks that the final 100 billion will be completed the fastest, because this place will be counted as in terms of territory. The amount of Asian dollars he can issue will increase by leaps and bounds. What should I do when I have money? Of course, the plan to replace the Chat is fully launched. The current circulation of the Asian dollar is simply not enough to replace the currency of such a large country. You must know that the Asian dollar cannot be printed chaotically, but must have collateral. This is destined to expand and cannot print money with brain damage. The way, it has to be in line with the current strength. Although the growth is slow. However, the currency value of the Asian dollar will be extremely stable, and the currency value is stable. Only when it is not backed by a powerful country can the purchasing power be guaranteed, and it may become a member of the reserve currency of various countries. Otherwise, against the background that the world has had enough of the US dollar, an emerging currency whose currency value is jumping wildly and can print money at will, countries will not be so easy to accept, because the United States is a currency rogue that has scared countries around the world. Go back to the room. Tang Qing hugged Lin Jiaxue again and continued to watch the movie. The 30 or so seed companies of the Internet Industry Alliance began to proceed as planned after receiving the order. I believe that soon, the major internet giants in the world will find that their good days are over. Mushing like bamboo shoots after a rain. Internet companies that are small in size, but technically not inferior to them, spread like a virus. When they found out, they could no longer suppress such opponents. Then, there was a war of large and small competitions for users. Unfortunately, they are doomed to lose, because the guys in the command room don't like frontal battles. Those are experts in conspiracy and tricks, and those who are unscrupulous to achieve their goals. Fortunately, they are restrained by Tang Qing. Unless it is a bad person, they will never use personal injury. Just do something for them technically. Tang Qing vowed to dig a large piece of the existing cake to eat. 2 hours later, it's dawn on the American side. However, the morning sun today was not as dazzling as it was yesterday. It was blocked by a big cloud in the sky. Tang Qing took off his earphones, because Lin Jiaxue had already woke up and was looking at him with big eyes, misty in his eyes. Tang Qing wanted to complain about the bed in Mujian's room. The creak was a little too loud. After breakfast, everyone embarked on the itinerary to New York, preparing to attend that party, and strolling the streets of New York, by the way. When you come to New York, shopping is naturally one of the must options for women. It's not noon. The plane flew to New York. Due to Moojian's early arrangement, the car they rented was waiting outside the airport early. The 3 white Audi sedans were obviously modified, and the interiors were very luxurious. I wanted to come and rent a lot, but for Moojian, the local tyrant came. It is estimated to be a drop in the bucket. It's still early. So one afternoon, Moojian took Tang Qing and his party around the main attractions in New York, such as the Statue of Liberty, Central Park, Times Square, and the Empire State Building. Don't say it, meeting is not as famous as it is. Tang Qing didn't bother to take pictures, and felt that it was just like that, so why bother to use photos to prove that he was there? Just keep it in his memory. The vague memory is more beautiful than the people in that silly photo. However, Tang Qing was forcibly taken to take a few photos. Wall Street. Seeing Tang Qing's reluctance and the unnaturalness on Lin Jiashue's face, everyone burst into laughter. Haha. Xiaotang, Jiashue, how do you dislike taking pictures? I am also haha with this expression. It's not working, it's laughing at me. Chiren leaned forward and backward with a smile. I thought that this pair of people was also suitable, and neither of them liked taking pictures. Is it that funny? Tang Qing said helplessly. Yes, the photos can record the moments you are together, and you can recall them when you are old. Mu Jian said from the side, and Zhang Shi and Lu Ji also nodded quickly. Amount. It makes sense. Tang Qing was speechless. But this is a different concept. Tang Qing likes to cherish the present more than to remember the past. It is enough to have his lover by his side. This is his concept. This is the concept that he and Lin Jiashue share a tacit understanding. This is determined by character and experience. Or could it be changed by one sentence? Maybe. Tang Qing chuckled lightly. He did not argue. One of the top 3 principles in handling matters is never arguing with others about concepts, trying to impose one's own thoughts on others, or refute other people's 3 different views. There are hundreds of people in the world with different ways of living. Just be yourself. It is fortunate for you to have someone like you by your side. Other people don't actually care what you think. Seeing that Tang Qing was not affected by themselves and others, both Chai Ren and Mu Jian nodded secretly, seeing that the appreciation in Tang Qing's eyes became even greater. If a strong person changes his mind in a few sentences, it will be a success. Nothing. Finish the photo. The group went shopping on Wall Street. This is the financial center of the United States. It is the concentration place of major financial institutions in the United States. They control the financial industry in the United States and influence the virtual economic system of the world. It is well known to the world, with countless legends and myths everywhere. What Chiron saw in their eyes were giants that could tremble by stomping their feet in the United States. However, in Tang Qing's eyes, these companies may be his enemies in the future, desperate enemies. And if Ye Yuan wants to challenge the dominant position of the US dollar, it will definitely incur fierce suppression and attacks. This attack may be comprehensive, political, economic, financial, even force. If there is an economic entity behind the Asian dollar, a trade war will be inevitable. But is Tang Qing afraid? Of course, I am afraid that even polar bears would have to kneel in the face of the comprehensive economic sanctions imposed by the United States. If it hadn't been for the size of the polar bear, the U.S. would have long been rubbed against the ground. However, Tang Qing is not afraid of economic sanctions by the United States, nor is he afraid of its use of force, but that the days ahead will not be exciting enough. Tang Qing didn't have a good impression of the United States, which was always technically blocked, trade protection, and maliciously directed at Huaxia. Tang Qing wanted to try whether he could pull the United States off the altar without using force. This task is very difficult. It's difficult, but it's interesting, isn't it? In this life, people have to do something meaningful, but they can't mess around. Now the United States has kidnapped the world with US dollars. It has gone deep into every aspect and is deeply rooted. If a trade war or a currency war is rashly started, even China will do it. Will not stand on one side because China has a huge amount of US dollar treasury bonds and assets in its hands. As the largest creditor country in the United States, China is also the country that least expects the US dollar to fluctuate sharply, let alone depreciation. China cannot afford it. These are the hard-earned money of the common people and should not be lost. Therefore, we need to take a long-term view. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. In the early days of the Asian yuan, you have to cater first and then wait for opportunities. Just as many countries in the world do not want the depreciation of the dollar, they also suffer from the pain of shearing in the United States, and they also have grievances in their hearts. Therefore, there is also an urgent desire to hope that there is something that can counterbalance the dollar. As for the euro, everyone has no hope at all. There is a saying that the old owner has two sons. One is called the US dollar, and the other is called the euro. The two often fight, and the relationship is good and bad. When it is good, they wear a pair of pants. When it is bad, they are in a ball and fists to the flesh. But how could the brothers fight each other for their lives? Every time the US dollar and the euro fight of life and death, both sides can end without incident. On the contrary, the onlookers watching the excitement around were bleeding and wounding one by one. In the end, everyone was too lazy to watch the show. Nima, love so-and-so. Anyway, no one can kill anyone, so it depends on the wool. Therefore, Tang Qing also has no good feelings about the euro. Although the euro does not cut the world's wool like the United States, he does not like it very much because of its style. Nima and the United States sing double reed very much. If you have a chance, don't blame me for preventing you from coming to stage. Finish the last stop on Wall Street. They drove towards the location of today's party. Although it is a gathering of Chinese political and business families here, they are not restricted to bringing friends. As long as you feel that their status is qualified, it's okay. This is unwritten in this circle. Operating space. Owning a manor can be said to be one of the standard features of the upper class in the United States. You can have no luxury apartments or townhouses, but you must not live without a manor. Swimming pools, racecourses, piers, and even private golf courses. The huge land area of the manor allows the wealthy to use their imagination to create an extremely comfortable living space. This party was held in East Hampton, New York, which is the top wealthy district in New York. Many super rich people have their homes here, which is more than 2 hours' drive from New York. Approaching the evening, Tang Qing and his party finally came to this place full of rich people. There are luxury cars everywhere, and these autos are basically driven by servants. Close to the manor area, a few sports cars flashed past and disappeared in front. From time to time, there were helicopters flying through the sky. This is also one of the main means of transportation for the rich here. Luxury car, manor, aircraft, yacht. Extremely luxurious. However, if he stays for a long time, Tang Qing still doesn't like this layout. The villas on the Shanghai stock market are pretty good. His second uncle has bought the land where he built the manor in Qingyan City. It's all right to go on vacation. There is no need to get it by himself. 1. Joshua, do you like that kind of car? Tang Qing asked, pointing to a red convertible Ferrari outside the car window. The blonde woman above did not drive too fast and slowly overtook the car to the left of their team. Lin Joshua took a look and shook her head vigorously. I don't like it. Why, it looks good. Tang Qing was surprised. When it comes to comfort, Tang Qing doesn't like sports cars, but when it comes to appearance, Tang Qing still has to admit that it is an art. Driving is troublesome. It's better to take a car. Lin Joshua said seriously. Huh. Lin Joshua's answer made Tang Qing laugh out loud. She was indeed our wife. Tang Qing held Lin Joshua's face. He took a harsh bite and said softly, Don't worry. With me, someone will drive you for the rest of my life. Okay. Quickly, the convoy drove to the manor area in East Hampton. I have to say that no manor here is cheap, starting at least tens of millions of dollars, and there are piers along the coast that have to be turned over. When they arrived, the roadside outside the manor was full of large and small vehicles. There is no shortage of luxury cars and limited edition sports cars. No way. The manor is full of lawns, and there is no such a large parking lot. Fortunately, the road outside is wide enough, otherwise the road will be blocked. Then you will definitely be complained to the police. Park the car under the guidance of the servant. Get out of the car. Tang Qing saw several yachts parked on the sea in the distance. It seems that the people who came to participate today still drive yachts. This is okay. You have to get one when you have time. It's okay to go fishing with Lin Joshua or something. Mu Jian walked ahead. Xiaotang, follow me later. Let me first take you to meet the owner, Gufeng. Hey. a very interesting person. He speaks a little bit straighter, but he is not bad-hearted and very loyal. Great. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue and followed Mu Jian in. As soon as he entered the manor, Tang Qing felt a little strange. It was completely different from the American party on TV. There was no band, no crowd singing and dancing, and no swimming pool bikini. Is it weird and not lively enough? Mu Jian said to Tang Qing. It's a bit. Tang Qing nodded. Mu Jian explained. In fact, it was very lively before. Everyone is young and energetic. Who doesn't like excitement? But slowly people will get bored, especially these Chinese who grew up in the United States, and their cultural traditions are also not. I don't like the American set very much. So we found it annoying to be noisy, and we should leave that kind of lively party to young people in their 20s. We've got together these few times, drinking, chatting, exchanging information, and so on. They have participated in too many parties over the years. It can be said to be disgusting to attend. They slowly learn to be like their elders and like this kind of plain gathering. Most of them here are homemade parties and people who have had enough. Really, it's weird enough. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. He thought he could watch a lively party, but now there is nothing. But fortunately, he doesn't like making noise. Mu Jian is ahead. After going around a bend, they saw the villa of the manor, the simple-style 3-story small building. The main color is gray. The inside and outside of the house are brightly lit. Although there is no band, there is light music coming from China, which is the sound of Chinese guzheng. Brother Mu, why isn't this called a banquet? Tang Qing looked at the situation inside and was also happy. A party without carnival and singing and dancing is really called a banquet or a party. Hey, you'll know later. Mu Jian smiled mysteriously. Heard this. Tang Qing came interested. Once in the door, a figure rushed over from the side. Mu Jian, you are here at last. If you come later, you won't be able to catch up with the opening. A not fluent Chinese came out of his mouth. Even if his ancestors came to the United States very early, Chinese is a required course. Ben, they dare not forget. Why don't you start earlier? Mu Jian said helplessly. Opening? Tang Qing wondered, what fun shows could not be made? If there were any, it would suit this guy's dress, really. Flowery branches, glamorous and glamorous. This was originally meant to describe a woman, but it is also quite suitable to describe the person in front of me. A pair of gold and red clothes, as if painted with a layer of reflective paint, trousers dragged to the ground like flared pants. Shoes are not visible, looks a bit handsome and mature, and the shape of the head. Tang Qing was already unable to complain. Chicken head. The name is so apt. The name knows its meaning, and the descriptive ability of Chinese can be said to be extremely accurate. The time is not up. Do you think the clothes I designed are handsome? After talking with Mu Jian and his wife, Gufeng directly handed over Chai Ren's name. Chai Ren, I remember you. For several years it's not coming. In the past few years, I have been too busy at work, running around the world, and I can't help myself. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to have such a good memory. This is my wife Zhanxi. Chai Ren and Gufeng shook hands and smiled. Hello. Zhanxi nodded and smiled. My sister-in-law is so beautiful, this one is. Hey Mu Jian, are you jealous of my handsome, who specially brought me a blow? Hello, little brother, are you interested in being an actor or a model? I happen to have. Gufeng was commanded by Tang Qing. Mu Jian hurriedly interrupted his words. Go, go, go. Your broken company. Who will go? Gufeng pretended to be dissatisfied. My company is not small, okay, but it shouldn't be someone who is short of money that can come. Alas, another handsome and rich friend. How can I live this day? This is Tang Qing, who is going to college in China and came to travel for a few days. This is his fiancée Lin Jiaxue. Mu Jian solemnly introduced. Gufeng said with a straight face. No kidding. Xiao Tang, Jiaxue. Hello, my name is Gufeng, half a businessman. In fact, my ideal is not this, but to stand on the stage to become a big star. It's a pity, I feel stage fright and my legs tremble when I see a lot of people. I blame these unsatisfactory legs. While speaking, Gufeng began to release himself. Listening to Gufeng's self-introduction, Tang Qing smiled and nodded constantly. Indeed, as Mu Jian said, this person was really interesting. The first time I met, he talked about such a profound topic as ideal. It's more than just self-cooked. It's almost fully cooked. Tang Qing found that he was quite lucky in his life. When he met so many interesting people, he saw that Tang Qing's eyes were sincere and not fake. Gufeng said more vigorously and instantly recognized this friend in his heart. Sometimes don't look at him as stupid, but how can someone from this kind of family have no intentions? But he doesn't like to hide himself. He is used to seeing him. Everyone is a friend, not getting along, nodding acquaintance. Seeing that Gufeng was endless, Mu Jian hurriedly stopped and said, "Okay, you have enough. Don't talk about your music dreams. I just peed on my pants when I said something on the stage." I chuckle. At the end, Mu Jian couldn't help laughing. Gufeng is also a strange thing, crowd phobia, an incurable disease. Once he is noticed by a large number of people, he will be nervous, sweating, muscle twitching, and trembling of his legs and feet. 3 years ago, when he was in a concert with 10,000 people, he was taken to the stage to give flowers and hugs as fans. However, he was under the spotlight. It became the hot news of the year and has been teased by them to this day. When it comes to this matter, Gufeng said bitterly, Hey, I can't help it. Okay, so many people underneath, it's live broadcast, and it's not that gang of guys hurt me and squeezed me up. Mata, he feels that he will carry this stock in his life. Yes, tut, live broadcast, you are also considered a star, so be content. Mu Jian had an expression of I envy you so much. Humph, you are not qualified yet, let me tell you. Gufeng is also thick-skinned and feels complacent. Accompanied by the joy chat atmosphere, a few people came to the hall. There are nearly 40 people in the hall, all of Gufeng's good friends. They are from all walks of life. They are not all businessmen. They are mainly people of the same age, and they can't talk together. Both greeted Mu Jian enthusiastically. However, apart from the owner, Gufeng, he basically didn't remember Chai Run, because he had only been here once, and after introducing it again, he remembered this second generation who had a background in China. Although everyone works or does business in the United States, they have very little contact with China. However, as a rising emerging market, China has a rapid economic development. It has long been heard that the second generation of overseas students here brag about how profitable it is to make money. They are also of great interest to Chinese Americans. Quickly, Chai Ren became the focal point among them. Brother Chai, you said I have $30 million to invest in domestic projects that will pay back quickly and have lasting benefits? Real estate, internet, electronic products. China has started its economy for a period of time, but it is far from reaching saturation. There will be a blowout development in all walks of life, and there are many opportunities, whether it is high-tech or low-end manufacturing. There are many opportunities. Then I have to take care of it when I go to inspect the project in the future. No problem. As long as you operate legally, you can definitely help. This is my business card. Brother Changliang, I respect you. It will be troublesome then. Chai-Ren became a busy man for a while. What they need is information, and Chai-Ren's position holds the most valuable information and the policy direction. The attention to Tang Qing was much lower, because he was too young. Most of them here were the same age as Chai-Ren, 27 or nearly 30, and Tang Qing obviously hadn't arrived in his 20s. In addition, Mu Jian only said that Tang Qing was a college student or a domestic university, so he felt that he could not find a topic. Tang Qing didn't care about it. With soy sauce on the side, in his eyes, these were strangers. The older ones were even close to around. So he took Lin Joshua to the buffet area and tasted the cakes here with Lin Joshua. Take a bite. The taste is okay. Joshua, how about it? Tang Qing asked. It's a bit sweet, and there is no chef at home who makes it delicious. Lin Joshua said softly. Her mouth had long been raised by the soldiers. American pastries are generally sweet. Just leave them alone. Tang Qing stuffed Lin Joshua's bite into his mouth, and Lin Joshua gently wiped the cream from the corners of his mouth. Lin Joshua took a few bites and ate it with a mango. After a while, Gufeng's so-called opening began. Ahem, everyone is quiet. This party is about to begin. Before that, I will sing a song to cheer you up. This Chinese word may be inappropriate, but that's what it means. Today I will bring you a song, Glorious Years. This is my new Cantonese song. Tang Qing looked at Gufeng on the red cloth stage in the hall a little bit awkwardly if it hadn't been for the look of Gufeng who had been prepared just now. The mango in his mouth would almost spurt out. The bell sounded the signal to return home. In his life, as if with a bit of sorrow. Tang Qing's eyes became brighter as he listened. Just now, he thought that Gufeng wanted to be a star is a brain guilty. Now when he heard it, Gufeng's singing skills are definitely not low. No wonder so many people are listening with great interest. It seems to be really relying on strength. Mu Jian came over and explained in a low voice. Is it interesting? Gufeng's voice and skills are not inferior to those singers. He can perform songs in English, French, Chinese, or Japanese. He is proficient in 9 languages, just to learn songs. Arrangement and lyrics are also experts. If it weren't for the incurable disease, I think he definitely has a place in the world of music. That's it. Tang Qing suddenly heard it with gusto. This Gufeng is really interesting. Quickly, glory years is over. Applause sounded from below, all sincere. Gufeng bowed deeply. Only with dozens of people like this can he sing with confidence. Even many of his friends asked him to sing at parties, but they usually don't. I just rejoice when I do it myself. Okay, the opening is over, and the next part is what everyone loves to hear. This time I spent a lot of energy to get the U.S. Army's replacement equipment recovery contract for Iraq. It lasted 3 months. I made more than $20 million in a single order. In April this year, I met an African-American colonel who was in charge of the deployment of Iranian equipment at a cocktail party. Why is everyone willing to listen to this guy's nonsense and show off? It's because there are dry goods in it, and the following dry wood. Gufeng said with joy. Tang Qing and the others listened with gusto. It turned out to be at a banquet. Gufeng learned from the population in charge of the U.S. Equipment Dispatching Office in Iraq that the boss of an old and bad equipment disposal company over there intends to sell the company because of other investment failures. It stands to reason that the sale of the company is a personal matter. But this is not a general industry, but a military equipment service industry. If you want to sell a company, you have to apply for it at the deployment office in the United States, and then the next set of investigation procedures can go down before you can sell it. This also involves the question of whether the person who takes over is qualified. Otherwise, you bought the past, but due to various restrictions, the qualifications are gone. Then it is interesting. So this kind of profitable company cannot be taken over without a little background. For the sake of fairness, this single processing contract was divided into 3 parts and was eaten by 3 companies. Therefore, big consortia, big companies, and wealthy people look down on this benefit. Those who are exhausted are not as profitable as speculating on the stock market. For them, this kind of breadcrumbs simply disdain to eat. They are all about little local tyrants with backgrounds. After learning the news, Gufeng came interested because his background was enough to allow him to renew the contract safely without any legal and secret troubles. Nothing said, he did just that. He first contacted the boss of that company and then proposed a purchase intention. After listening to it, they immediately agreed that the other party could win the contract, indicating that there was still a relationship in this regard. So the two of them worked together and quickly facilitated the transaction. The previous boss made nearly $7 million from this company every year, and the contract was 2 years away, so he sold it for $9 million. Whether he could get the contract renewal later was a matter for Gufeng. Although this business doesn't make much profit, no matter how small it is meat. This is Gufeng's idea, and it is fun, isn't it? But what neither the boss nor Gufeng expected was, the Iraq War has been fighting for nearly 3 years. Although many equipment is not broken, it is also a bit overused. In addition, Iraq has been playing guerrilla with the United States, resulting in a high rate of equipment damage. In fact, these can be repaired quickly, but cannot be repaired quickly before giving them to the company. However, fight until now. It is already in a state of white-hot scorching. Although it didn't seem to be the case in the front, but from the economic data, that is, the speed of making money by those U.S. military-industrial groups has slowed down. They saw that it was not good. 3 years ago, they made a big deal. 3 years later, they naturally didn't like the money for repairing equipment. What to do then? Of course, it was fooled by the U.S. government to buy a new one. More advanced tanks, more advanced aircraft, and more advanced weapons are known for reducing the casualty rate of the U.S. military. The whole long story is for the sake of human safety and is operated by the entire U.S. military-industrial group. Naturally, the equipment began to be partially updated. At this time, Gufeng's luck came. Although he only took on some non-aggressive vehicle equipment without ammunition, Gufeng only ate a small part of the cake of handling old things this time. But also the purchase price of the company is much higher than the original price. So the next step is logical. With this opportunity, Gufeng bought a large number of accessories, repaired them on the spot, painted them, and directly packaged them to the private arms dealers, who then distributed them to the places where they needed them. It can only be said that Gufeng is very lucky. However, it is estimated that only this year, the United States has already paid a lot of money for this change, and it is estimated that it will take a few years for those military-industrial groups to operate similar things, and they also know that they cannot be too frequent. After listening to this story, Tang Qing couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. This is the big play home. A man who loves music and art suddenly ran to shed military equipment. Cross-border and cross-territory is a bit big. Hey, do you envy my luck? In the end, Gufeng raised his head triumphantly. Wow, knowing that this guy likes to show up, all applauded, showing kind smiles. This is also to applaud such a cute person in life. Gufeng is like this. He is very interested in making money, but he is not interested in making money repeatedly on one thing. To be honest, just like to make new money and get involved in new fields. Otherwise, it will not cross the line into the military service industry, and its number of companies will not be as high as 30. Ahem. Okay, the experience sharing is over, and I will start to talk about the next item. I am going to sell a photovoltaic company under my own, which sells for $120 million, 100% of the shares. I was planning to go public before, but I found a new project. This company doesn't want to play anymore. If you are interested, please contact me. This company has a complete network of R&D, design, production, and sales. If you are interested in specific information, please contact me. Ask me for it. Gufeng briefly introduced. In the Chinese circle, in order to take care of their own people, many of these companies will start selling in the circle first. If there is no right price or right person, it will be announced. The reason why Gufeng wanted to sell this company was that apart from having new projects, he felt that it was not a good way to make money. The future market of this industry is very broad, but there are many people watching it. Gufeng's stall was too big, and he gradually lost interest in this low-yield company. In addition, his family needed to borrow funds for another project, so he wanted to sell the company for money. The people below were immediately confused when they heard the price. Gufeng's family is ranked as the number one among the Chinese-American families. It is only so rich that he can have so many assets as the fourth son of a direct lineage. Most of the people below are far away. It is impossible. Get the money. Even if you have money, you will not set foot in this industry hastily. But Tang Qing came interested. Photovoltaic industry. It can also be called the solar energy industry, which is defined as an emerging potential industry and is the mainstream in the future because solar energy is almost inexhaustible, but development takes time, not only technology, but also policy support. Because solar energy is only an emergency supplement, the future will be the world of nuclear energy and the world of atomic energy. This is unquestionable, and everyone knows that it is impossible to do everything to support photovoltaics. But it does not mean that there is no future for photovoltaics. During the period of time, the photovoltaic industry is still very promising, especially in household and emergency energy solutions. The market potential is great. As long as the cost problem is solved, everything will not be a problem. If my electricity price is cheaper than city electricity, why not save some money? Therefore, although nuclear energy is the mainstream of the future, it is a huge cake. But whoever says that the breadcrumbs added up must be smaller than the cake. The mainstream of technology and the mainstream of the market are two different things. The mainstream of technology determines that atomic energy is the future. The mainstream of the market determines the size of the breadcrumbs. Tang Qing actually values this market, that is, tiny breadcrumbs. This is a much more lucrative business than eating huge subsidies from various countries. It's just that it's hard for others to make money. But Tang Qing is different. In terms of cost reduction and scientific research, he has full confidence in the group of scientists. Tang Qing has two options for getting involved in the photovoltaic industry. First, acquire a ready-made company, and then work hard to upgrade its technology, occupy the market. Second, build a new company by yourself, set up your own research institute, or adopt the method of commissioned research and development, and build it gradually step by step. If there is no Gufeng, Tang Qing would definitely choose the latter, because of the low cost and no money. Even Tang Qing had never thought of getting involved in the photovoltaic industry personally before, but left it to the soldiers to do it. But I met Gufeng and listened to the detailed investigation information of the Gufeng family in my ears. Tang Qing thinks the former is also good. It saves him a lot of time, and he can also make friends with Gufeng, friends with interests, which will be good for his future expansion of the industry to the United States. Moreover, this company is a local company in the United States, which is conducive to the expansion of its early business. Everything is readily available. After the technological transformation, it can generate huge cash flow by itself. Gufeng has already stepped off the stage. He patted Lin Jiaxue's hand, motioned her to sit here, and Tang Qing stepped forward. Seeing Tang Qing, who was half his head in front of him, blocking his way, Gufeng was taken aback, and Xuanji smiled and said, "Little Tang, how about it? You can adapt to this kind of party atmosphere. It's good, too. I don't like the crazy form of Western countries. I just heard that you were going to sell a company. Can I see the specific information?" Tang Qing actually already knows this company, and even knows it in more detail than the boss of Gufeng, but can't show it. I bought it without seeing it. In the face of this level of business, it is too strange. Hear the words. Gufeng was wondering, this thing was sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, and Tang Qing was curious to see it. So he replied, "No problem." After speaking, he turned around and took out a document nearly 1 centimeter thick from a cabinet in the living room. This is the detailed information of that company. Look at it first, and I'll greet my friends. Gufeng handed it over. Great. Tang Qing took the document and returned to his seat. Started to pretend to flip through. I have to say that there is too much nonsense in this kind of report, which is done by a professional company. Market analysis, company status, all kinds of charts and data are a headache, trying to use the predictive curve to tell people how cost-effective this acquisition is. But Tang Qing didn't care. As long as the evaluation result of the command room showed that the price was okay, it didn't matter what was written in the report. Others looked at Tang Qing receiving the information, thinking they were just looking at it. A young man under 20, even if they were someone who managed money since they were young, their family wouldn't let them get involved in such a big business. No suggestion, right? Only Chai Run and his wife did not doubt Tang Qing's strength. This is a local tyrant who hides extremely deep. Moreover, there is another local tyrant who hides deeper in the local tyrant's family, Tang Kai, a company with more than 100 million US dollars. Even if Tang Qing alone took out so much money, they would not be surprised. Tang Qing quickly flipped through the information in his hand. In the ears, the analyst in the command room also introduced the company's top and bottom with super fast speech speed. Analysis shows that the price of 120 million US dollars is not high, but it is not Gufeng's bottom line. Although Tang Qing is not too concerned about the price, he can't be taken advantage of. Tang, do you want to buy this company? Lin Jiaxue asked curiously, seeing Tang Qing taking it so seriously, thinking he wanted to buy it. Tang Qing nodded. Having this idea, I'm looking at whether it's worth it. If it's worth it, it's all right to buy it. But it's so expensive, 120 million US dollars. Lin Jiaxue couldn't think of how strong the purchasing power of US dollars in $100 million was, but it was absolutely amazing. Business, naturally you have to bargain. How can we give as much as he says? Don't worry. Your man will not be in a loss-making business. Tang Qing comforted softly. Okay. Lin Jiaxue gave a hum, holding Tang Qing's arm tightly. As for where Tang Qing's money came from, whether it was legal or not, Lin Jiaxue didn't worry at all. Tang Qing said that there was no problem, and that was no problem. With his second uncle Tang Kai, Tang Qing would not use the messy money. However, this kind of transaction is not suitable for discussion in such a large public. Those who are interested will contact it privately, otherwise it is not a complete pretense. Tang Qing doesn't like it either. Close the information and Tang Qing put it back on the cabinet. At this time, Gufeng was chatting with his friends happily, But Tang Qing didn't bother. Go back to your seat. He found Chai Ren approaching and looked at him with a grin next to his original seat. Tang Qing saw a moment of speechlessness. With Chai Ren's smile, he always felt that there was a conspiracy in it. Xiao Tang, are you interested in this company? Chai Ren asked with a smile. Yes, I am a little interested. Tang Qing sat down and admitted. Chai Ren's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Can you make money? It's okay. What's the matter? Young Master Chai is also interested in this. Tang Qing asked rhetorically with a smile. If Chai Ren is interested, it is not impossible to take him to play. Chai Ren will also bring himself to play in the real estate in Beijing. Of course, traditional industries are within the sphere of influence in China, but many emerging industries do not. Photovoltaics is one of them. As the future energy development direction, I am also interested. It is just that the domestic technology is not good, and the cycle of my own research and development is too long. Those who want to acquire foreign countries can't find a way, so this idea was dispelled before. Chai Ren explained. Should we partner together? Tang Qing asked directly. Chai Ren shook his head vigorously, waved his hand, and said, No, 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 I won't join this company, but I am going to get involved in this business. If there is any way to make money, let me drink soup. He still has self-knowledge. After all, unless there is another purpose, Chinese people like absolute holdings. Tang Qing was also taken aback. This Chai Ren really knows current affairs. But fortunately, the future plan of my own company is very big, and the money will not be less than the assets of the African Union Mining Group. Even if it is allocated to Chai Ren 10%, it will be a bit painful. Since Chai Ren is so knowledgeable about current affairs, there is nothing to do with him. He agreed. Whereas Chai Deseo, don't worry, I'm sure to do this well. I will not dare to say that when the time comes, but it is not just as simple as letting you drink soup. Tang Qing is not stingy to make Chai Ren make more money. Hear what Tang Qing said. Chai Ren felt up and down in his heart, which was strange, but he just thought it was normal. After throwing boring thoughts to the back of his head, Chai Ren is also very happy when he thinks that he has another channel to make money. After all, who would think that there is too much money? Tang Qing doesn't think too much money now. When he didn't have much investment projects at the beginning, he slapped him a little, and then was taught by the system every minute to be a man, so that no matter how much money he had, it would not be enough to spend. That's great. Let's go back and talk about it. Chai Ren said happily. Yes. Tang Qing said. Chai Ren happily went back to chat with them and secretly talked to his wife. Zhanshi looked at Tang Qing, and his eyes were unbelievable. A business worth hundreds of millions of dollars was so decided by the young man in front of him, looking at Tang Qing's face indifferently. Being there with Lin Jiaxue is nothing like someone who is planning to do big business. But think about it. Tang Qing's domestic assets are more than 2 billion yuan. Tang Qing's hand to the shopkeeper was left to a company to supervise and manage, and he went to school in a big way. Only occasionally brush up on the sense of existence. Think of it this way. Tang Qing is really such a person, and at the same time, Mu Jian and his wife also knew about it. Looking at Gufeng, who hadn't noticed it, the two of them wanted to say something. But in the end they didn't say that this was Tang Qing and Gufeng's business, and they were discussing it themselves. Jianzi, what's your expression? Gufeng suddenly changed his mouth to Mu Jian, learning from Chai Ren to call Jianzi. Looking at Mu Jian's strange expression, he asked, Who likes to go straight? How could Mu Jian explain, shrugging his shoulders? I just think you are lucky. What luck? Gufeng asked in confusion. TSK Tusk, born in such a good family. Born with a golden key in his mouth. Everything, nothing is missing. The business is so big. Singing is so good. Unlike me, not worth $100 million. I'm so poor, sang Exing. Mu Jian had come to the point where he opened his mouth to tell lies, and the clothes were seamless. Really, Gufeng believed. There are ghosts. No one here is a fool. But he didn't ask. Instead, he said earnestly, This is the art of reincarnation. You can't learn it. Just accept your fate, brother. At most, if you have no food to eat, I can still let you come to the objects. Watch me eat. Friends, it's good. Mu Jian despised. No. Oh, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Chinese of the same age who is richer than me. You also cherish the opportunity to meet a rich man like me. Do you want to hug my thigh after hearing this? Gufeng is proud Tao. I have an award that I want to present to you. Do you want it? Mu Jian's conversation turned. What award? The Ground Gourd Award. What award is this? I think you have great potential. Really, it's an honor. The crowd listened with interest to the neurotic dialogue between the two and leaned forward and backward with a smile. Although Tang Qing is basically ignored, this is exactly what Tang Qing wants. If it is not necessary, he only likes to join in the fun, not to become the fun. It is very interesting to watch people talk. More than 2 hours later, a group of people left one after another. Some were close, some were far away, some were still working, or the work was not finished. The so-called party was almost gone. The purpose of coming here is also achieved. In the end, only Mu Jian and the others were left, and they deliberately went to the end in order to let Tang Qing talk about business. Gufeng also learned that Tang Qing wanted to acquire his photovoltaic company, so he couldn't believe it. Well, Mr. Tang, which company do you really want to buy? Gufeng confirmed. I didn't know that Tang Qing had this strength before. Well, I'm a little interested, but the price is a bit high. Tang Qing nodded and said. After getting the confirmation, Gufeng said happily, this price is easy to negotiate. You make a price. As long as I don't suffer any losses, I don't have to counteroffer. Gufeng's words are true. This kind of bad asset business is nothing. Meaning, it's enough to save money and make a small profit. 97 million US dollars. Tang Qing's offer was $7 million higher than the original purchase price of Gufeng. Of course, this price was after taxes, which meant that Tang Qing had to bear the taxes. You? Okay, I agree. Gufeng recognized it as soon as he gritted his teeth. Originally, his bottom line was $100 million US dollars. After all, his company has earned a little over the past few years, but he has also paid dividends. After calculating this price, he does not suffer a loss. Tang Qing's bid was a bit stuck at that balance point. A point of balance that people agree upon as soon as they grit their teeth. Tang Qing smiled slightly. The command room's offer was really particular and stretched out his right hand. General Manager Go, I wish us a happy cooperation, and my people will come to the United States to contact you as soon as possible. You really know how to quote. Gufeng and Tang Qing shook hands with a wry smile. Excuse me, it's not early, we'll leave first. Tang Qing was about to leave because he couldn't live here. Although it was a manor, it was not a castle, so the servants and bodyguards were excluded. Yes, I really can't sleep with the three of them. Staying here is not popular either. By the way, will you have anything tomorrow? I originally wanted to deal with this company's affairs. Now that we have handled it, how about we have a good chat tomorrow? Gufeng invited. Tang Qing didn't care, looked at Chai Ren and Mu Jian. Mu Jian agreed without thinking about it. Okay, I'll bother you tomorrow. He came here to make good relations with Gufeng, and it is even harder to refuse to do business with Tang Qing now. Compared with the power of the Gufeng family in the United States, Mu Jian and his family are still far behind. Excuse me, I will take you out for fishing tomorrow. My yacht has just been renovated, and I just drove it out for a try. Gufeng laughed. It is worth his time to make friends with someone who has the ability to buy a company with nearly $100 million. A few more greetings. The group left Gufeng's villa. Although their party is now over, the nightlife in the United States has just begun. I saw an authentic American-style party not far away. It was close to the road and occupies a large area. There was no complaint. I could hear noise from a distance. Tang Qing took out his cell phone. A call was made back to China. The acquisition of nearly $100 million US dollars directly smashed the eyes of the sky. They know. His own chairman is going to do something again. So in less than 3 hours, the people of the acquisition team embarked on a plane bound for the United States. United States. On the way back to New York. Inside the Audi car, Lin Jiashua leaned against Tang Qing's arms. Her face turned red because Tang Qing's hands were rubbing her right earlobe lightly, making Tang Qing fall in love with her, feeling Lin Jiashua's shortness of breath. If it wasn't for the soldiers in the car, Tang Qing do, I want to shake it. I thought about trying it before. However, I have never had the opportunity to drive out by myself, and I can't go to the villa's underground garage to shake the handle. That always feels strange. It seems that I have to get a driver's license as soon as possible after returning to China and have a journey that I'm going to leave. Tang Qing leaned into Lin Jiashua's ear and whispered softly, Jiashua. Yeah. Lin Jiaxue felt her ears itchy and twisted her body. Tang Qing wanted to go back to China to try the rooftop of the villa. Boom. A gunshot interrupted Tang Qing's words. What's the situation? With a change of expression, Tang Qing hurriedly pressed Lin Jiaxue on the seat, and his heart burst into anger. Mada, the nice and warm scene was destroyed in this way, so he asked the soldier in front of him, what happened? The co-pilot soldier put his head out of the window and glanced. Master, there are two groups of people facing each other on the side of the road 100 meters away. One of them fired, but the traffic is not restricted. The co-pilot soldier replied. Tang Qing nodded after hearing this, which was obviously from the satellite above her head. Lin Jiaxue was really curious. How did this soldier know the situation more than 100 meters ahead? It was still at night, just by looking at it by stretching out his head? She was puzzled. There seemed to be no tension in the tone of the two bodyguards. Tang Qing didn't say anything. This is the United States. In a country flooded with guns, a group of people started fighting on the side of the road. Even if guns are used, it is not a rare matter. Anyway, it is a matter of life and death that the American police have to take care of. Go on, Jiaxue, don't get up first. Tang Qing lowered her head to let Lin Jiaxue continue to lie on her stomach. Tang, get down too. America is so chaotic. Lin Jiaxue said hurriedly. It's not the first time she heard gunshots. She also played in Mu Jian's villa and watched Tang Qing fight for a while. But when you encounter it on the road, you really can't make people feel nervous. I'm okay. I don't attack passersby anyway. You lie on your stomach first. Tang Qing patted Lin Jiaxue's head and comforted him. After speaking, he looked out the window. Jokes. Who is he? I will be afraid of ordinary people. No one can hurt. Got him. Just when their car quickly approached the scene. Boom. The sound of a crash came from the front. Of course it wasn't Tang Qing's car. His nerves had spread over 10 meters around the car. It was very difficult for something to hit them, but the car at the front. Kiakia is the one Mu Jian and the others are in, with the Chiren family in the middle and Tang Qing at the end. Squeak. There was a sudden stop. Because he wanted to leave quickly, Mu Jian's bodyguard did not slow down, thinking that nothing would happen because so many cars in front had passed, but with this kick of the accelerator, a person flew out directly from the side, unable to dodge. The man flew out until he hadn't, just collided with the side of the body, but even if he didn't die, he was definitely injured. Nothing to say. The three Audi cars stopped, other vehicles circled and left, and some owners even reported to the police. Tang, what's the matter? Lin Jiaxue quickly asked when the car stopped. It's okay, you stay in the car, I'll go and see, don't come out. Tang Qing opened the door after speaking. The soldier in the cab was still in the car, and the co-pilot got out of the car with Tang Qing. Close the door. Mind force moved. The car was locked back, and the windows could not be rolled down. Lin Jiaxue also found that the car was locked, thinking that it was caused by a soldier in the cab. Through the window, she looked at the group of people out the window a little anxiously. She knew that going up would only cause trouble for Tang Qing. Chiren also got out of the car with his two bodyguards. Go to the front. Tang Qing discovered that these were really two groups of people. One group was surrounded by two people, with black noses and swollen faces lying on the ground, eyes full of panic. The other man was knocked to the side of the ground. Life and death unknown. All three of them were white. There are more than a dozen people on the other side, some of whom are still holding guns. They look like young men who are not in their teens. They all have tattoos on their bodies. They are sturdy, have fierce eyes, and have a standard villain image. Mu Jian watched nervously beside the unknown person. His bodyguard was checking the person's vital signs, and seeing that each of the three of them brought a bodyguard, the group was not afraid at all, but they didn't choose anything. They just stared at them and looked at a few bodyguards. Jianzi, how is the person? Chiren stepped forward and said hurriedly. Fortunately, I haven't died, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Mu Jian wiped a cold sweat. Although the United States is a money society, there are still basic laws. It's easy to say that people who die are big things. Then call an ambulance. Chiren said quickly. Mu Jian gave a hum and glanced at the group of people who didn't look like a good crop. To be honest, he was really a little scared. The underground forces in the United States were very powerful. At this time, one of those people was holding a gun. The American was looking at him with a smile. just after Mu Jian took out the phone. Crack. Mu Jian's hand paused because the American was holding a gun at him. Cold sweat broke out instantly. Mad. Mu Jian secretly scolded the U.S. gun management system. You are not allowed to call the police. The leader said, I won't call the police. Can we go now? Mu Jianxian said with a smile, raising his cell phone to indicate that I didn't call, and he didn't care about that much. Justice. Wait for you to call the police when you leave. Hee hee. Huaxia. Don't rush to leave. We still have something to deal with, and you can leave when finished. The leader didn't want to offend these people with bodyguards too much, but now is not the time to let them go. Tang Qing couldn't understand it from the sidelines. So, it stands to reason that so many cars passed by, someone should call the police. What do you keep them for? It shouldn't be robbing, otherwise it won't be this attitude. Strange. Finished. The man walked up to a man lying on the ground and kicked again. Oh. The man present unconsciously felt a chill from the bottom, because that foot probably had already scrapped the man, and when the white man screamed, he fainted with pain. It seems that the enmity is not small, Tang Qing said secretly in their hearts. However, the person who was deposed just now seems to have the potential to be a little pale. Couldn't it be the woman who stole the house? Both Chai Ren and Mu Jian took 2 steps back, and this foot was caused by a man who would get cold behind his back when they saw it. After a kick, the man turned his gaze to the last white man who was still able to move. He was in his 20s, but looking at the sunken eye sockets, a little dark circles, and 2 white skin, Tang Qing could tell at a glance that this guy must have been smoking prohibited items for a long time. No, please, Ian, I was wrong. It was all planned by the Tammy. It doesn't matter. The white man knelt directly, crying and begging, saying words of forgiveness and excuse. In just a few words, Tang Qing seemed to understand the cause of the matter. Nothing complicated. It turned out that at a party 2 days ago, these guys got their girlfriends drunk together, added something to the wine, and then they got together, and finally they recorded a video. So there is today's thing. If it's a normal girlfriend, the Americans change their jobs, but others are planning to get married at the end of the month, so in anger, these people will be miserable. The car was forced to stop here by others, wanting to teach a lesson. Tang Qing nodded clearly. No wonder. This person was well destroyed, or that he was guilty of death. He killed Tang Qing and supported him. Anyway, it was an American. He stood by. Mu Jian and Chai Ren seemed to understand what these people did. A look of contempt. Even if one is used, there are still a few of them, and they still play video and photography, and if they are discarded, they will be regarded as a harm to the people. Fuck. The man kicked the guy who was kneeling on the ground with 1 kick. He had a murderous heart, but with so many people there, although he was not a serious person, he still didn't want to go to jail. American prisons. That is hell. Cough, cough, cough. The white face was lying on the ground and coughing, panting heavily, thinking about how to escape from here. He understood that Ian would not kill him, but he would never let him go back safely. Going up to beg for mercy is probably also a lesson. Ian walked forward. Xiaobai retreated backwards. He knew that if he stopped, the little brother would say goodbye to him. How could he accept this? Would he still have a life without a woman? Ian sneered. This person. He abolished it today. As for whether these people will take him to court, he is not worried at all. As long as the people weren't dead, these people would only have to be crippled by him. When I remembered that the daughter of the eldest who had finally caught up with him was played by the group of people in front of him, Ian's face went dark. At the same time, I blamed my girlfriend for looking for excitement and went to join in the fun everywhere. Even if he knew it, for the position of the boss, he just opened one eye and closed one eye. But Nima and these people also took out the video and shared it everywhere. He knew it, and his boss knew it. What is it going to do? Today, these people will not be abolished. Ian won't have to hang around in New York anymore. Xiao Bailian stepped back and quickly retreated to Tang Qing's side. Ian glanced at Tang Qing. Tang Qing spread his hands, stepped aside, and made a gesture of please, with a smile on his face, as if he was saying, FCK him. Ian is also happy. This Chinese person is really interesting. He is not as nervous and scared as the others, and also joked with him. The bodyguards beside Tang Qing also looked indifferent and didn't take them seriously. It seems that Tang Qing also agrees with his behavior. This Huaxia is good. Ian nodded. Turning his head, He was about to make this guy as inhumane as the one just now. The white face kept retreating. Suddenly, the white face turned around and got up and rushed towards the second car Chiron was in. He didn't know where a switchblade came out of his hand, trying to grab the car. Tang Qing knew that Zhanshi was still sitting inside, and Nima would be if he played hostages. Mu Jian's face changed suddenly. Chiron looked anxious for a moment, and just wanted to rush up. Boom. A gunshot sounded. The white face fell on the way to the Audi, clutching his left leg, and continuing to wailing, the switchblade fell to the ground. Ian was stunned. Chiron was stunned. Mu Jian and Ian's men were also stunned, looking at Tang Qing silly, because he fired the shot just now. Tang Qing was also helpless, and his nerves were too much. Zhanshi was not ranked in the security level of the fighters. It is estimated that he would have to order the fighters to go up. Forget it, it's better to do it yourself. So between the lightning and flint, Tang Qing took out the gun from the soldier's waist and hit the white face of the white man's left leg. But it wasn't a penetrating injury, it was just scratching a bit of skin and flesh. After all the guns in the training area for so long, Tang Qing could still control this point of accuracy, and it was completely without difficulty. Excuse me, it's gone. Tang Qing laughed shyly. Then he put the gun in the holster around the soldier's waist casually, as if he had just stepped on a person's foot just now. Everyone present grew their mouths and looked at Tang Qing. Got fire? You are also embarrassed to say this. Everyone looked strange. What Tang Qing thinks is that Tang Qing is so decisive, shooting at people as if shooting a target, not afraid at all, not stage fright. Is this the young man who is still a freshman in China? Ian did not expect Tang Qing to join in this way. If Tang Qing's bodyguard could still accept it, but it was shot by a young man who was still young, and the expression really seemed to have stepped on someone else's foot. That, Huaxia, do you have a gun license? Ian asked curiously. You guess. Tang Qing can't say no. Arrogance is fine, but too arrogant is not good. Ian is full of black lines. Okay, let's go. I don't see what happened today, understand. Ian also regarded Tang Qing as a ruthless person. In this case, the previous plan won't work, and staying behind is still a hidden danger. Okay, young Master Chai, Brother Mu, get in the car, there is nothing to do with us here. Tang Qing said with a smile to the two who were still stupefied. Mu Jian worried. Xiao Tang, is it really okay? If they call the police, we will be in a lot of trouble. A foreigner involved in this kind of case is definitely a trouble for Tang Qing. Chiron didn't move either. It was good to talk about this before. At most, it was accidentally knocked down, but after Tang Qing's shot, they really couldn't ignore it. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled slightly. They will call the police. Tang Qing suddenly turned his head and said quietly to Ian, looking at him with a smile, but a smile. Ian was aroused by this tone and expression. This tone was felt by their boss many times, because every time he spoke with the boss's tone, it meant, if it is trouble, you can solve it for me. If you can't solve it, then I will let others do it. Swallowed. Looking at Tang Qing's eyes, he understood that this is really a ruthless person. Absolutely. Ian quickly said, No. How come they call the police? I don't want to cause trouble. Yeah, that's good. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Go, don't worry, young Master Chai, Brother Mu, they won't call the police. Tang Qing turned his head and smiled at the two. Laughing like the boy next door, Chai Ren and Mu Jian felt nervous during this transition. Although they did not have Ian's experience, it did not prevent them from understanding the meaning of Tang Qing's words. TV has not been watched for so many years. Really, they don't kill people, right? Chiron was still worried. If someone died, even though it was a foreigner, that was a matter for the American police, but there was always a little worried that the dead would involve them. It's even bigger. Yes. Mu Jian agreed. He was also very nervous. With so many people watching, once someone bites out, Tang Qing will never get out of the relationship. If he and Chiron don't call the police afterwards, they will be in trouble. Even if Tang Qing and Chiron leave, they are likely to restrict entry for life, cooperate to hunt down or list into the blacklist, and the like. Tang Qing smiled. Of course Mu Jian could think of, he wanted to get it. Since he dared to leave, he was not afraid of the trouble. Don't worry, since Mr. Ian said it was okay, he must be okay. It is really a trouble to involve the American police now. Tang Qing explained. Mu Jian heard it too. If something happens later, there is still time to operate. If the American police are here now, then he. After clearing their minds, Mu Jian and Chai Ren are ready to leave. If something happens, there will be buffer time to think of a solution. Okay, let's go right away. After Mu Jian said, he hurriedly called the bodyguards to get into the car, and Chai Ren quickly got into the car. Tang Qing glanced at Ian behind him, with a strange expression on his face. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Ian was baffled by the eyes of the Chinese. Tang Qing turned around, and the soldiers also got into the car. The team continued to move forward. Inside the car, Tang, the person was not dead just now. Holding Tang Qing's arm, Lin Jiaxue said with a worried expression. Of course, she said that it was not the guy who was still wailing, but the person who was hid in the first place. No, it's just a little skin trauma. Tang Qing smiled. Then they will kill. Lin Jiaxue said nervously again. Tang Qing patted her hand and said, don't worry, no. Think about it. There are so many witnesses who would be so stupid to kill people here. It's just a bit of enmity. Teach a lesson. It's okay. Then what will happen if you shoot? Lin Jiaxue kept asking questions. They won't call the police. No matter what happened to me, I just broke the skin on his leg. Tang Qing said that when he saw Lin Jiaxue, he still had to ask, and directly lowered his head and kissed Lin Jiaxue, who still wanted to talk. Well, slowly, the panic in Lin Jiaxue's heart was kissed away. A long time. Lip points. Tang Qing comforted. Don't think about it. I won't put myself in danger. If I say it's okay, it will be okay. Trust me. Okay. Lin Jiaxue buried her head in Tang Qing's arms and stopped asking. The other side. Chai Ren's car. Zhanshi grabbed Chai Ren's hand. She was not nervous about herself just now. Although she is a doctor, she is also a doctor who works in the capital army. Of course, she can do some work. As long as the opponent doesn't have a gun, ordinary gangsters can't help her. She is nervous about Chai Ren's situation. If those people go crazy, they and the group will be in danger. However, he was surprised by Tang Qing's shot. Chai Ren couldn't believe that Tang Qing would have fired the shot when he thought of it. He was so accurate. Afterwards, there was no panic or nervousness on his face, as if he had done a trivial thing. This is manifested only by those who really hold on to it. This environment. Even he who has served in the military for several years does not have such a psychological quality. Don't think about it. Xiao Tang was also anxious for a while. But I have to say, really handsome. Jiaxue found a good husband. Zhanshi said with emotion. Tang Qing fired this shot for her. The moment the shot was fired just now. I have to say that Tang Qing is so handsome. Chai Ren took a deep breath. Yeah, Xiao Tang is not easy. It is not easy. I thought he was a lucky college student. Now it seems that luck is behind his strength. I am ashamed of his marksmanship. He is definitely fed by bullets. Chai Ren sighed. Hee hee. It's not the first day you know that Xiao Tang is not easy. Don't think about him. We are friends. The more powerful Tang is, the better, right? Zhanshi patted his man on the shoulder and laughed. Yes. I hope those people will not call the police. Thinking of the fate of those 3 people, Chai Ren was a little worried. Once Ian played any tricks, it would be troublesome to push the accident on Tang Qing. We will let us go back and discuss it with Mu Jian. He is familiar with this side. Zhanshi said. That's the only way. Chai Ren nodded. The place of the incident. Ian watched Tang Qing and their motorcade leave, looking down at the 3 guys. Just want to talk. Suddenly the phone rang. Ian, the police car is coming. You have 7 minutes to evacuate. A lookout voice came from the phone. Great. Ian hung up the phone. Quickly, the police are here. Take these people away first. Let's change places. No nonsense. The crowd threw the 3 people into a car and drove the 3 people's car that had just been forced to stop by the way, covered some blood stains on the ground with soil, and left quickly along the prepared path. 3 minutes later, an American police car stopped at the scene of the crime. A white policeman walked down. Unique temperament. He took out his flashlight and looked around. Suddenly, the blood stains on the ground caught his attention. He walked closer and saw a lot of blood stains scattered on the ground. The white policeman took out the walkie-talkie to contact the headquarters. Report to the headquarters. There is no one here, and no abnormalities were found at the scene. Well, okay, I'll go right away. Subsequently, he stood up, stroked the soil on the ground with 1 foot, and the spot of blood that was exposed was also covered. looked around. See, nothing is missing. The white policeman got in the car and drove to another alarm point with the alarm. Ian and his men took the three of them to a small alley on the edge of Manhattan, New York. There are too many homeless people in the United States. They searched for several intersections before they found a small alley with no people. They weren't trying to kill three people. If that were the case, they wouldn't be brought here. They just found a place near the hospital and threw it away. If someone dies on the road, although it is not a big problem, they don't need to spend the wrong money. Several cars blocked both ends of the alley. Ian got out of the car. Throw it down. Ian gave an order. The three people in the car were pulled down, and the few who had already felt better, but compared to the sorrow that was pierced into the soul at that moment, the bottom still hurts, but they can bear it. Puff, through. Wow. The three of them were pushed directly to the pile of garbage, fearful in their hearts. Even the person who had been knocked out was awakened, with one arm hanging weakly, apparently dislocated. Embarrassed. The three of them were terrified, because the American trash can is synonymous with terror. Sanitation workers find dead people in it almost every day. As a native of New York, it is impossible not to understand, but there is a trace of luck in my heart. Because that Chinese person has participated, and there are so many people watching, Ian cannot kill them. Knowing that no matter how much nonsense he talked about, it was likely to be another fat beating. The three of them were silent, and did not dare to look up at the group of gangsters, so as not to anger Ian again and increase the pain. Ian's anger at this time also disappeared by half. The three scumbags were abolished just now, making it difficult for them to do evil in the future, so they let out a sigh of relief. Will you call the police? Ian knelt down and shook the gun in his hand with a sneer. The three white men shook their heads like a rattle. No, Ian, we won't call the police. Yes, we really don't call the police. Resolutely not. Ian was very satisfied with the attitude of the three of them, nodded, and handed an expression that counts your acquaintance. The cold muzzle swayed on the three of them, and asked with a smile, "Then you are injured." After swallowing, the three of them looked at the dangling muzzle in horror. We fell, really, fell from the mountain. A person quickly figured out the reason. Yes, you fell. The other two agreed, for fear of saying a word incorrectly, or if they were too slow, they would provoke a violent beating. They had already determined that Ian was not going to kill them, but Ian also had iron in his hand. Can stand it. Well, just understand. Finished. Ian stood up and put the gun away. He got into the car with his men and left the alley. Watching Ian's people disappear into the alley, his broken car stopped at the entrance of the alley, and the white man who was shot down by Tang Qing collapsed on the trash can and said in fear after a while, "Huh. No need to die at last. Tammy, you killed us this time. Fuck. You're not cool yet, blame me." Tammy is really the person who was hit by Mujin's car. He is also dissatisfied. He doesn't slap his hands. He is active when he eats meat, and blames him when he is beaten. What? Fuck, if it wasn't for you, I... The oral gradually escalated. In the end, the two fought directly, but it hurt after 2 strikes. Ouch. Damn, it hurts. Go to the hospital and see if there is any way to cure it. Tammy wailed, clutching the pain. That's right. There is that Chinese man. Damn. I want him to make compensation, otherwise I will sue him. The white man who was down by Tang Qing said viciously. It was unbearable that a Chinese dared to beat him. You don't know anyone. How can you tell? Tammy said with disdain. I remember that car rental company. You can find the car hire information for a little money. Huaxia. This time you must hit him hard this time. Thinking of Tang Qing's shot, he raised his breath. Perhaps he could still run away, but he didn't expect to be shot down by Tang Qing and stepped into the footsteps of entering the palace. Mad. How could it be possible not to blackmail Tang Qing? Yes, Chinese people are so disgusting. They almost succeeded last time. If it weren't for the Chinese female companion to make a fuss, we would have succeeded. Fuck, I want him to compensate for the person who hit me. Tammy's spirit came in an instant. Huaxiao people don't like to cause troubles the least. Just find people. It is not difficult to blackmail some. Tammy asked again, are you okay? The fight was over just now, and the few people are still maggots in the trenches. It's okay. Oops, go to the hospital, and I'll let someone check the owner's information. The three helped each other up and walked out of the alley, ready to call for an ambulance. Their mobile phones were gone. Only public telephones can be used. But when I first walked to the door of the alley, a tall figure stepped out, blocking the way. The three of them were taken aback. What happened? Just when they were stunned, a ray of cold light flashed in that person's hand. That is a knife. The three men's hairs were erected, and they were definitely not robbed. Run. This is the only thought of the three. This person is a killer at first sight. Is it Ian? It should be that there were too many people to kill them just now, and the three of them felt resentful and felt that Ian's words were nothing. But just turned his head. Their souls are almost scared away. Two more white men stood by them. You guys. Shoo. 3 breaks in the air. The three of them only felt a pain in their chests. The blade was already submerged in the heart, and without the blood supply from the heart, they felt that they were slowly losing their strength and wanted to speak, but they couldn't speak. It was dark in front of me. Fell down. The 3 big white men took out the bags from their backs, packed them in, carried an SUV, and disappeared into the night. As for their broken car, it was no longer there. A gust of wind blew through the alley. Several newspapers were tumbling on the ground, utterly silent, as if nothing had happened just now. Tang Qing hurried back to Midtown Manhattan alone. Hilton Hotel, in a luxurious business suite. Several women were talking in the bedroom, coaxing Mu Wanner to sleep, and the 3 big men Tang Qing were sitting in the living room. Chai Ren smoked a rare cigarette, and Mu Jian was shocked by a glass of whiskey. Tang Qing was not nervous at all, so naturally she didn't need to decompress. Looking at Tang Qing with a relaxed face, it seemed that nothing happened just now. They really didn't know whether Tang Qing was bold or not. Brave. Taking a sip of tea lightly, Tang Qing smiled as they looked at the serious expressions of the two. Young Master Chai, Brother Mu, what kind of expressions are you guys? There are no flowers on my face. Mu Jian said seriously. Xiao Tang, do you really don't know? Or you don't know what trouble this matter might cause? If those people die, this matter will be unclear. The law in the United States is not a joke. Even if the two are not dead today, they will still be a huge handle in the future. They may come to us to blackmail us or call the police. Didn't Ian say that they won't call the police? Tang Qing smiled easily. Mu Jian was speechless and explained, yes, that Ian is very powerful, but how long is this time? If one day Ian's deterrent power disappears, they look like people from the underground forces, licking blood on the knife edge. What? I don't know when the time is dead. Once there is no deterrence, it is hard to say. Tang Qing had a clear expression, but still said, so, don't worry, I just sent a text message to my friend and asked him to help solve it. I think there should be no problem. Your friend? How can he help? Chai Ren interjected, and Mu Jian stared at Tang Qing, too confident with his friends. I don't know. Tang Qing shook his head. Ding ding ding. Tang Qing's phone rang. Wait a minute. After speaking, Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and pressed the answer button, as if he was talking to someone. Okay, I understand. Then I can rest assured. Thank you for this time. Goodbye. Just a few sentences. Tang Qing hung up the phone. Naturally, this call is fake. Tang Qing received news from the command room just after the death of the 3 of them. The phone was used to cover people's eyes. Tang Qing was not really interested in killing them before. However, after learning about the information of the 3, Tang Qing gave No the order to stay alive. The reason is simple. These guys didn't do it once or twice, but at least 10 times. Not only do they smoke prohibited items, but they also force others to play. If the American is okay, he is not a law enforcement officer, but there is actually a Chinese student inside. An international student with good character and academics was threatened by them to smoke. Later, he was abandoned and expelled from the school. Unable to bear the blow, he committed suicide the night before he left. At that time, Tang Qing was very angry. Just before getting in the car, the fate of these people was decided by him. He couldn't control the mess in the United States, but it could not just ignore the Chinese compatriots. Put down the phone. Tang Qing smiled happily. Young Master Chai, Brother Mu, it's okay. My friend has already helped solve the problem. Don't worry about any problems. Tang Qing said with a smile. The two were stunned. Chai Ren asked, how to solve it? Tang Qing shook his head and said, I don't know too much. He said I don't want to know, so I didn't bother to ask. Anyway, my friend said that no one would sue us in the future. Hear the words. The two swallowed together. The meaning of this sentence is almost obvious, but it seems to say nothing. They have a 50% probability to be sure. These few people are not always alive now. Thinking of this, Tang Qing's eyes are a bit scared. They are people who can help with such dirty work when they move their mouths. What? If the three of them really disappeared into the world, it would be terrible. Chai Ren remembered the incident of the gang of robbers last time. I don't know if he is still alive or not, and the person who died when the African Union mining group took the mine. Chai Ren feels a little bit cold. Okay, go back and sleep peacefully. What happened today is just an episode. It's okay. I want to go back to bed, Joshua. Let's go. Tang Qing got up and shouted into the bedroom. Oh. Lin Joshua let out a cry and walked out. Lu Ji and Zhanxi also came out. Seeing their wife's inquisitive eyes, Mu Jian and the two hurriedly put on smiles. Tang Qing said it's okay, then it should be okay. No matter what means. In this matter he and Tang Qing are on the same boat. Can only choose to believe in Tang Qing. Okay. Lin Joshua asked curiously. It's okay. Let's go back to sleep. Tomorrow we will take a yacht and go fishing. Tang Qing stepped forward and hugged Lin Joshua's waist and smiled. Okay. Knowing that it was okay, Lin Joshua let go of the stone in her heart. She knew that the men were discussing how to deal with the aftermath of this incident. Now that they saw the smiles on their faces, they should be really fine. After Tang Qing greeted Lu Ji and Zhanxi, they took Lin Joshua away. After Tang Qing left, Lu Ji and Zhanxi didn't know why. Lu Ji wondered, what happened just now? Your expressions. After Tang Qing left, the expressions of Chai Ren and Mu Jian returned from smiles to wry smiles, because they were very worried about what they didn't know now. This matter was taken over by Tang Qing's friend. Chai Ren sighed. What? The informed Zhanxi exclaimed, covering his mouth. What she thought in her heart was that it was not unimaginable what kind of ruthless people would take over. Those few people would be threatened and warned a little bit better, and the more serious ones would be more serious. Directly gone. Swallowed. This group of people's methods of doing things, she was a little surprised when she thought of it. Xiaoxi, can his friend handle it? Lu Ji asked suspiciously, and looked at the Chiron couple. It was obvious that there was something she didn't know in it. Even with the relationship between Mujian and Chiron, they are not qualified to know about the African Union mining group. The only thing that is to know that Chiron has business there is not small. Chiron didn't dare to talk nonsense about the dead, even good brothers. Chiron sighed again. Oh, don't worry. Since Xiao Tang said his friend will take over, there is no problem. You can just assume that nothing happened today. Master Chai, are there anything you haven't said yet? Mujian curiously asked. Business matters are not suitable to talk about, but I believe him. Of course he was Tang Qing's friend who Chiron said. Mujian was silent for a while. It seems that there is a big secret in it. Both Chai Run and his wife know it, but they are not suitable to know, so they nodded and said, Well, Master Chai, I believe you. Chiron smiled. Haha, let's go, daughter-in-law. Let's go back to rest and go fishing tomorrow. Chiron said something similar to Tang Qing just now, and amidst Mu Jian's doubts, he hugged Zhanxi who was relieved and went out together. Mu Jian's doubts turned to doubts. Everyone is not a stupid person, and the other party must have relied on, so he dared to boast about going to Haikao. Since Chiron didn't say anything, he didn't bother to explore sex. On the same boat, Chai Ren and Tang Qing would not be bored to the point of harming themselves. The next day, except Tang Qing and Lin Joshua, the other two families didn't sleep well and were worried in the first half of the night and didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. Morning, Master Chai. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Morning. You slept well. Chai Ren smiled bitterly, watching Tang Qing's spirits, as if she really hadn't been anxious. Lin Joshua was also full of energy, nestling next to Tang Qing. It's okay, Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Qing took Lin Joshua's hand to the restaurant. She had to say that it was indeed an old-fashioned hotel. The breakfast was very rich, but not very delicious. Tang Qing decided to take the chef with him when he went out to cook. Otherwise, turning off the sense of taste along the way is a very painful thing. Looking at Lin Joshua's dull look, you know that these seemingly high-end things are really just beautiful. However, Tang Qing estimates that it will be a long time after coming to the United States next time, because there is really nothing fun here, and most of the domestic ones have not been finished. By then, He will develop and build his own territory. It will also be a good tourist attraction. Okay, that's it. Tens of thousands of square kilometers of land. There are many beautiful scenery, pleasant climate, beautiful mountains and clear waters. It will be a good holiday resort if it is remodeled, and tourism revenue will also become the pillar industry of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Xiamen City is built as a modern city, with all kinds of large shopping malls, and cinemas. This is only the first phase, and the second phase will build a larger urban complex. A modern tourist capital is also one of Xiamen's positioning. In addition, Yun Province is a major tourist province. At that time, it will not be far to open an additional railway line to Xiamen City, which is only 2 or 3 hours by train. However, this railway is not currently under planning, because Lang Tsai would not agree to it. Only when his forces on the Burmese side have a firm foothold and everything is in place will Tang Qing promote the establishment of this railway line. Once completed, the economy of China and Myanmar will form a very strong bond. Commodity exchange, resource exchange, talent exchange, and market opening will be of great benefit to both parties. I believe that China will be very happy then. This is not only equivalent to the fact that China has a vast market, but it can even have one more outlet. Yes, it is the outlet. With this outlet, China's cargo can go directly from the port of Burma without going through the Strait of Malacca. Get out. This will greatly reduce the transit time of goods to Europe and Africa. Before Tang Qing was born again, Huaxiao plans to bypass Gwadar Port in Pakistan, bypassing the Bay of Bengal and directly out of the Arabian Sea. With a shorter itinerary, it's just that it will take more than 10 years to wait for this time. At the beginning, the United States, in order to cut off the outlet of China, caused this port to be taken by a Singapore company. Unfortunately, only China can play this game of chess. This port is only useful to China. Any other country and company is a dead move. This is an important piece of geostrategy. The Singapore company can only lose money for 2 years and finally chooses. This port has returned to China's hands. It was just that before Tang Qing was reborn, it was not officially put into operation. Because this also involves the railway line between China's new province and Pakistan, only through this railway line can it be effective. This is why Huaxia didn't take it down hard before. The reason why the Singapore company has been holding this port is because the railway line is difficult to repair and runs through Pakistan. Once repaired, more than half of China's export commodities will follow this line and be shipped out of the new province. The shipping time for goods arriving in Africa and Europe will be reduced by more than half, instead of going through the Strait of Malacca. From the previous 2 months of floating at sea, it has been reduced to 20 days, or even shorter, and the ghost will only go through the Strait of Malacca. It also saves a lot of tolls. Time is life. Other people's goods are all over the entire market. Your things are still floating on the sea, and you are still playing with eggs. Therefore, China has a strong short-term willingness to take this railway to the sea from Burma. In the long run, it is not weak, because it is cost-effective to export goods to Southeast Asia along this line, and it can be regarded as a supplement. After all, it is not a bad thing to have an extra lifeline for cargo transportation. Even at that time, this railway construction cost can still allow China to pay half, and the remaining half of the loan. Because this is a great help to China's geostrategic layout, maybe it's okay to ask for a little bit of non-distribution requirements, such as lending him tens of billions of yuan. Anyway, the country can afford it. Tang Qing's abacus was a thief. Let someone make a plan when you go back. Finish breakfast. The car was on the road again, but this time it didn't need to drive as far as the villa area, but on the dock in New York City. Goose Summit drove over to pick it up. Quickly, they came to a marina in southeastern New York. Find a place to park the car. Get out of the car. Tang Qing saw the yachts parked in a row on the coast. The sun was shining, the seabirds flying, the blue sea and the blue sky, all the rich, hot pants and short skirts. It was a luxurious scene. Where is Gufeng? We can find so many boats. Chiron asked. Go. He just told me that it's 64H. We just follow the sign to find it. Mu Jian held Mu Wanner and led the way. Soon, they arrived at the yacht's berth. Looking at the yacht on the berth, even Mu Jian's eyes flashed with obsession. It's really beautiful. The 3-story deck design, the silver-white streamlined hull, with a length of more than 30 meters, up and down slightly with the waves, all represent this yacht. It's so expensive. Tang Qing also liked the shape of this thing very much. Another thought came up in his mind. What kind of yacht to buy and how interesting it is to build a yacht. Tang Qing felt that when he saw something good now, the first thing he thought of was not to spend wrong money to buy it, but to build it himself. A bit speechless. But think about it. The establishment of the entire industry chain is an important plan for the next Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. If it is not made, it is quite rude. As for buying, that's a waste of money. Hey, here, come up. Gufeng's voice sounded on the bottom deck. He was looking at Tang Qing and his party with a smile on his face. Through yesterday's investigation, he also knew a lot about Tang Qing. With his ability, he can find the key person by turning a few turns, and he knows Tang Qing's industry as soon as he looks it up. I have to say that he can't understand it. The company is messy and there are no rules. Investment is all based on preferences, and there is almost no profit. A lot of investment. If it weren't for Tang Kai's second uncle who sold fruit wines later, he would have thought that Tang Qing was a prodigal son. He had lost more than 1 billion yuan. He knew that Tang Kai was Tang Qing's second uncle. Became active. That's right, it's for fruit wine. A group of people walked up. Several blonde waiters enthusiastically offered a glass of iced juice. President Go, when did you change the yacht? Not bad. Mu Jian praised. Hey, it's been 2 months. The previous one was a bit wild and missed the reef. Gufeng said as if he was proud, isn't it? With Rin Biao yacht, hitting the reef is also a kind of honor. You really know how to play. Mu Jian was speechless. Haha. Sit down. Xiaotang. When will the people from your company arrive? Gufeng turned his head and asked. In the afternoon. You give me an address and I will let them meet your people. Tang Qing drank a glass of juice, which was cool and very comfortable. Gufeng happily said, Okay, I will let someone arrange a welcome and accommodation immediately. Don't refuse, just a little money. Our relationship will be long in Japan, and we don't need to be so refined. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Go. Tang Qing did not refuse. Hey, my name is Mr. Go. I am almost 10 years older than you. You are just like calling them. It's called Big Brother Go. Mr. Go doesn't sound good. Gufeng pretended to be dissatisfied. Said, Okay, Brother Go. Tang Qing said smoothly, and Gufeng was indeed quite young. Haha, let's go. I'll let the captain set off right away, you guys wait. Gufeng said happily. Subsequently, Gufeng turned around and arranged it. In fact, this was just a one-sentence matter, but he had other things, that is, to inform people to arrange the hotel and travel vehicles, which was close to the $100 million acquisition, so he couldn't help him not take it seriously. Master Chai, I think you should buy one to drive. Mu Jian really envied him, but it was a waste to buy where he lives. He has a family, a small family, and a business, so he can't bear it. I don't live by the sea. Chiron was also moved. You can buy a villa on the beach to use it for vacation. Nowadays, rich people all play yachts and airplanes. It's a bit difficult to fly domestically. Yachts are always okay. Mu Jian encouraged. Look at the situation. I feel that the domestic sea can also be seen in the southern province. Chiron said, the coastal areas are all important estuaries in the past. The quality of seawater is worrying, and the Bohai Bay is far inferior to the southern seas. Several people chatted. The hull shook suddenly. Slowly drive out of the dock, entering the blue sea. After a while, the yacht was accelerating continuously. A little bumpy, Tang Qing stood on the bow, feeling the oncoming wind, and it felt good to ride the wind and waves. Quickly, the yacht came to the deep sea. Everyone started fishing, but didn't know if it was bad luck. Tang Qing was stunned for an hour that he didn't catch a fish. Empty hook, or empty hook, and finally got angry. I started to catch the fish directly with my nerves, and then hung on the hook, finally breaking the 0 record. This day, Tang Qing and the others had a great time, except that Chiron still had a touch of sorrow in their hearts. Gufeng's talkative and humorous also left a deep impression on Tang Qing. He is worthy of being a member of the upper class in the United States. His conversation and experience are incomparable to ordinary people. It is no wonder that he dared to handle things handled by Iraqi equipment. After a delicious fresh seafood meal, in the afternoon, Tang Qing and his entourage left. They had to go back to Mujian's farm to clean up, bring some local specialties, and set off for home tomorrow evening. and this trip to the United States would be over. The twists and turns of the process makes a few people infinite aftertaste. October 7th. It's 6:15 in the afternoon. Tang Qing and the others appeared at the exit of Pudong International Airport and got in the car bound for the villa. Back to the villa. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Huh. I'm finally back, Xiao Tang. This trip to the United States is really exciting. Chiren sighed with emotion. I thought it was a shopping and fun trip, but I didn't expect that I not only met a strange Saudi Prince Ayman, but Tang Qing bought a company worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Mu Jian ran into a white man, and Tang Qing suddenly opened up. He took the gun, and his friend dealt with the aftermath and so on. Although not to the degree of thrilling and exciting, but it is also far from the expectation of shopping and eating. Since stepping on the domestic land, Chiron really felt relieved. Because even if the incident happened, the U.S. law would not control China, because China and the United States did not have an extradition treaty, and when they returned to their own country, Chiron would be at ease, love whoever. Even if the three of you want to do something, what can American law do to me? Well, it's not arrogant, and I know that Tang Qing's friends can solve it. And Chiron dared to linger, otherwise he would be worried, for fear that next time he goes to the United States, he will be arrested by the American police at the airport. That's a bullshit. In the short term, Chiron has no plans to go to the United States, so he should run in China and Africa. These two sides are the bulk of his business. It's okay. It's considered to have done a meaningful thing. Tang Qing smiled, grabbed an apple on the coffee table, and began to gnaw. Crisp and refreshing, very sweet. Chiron couldn't help but came, and when he took a bite, his eyes almost narrowed into a line. It's delicious. I have to take some back tomorrow. Chiron looked back at the taste, tasting the deliciousness in his mouth. He always felt that Tang Qing's life is called life. Beauty, food, and money are not lacking. Unlike his hard work, to be honest, Chiron really envied Tang Qing. Although Tang Qing has no background, he has a good friend, so he and others have become Tang Qing's backers in the country. If something happens, he and others have to help, just like a nanny. Look at it this way. Who said that birth can decide what? He didn't want to be cautious with Tang Qing. It used to be, it is now, and it is estimated that it will still be in the future, especially after the past 2 days. Tang Qing's business is his business. Right. Potential. Money. Chiron holds power. But he had to succumb to the power of Tang Qing's friend. As for the money, it is just a tool in the hands of both parties, used as the equivalent of the transaction, not the most important thing. Tang Qing leaned on the sofa and smiled. No problem. You can take as much as you can. You are not afraid of me pulling the cart. Chiron chuckled lightly. Tang Qing said indifferently. Whatever. I'm going to live near the school tomorrow. You can move the fruit in the villa. By the way, you can take 5 boxes of fruit wine in the basement when you leave. Don't talk about money. It's tacky. With a wave of his hand, Tang Qing sent out 5 boxes of fruit wine. Anyway, this thing is as expensive as water to him. That shot also narrowed the distance between the two of them. Before, it was only a relationship of interest, but now there is some friendship, isn't it? Tang Qing shot that shot at a huge risk for his wife of Chiron. Security. This love. It's not an ordinary favor. The relationship between the two began to break away from pure interests and develop in the direction of good friends. That's great, refreshing, haha. Chiron happily said. Tang Qing's generous, he did not refuse, and he was courteous, and he would send it back next time. At this time, his heart had begun to beat up the special supplies from his grandfather. Of the idea. Next time I go back and get something to give to Tang Qing. As the descendant and grandson of the Chai family, he often accompanies the old man in the capital. Let's go, let's eat. Tang Qing got up and greeted as Lin Jiaxue, and Jean, she walked down after taking a shower. Chiron bounced off the sofa and shouted, Oh, I have a meal. Like a child, such an expression can only be shown by Chiron at home, which also represents recognition of Tang Qing. Dinner. The curtain came to an end in a joyous atmosphere. After the meal, everyone was struggling to travel and was about to suffer jet lag. So soon a few people fell asleep, and Tang Qing didn't toss Lin Jiaxue, but just hugged Lin Jiaxue to sleep. The moonlight entered the room, soft and quiet, embracing the beautiful woman in his arms. Feel her breathing evenly. Tang Qing's thoughts inevitably reminded of career matters. Ye Yuan was on the right track and started a journey to compete for Myanmar's legal tender. It was difficult all the way, but if you didn't advance, you would retreat. Ye Yuan, and he had no retreat. Or soar into the sky. Either live or die. He chooses the former. The next day, the two of Chai Ren and his wife left with 5 boxes of fruit wine. The vacations of the two are both over. Zhan Shi wants to continue to go back to the military commander to work. After taking a leave for so long, the leader is also anxious. Zhan Shi is a doctor of brain science, a rare talent in the country, and there are many operations waiting for her. If it is an ordinary person, a phone call a day has long since been reminded. Chiron also has a lot of things to deal with next. He has to negotiate and purchase various mineral deposits and manage enterprises all over the world, and to a certain extent guarantee China's external resource supply. It is precisely because China has a large amount of overseas minerals in its hands. Otherwise, the group of international mineral tycoons will not maintain it so honestly. At the current price. It is also because of the high demand for steel output in China's next crazy infrastructure that the 3 major iron ore companies dare to continue to raise prices, but they dare not be too aggressive. If China is forced to fully start overseas and domestic mining, they will not pay for the gains. On the surface, a balance is maintained. Before dawn, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue got in the car and drove towards Fudan University. Continue his university life. The acquisition of that photovoltaic company has also been completed. Even on this basis, SkyEye's U.S. branch was established. In the early stage, only serving the photovoltaic company, Mu Jian and Chai Ren also intended to entrust the U.S. industry to SkyEye. But now the U.S. branch of SkyEye is still very weak, with 2 or 3 kittens, so Tang Qing did not immediately agree. Just say to push back. The photovoltaic company was also renamed by Tang Qing. Microcrystalline Technology. This is the new name of that company. As long as Tianyin completes the integration there, Tang Qing will cooperate with the Jia Research Center to reach a technical cooperation and commission the research and development of the latest generation of photovoltaic power generation and storage technology. What he really wants to get involved in is not large-scale photovoltaic grid-connected power generation technology, but small-scale production and storage with households as a unit. The integrated solution of voltage transformation and power supply is a huge breadcrumb. The photovoltaic industry policies of various countries. What support funds? Tang Qing couldn't even look down on it, because even if those things were as high as hundreds of billions, in front of this huge amount of breadcrumbs, they were just trails. He should do it for the mainstream technology and the mainstream of the market. Tang Qing thinks that large-scale photovoltaic grid-connected power generation technology is a policy meal. He is not interested in taking out the policy funds. In the future, this field will only be used as a foil for atomic energy. Small household power supply equipment is the mainstream. In fact, the most important thing is not the solar panel, but the battery. It can be expected that a battery can be used for a week or a month in the case of an external power failure. Not only is the cost low, it has a long life, and it can also use solar panels. Charge it. How can there be no market for this thing? In developed countries, dense urban areas have an impact. But what about the world? Although there is such a solution now, but the cost, as long as this is solved, Tang Qing can't imagine how big the market can be. Among other things, he can sell crazy in Africa alone, and he will die for the poor infrastructure there, especially in the countryside, where the sun is strong, the cost is no problem, the quality is no problem, and the market is no problem. Solving the cost is actually equivalent to creating a new market and making it more affordable for more people. In fact, this is also a great feature of Huaxia manufacturing, or Tang Qing is learning Huaxia manufacturing. The cost of 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity will be reduced to 2 cents for you, and it will be paid back in 3 years. Are you still not tempted? Tang Qing's plan is simple: to solve the cost problem with the most advanced technological advantages, to seize or even monopolize the industry with low cost and high quality. The extended technology can also produce huge economic benefits. If the battery storage capacity is resolved, mobile phones, automobiles, digital products, etc., how could the batteries in these fields not be produced by him? This is actually Tang Qing's attempt to cheat with those gang of scientists. forcibly cut into the battery and semiconductor product markets. I took a bite in it. While making money, it is also laying out for the future high-tech industry. October 15th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Burmese. Yangon. A large conference room. All the senior leaders of Myanmar sat together, including Zero. At the beginning of last month, because of the tender for the infrastructure project of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, Zero had no time to come. Before long, Tsai said that there are important things to be announced today, so that Zero must be there. Zero comes naturally. Yesterday afternoon, I arrived in Yangon and lived in the villa assigned by Lang Tsai. By the way, he threw a bunch of surveillance and monitoring equipment from the gate and slapped the intelligence department of Burma. Fortunately, everyone tacitly stated, did not promote, and did not question. The intelligence department of Burma silently picked up the equipment. The meaning was obvious. Forget it this time. Let's not take it as an example. Zero sat in the middle of a bunch of Burmese's deputy heads. Also present at the meeting were the heads of the various departments of Burma, as well as the leaders of the Burmese military, and the people who mastered all aspects of Burma. It can be said that they are all here, and the entire conference room is full, watching quietly. Long Kai the first place. Today's Long Sai's health is a bit bad. Her lips are white, and her eyes are tired. They heard that they have occasional cold. They didn't sleep well last night, had a high fever, and coughed all night. At the same time, there is another person who attracts attention, and that is the other protagonist of today, Quentin. Quentin, that is the person who is about to be pushed up by Lang Tsai. Quentin's dress today is extremely formal, with a suit and leather shoes, and his hair is combed and shimmering. I don't know how much wax was waxed. Everyone has noticed the ray of joy in Quentin's eyes. They understood Quentin's feelings at this time. Before, Quentin was only chosen by Lang Tsai as his successor, and it was not completely determined. This time it was to be announced in public. These are two different things. This means that Lang Tsai supports him. Basically, as long as he doesn't make a big mistake, Quentin will be the next president of Burma. Soar. Many people here said that they do not envy that it is fake. Everyone wants to stand on the top of the mountain, see the most beautiful scenery, become a real human being, enjoy power and honor, and decide the destiny of countless people with just a few clicks. Unfortunately, birth is a mote. Reincarnation is really a technical job. The status of their parents determines their status, which cannot be changed, at most only the deputy chief of Burma. Speaking of deputy chiefs, many people looked at two people. One is Zero, and the other is Kikin. Zero, the deputy chief, was temporarily added. He is in charge of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone and a marginal department, and is not entirely theirs. Therefore, after Quentin came to power, Zero's position was embarrassing. I don't know if Quentin can hold his breath and take the place without a fight. The destiny of Tang Qing is actually doomed. After Quentin takes office, he is likely to be retired early and then aged at home. Just like Tang Qing is an important assistant to Lang Kai, Quentin will definitely support his assistant to come up. Lang Kai looked at the people with different faces below. His eyes were fixed on Lingi Kanqing's face, and there was still no wave on Ling's face. He quietly looked at the document in his hand as if he didn't care about today's issue at all, and Kanqing was also calm, and seemed to accept it. The fate of the future. Hey, Lang Kai sighed inwardly. It's a pity that Kanqing's birth determined that he could not come up, and so did Zero. Such a wild road would not be able to push him to the position. Zero up, that is absolutely impossible. Looked at the watch. Lang Kai coughed twice. Ahem. Everyone focused on Lang Kai's face. Long Kai, who has long been accustomed to being watched by everyone, began to say, well, the meeting begins. Today's meeting has 6 topics. The first is the promotion of Quentin as the Special Deputy Chief of Burma. Do you have any comments? Special Deputy Chief. It is also a temporary position. If 2 deputy heads are added for no reason, the organization will be much bloated in the future. Therefore, like Zero, this is only temporary. However, this special deputy head is set up to take over the position of Lang Tsai, which is completely different from Zero. Mostly, the meeting itself was a process, and the people below agreed with them wherever they would have opinions. Well, since there is no objection, then this issue is passed. From now on, Quentin will become the special deputy head of Burma. He will be in charge of the 3 sectors of power and communication, industry and education, and it will take effect after the meeting. Announced. Wow. The applause of congratulations broke out below. Quentin also stood up and bowed to Lang Tsai and the man who was doing excitedly. The face is also done in a good manner, but it is a little uncomfortable. The excitement on the face cannot be completely hidden, but everyone thinks it is very good. If it is like zero, people who really don't like things go up, it will have a headache. Because you can't guess what he is thinking by looking at the expression. This kind of responsibility is not fixed, but a rotation system. In order to let Quentin understand the status quo of each department and have a framework for understanding the overall situation of Burma, he will take turns to study and understand each department in turn in the next period of time. As for Lang Tsai's retirement age, it is 2 years later, when Quentin has accumulated a lot of experience and has a deep understanding of the current situation of Burmese. Lang Tsai can safely give up this position. Quentin sat down again. I am really excited. At this moment, he waited for so many years and finally waited. If Lang Tsai does not abide by the agreement, their family can only swallow this breath temporarily. Now it seems that Lang Tsai's character is still strong, and they have not broken their words, otherwise they will have to think about it. This position, their family has been looking forward to so long. How can you give up easily? Long Kai didn't know what Quentin was thinking and continued. Now I will start the second topic, which is the upper limit of the amount of the Asian dollar to the Chat. I think everyone knows it. The trade between the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone and our mainland is getting closer, and the trade settlement volume is getting bigger and bigger, but after all, it is not possible to print Asian dollars in exchange for Chat products without restrictions, so a ceiling was set before. This time, due to the requirements of the Zero Deputy and the actual trade needs, I decided to increase the upper limit of the Asian dollar to the Chat from 8 billion to 35 billion. Do you have anything to add? No one spoke for a while. They all looked at the documents in their hands. Because it contains this topic, there is also data provided by Zero, shown above. Until today, the local businessmen of the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone have already invested as much as 3.7 billion Asian dollars in the interior of Myanmar. What does this mean is that these local businessmen do not have Chats in their hands. It is necessary to exchange the Asian dollar for the Chat. At the same time, due to the rich internal resources of Burma, the Bank of Burma's Bank of Asia Group has issued an annual purchase contract of up to 13 billion Asian dollars to major mineral and raw material companies in Burma. This money, Zero, also needs to be exchanged for Asian dollars into Chats and paid to those enterprises in the interior of Burma. All of a sudden, this 8 billion quota is a bit silly, and it's not enough. To put it bluntly, as long as you buy things in Burma, you will use this quota. The more you buy, the more land you use. This is not. The exchange limit was reached in less than a month. Deputy Chief Zero, your Chats are not enough. You can use other countries' currencies, such as US dollars, euros, etc., to pay. Although Kamchin and Ling are cooperating, the basic bottom line still has to be abided by. Can't be seen by others. Our foreign currency is mainly used for foreign trade settlement, plus support for members of the Chamber of Commerce in the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. Now our foreign exchange reserves have reached a warning line and cannot be used in large quantities. Ling explained. This is one of the reasons for the high foreign currency loan benefits for the members of the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce, which is to consume a large amount of foreign currency in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone to support the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, buy off those families that Burmese invested in the territory. As expected, one of the deputy chiefs immediately echoed. I think what Deputy Chief Zero said is correct. Now the Special Economic Zone in Myanmar is developing rapidly, and money is being used everywhere, especially since I heard that they also buy a large number of high-tech parts for assembly, such as high-end products such as mobile phones. Therefore, the demand for foreign currency is very large, and foreigners refuse to accept Chats and Asian dollars, which can only consume precious foreign currency resources for settlement. I think the proposal of Zero Lieutenant should be supported. This is the difference between relevant and it's okay. They took advantage of Zero. These families naturally want to help Zero. They have not yet obtained the 100 million US dollar low-interest loan in foreign currency. If Zero is forced to use the foreign currency resources of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, that's not the case. Are they stealing money? How can this work? Resolutely refused to agree. Yes, I think what Deputy Chief Zero said is right. The Myanmar Bank Group is also short of various foreign currencies. We are our own people. If we still use foreign currencies for trade settlement, we will not let others. Saw the joke? Yes. Immediately, 5 people raised their hands and agreed to this proposal. Some people even proposed to increase the quota again to 50 billion or even 60 billion. It is not easy for many people present to get chot loans in China, but they wave the flag and scream, and then find change and clear them, get the Asian dollar loans, and then convert them into chots, which is not a good business. Why is Lankai so deadly to this limit card before? It is because of the right of coinage. In Lansai's view, there is no cost for Zero to Indian Asian dollars. That is to say, if the amount is too high, Zero can use the keyboard to knock on the keyboard, or start the money printing machine, and use it crazy to print money. This is not a few hundred million, but the creation of billions of wealth. Then use the money printed by yourself to buy resources. Lankai opened his mouth, looked at the meeting atmosphere that was a bit strange. With a wry smile on his face, he certainly knows why these people support the Zero resolution because of the loan benefits of the Burmese Chots Chamber of Commerce, a low-interest loan of $100 million in foreign currency. Who is not jealous? Although there are restrictions on use, they are not trying to hack the money, but to expand their business. The most important is, here, Lang Tsai's family is also involved. In other words, on this issue, if you count the 500 million Asian dollars in loans and 100 million in loans from each member of the Chamber of Commerce, there were 8 Burmese people who had a total of 4 billion Asian dollars in loans and $800 million in loans. In other words, this time, Zero directly spent more than 10 billion Asian dollars in order to buy the upper class of their Burmese scorpions. It can be described as crazy. Tens of billions of Asian dollars were borrowed for nothing. This is an obvious Yelmo. No one can say anything, because Zero is under the banner of supporting the members of the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce. That is their internal affairs. There is nothing to buy or not to buy. It is just a general business behavior. After all, they are not directly involved. Especially the Burmese family involved in this matter are very important. Therefore, there is no so-called buying, which is subsidy. 2 days ago, when the Zero person came to the door, Lang Tsai hesitated for a long time, because the meaning of wooing was too strong, and it was almost written with the bribery of Hong Guagua. However, he could not resist this temptation. This is a legal loan. It doesn't matter if you want to pay in the future. It's too early to start repaying after 5 years with zero commitments. At that time, you can not only repay international currencies such as the US dollar, but also the Asian dollar and the Chot. This made him completely relieved. Therefore, Lang Tsai is also very supportive of this motion. To put it bluntly, since Zero can no longer be suppressed, then at least before he retires, Lang Tsai has no need to confront Zero. If he has to get stuck, it is also possible to get more pension now. Good choice. After Long Kai's speech, all the people below knew with a clear expression. Only Kenshin had a wry smile. It wasn't that he didn't get any benefit, but the others had arranged everything. They just came up and walked through the cut scene. But Kenshin always felt that this was a cut scene. It's a bit strange. Let's talk about the national interests of selling Burmese. Not even that. Because the amount of the Asian dollar against the Chot has increased, the upper limit of the Chot to the Asian dollar will naturally increase accordingly. This is two-way, so it is not a loss for Burmese. If the goods of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone sell well in the future, they can brandish the Chot to buy them. Perhaps Burmese has made a profit. But Kenshin always felt that there was an unusual meaning in it. That was, he couldn't figure out what Zero's ambition was for a while, so that the expression on his face didn't know what to do, and he couldn't understand the Zero move. Those who didn't know it looked at the speeches of the players on the field in confusion. Had to be a response bug. Raise your hand to agree. Money can move the mind. These 4 words. On this topic, it is incisively and vividly expressed. Since everyone agrees, this resolution has been passed. From now on, the upper limit of the exchange rate of the Asian dollar to the Chot will be raised to 35 billion Asian dollars, with Zero deputy chief. I hope you can make this money create value. Maintain the stability of the Asian dollar. Lang Tsai gave an exhortation to Zero, which meant that Zero should not mess with the Asian dollar in exchange for Myanmar's physical assets. It is okay to say and do, but not too much. Once it overflows, it will affect the exchange rate of the Asian dollar to Myanmar. You can rest assured I will. Zero nodded and said. Tang Qing wanted to print money unscrupulously, but the system wouldn't let it go, so he could only do it step by step. Fortunately, he walked steadily in this way and would not be able to tumble. Listening to the dialogue between Zero and Long Kai, one person is upset. That is Quentin, because none of the 8 Burmese families that Zero invited this time. He also knew that his family had fallen. Fortunately, he had the support of Lang Tsai, but it was a bit unhappy for Zero to ignore him like this. But I also know that I just came up, not suitable for working against Zero. To say that Zero is just a marginal figure, it is not to be afraid. A person who comes to Yangon for a meeting at the beginning and the middle of each month will catch it with his hands. Therefore, he does not think that Zero is a threat. It's just too angry to look down on their home. Lang Tsai, of course, noticed the embarrassment on Quentin's face and didn't say anything. This is considered to be an exercise for Quentin. People who can't walk when they see a little benefit are not the qualities that a successor should have. It seems that I have to talk to Quentin in private. Otherwise, it would be bad for Quentin to fight with Zero, and it would not be good for Burma. Lang Tsai continued. Next is the third topic, concerning the minefields in Myanmar. Because our country has encountered many ups and downs before, there are many minefields, which threaten the lives of local people at all times. Now the minefields promised by Deputy Chief Zero have been basically cleared, so I am going to carry out a centralized removal of all minefields inside Burma, and I must give the people a safe living environment. Speaking of this, Lang Tsai paused, let them digest, and then continued. The Zero deputy promised that the exclusion price of a thunder is 100 Asian dollars, and the payment is settled once a month. Do you have any doubts about this resolution? The people below didn't speak anymore. Of course, they knew how fast and thorough the minefield clearing work was. It almost achieved a 100% complete demoning effect. These days, they were shocked. Everyone was curious about that mine-clearing vehicle and wanted to get a few more to come over and prepare to raise the main topic after this time. See other people without speaking. Quentin felt that it was time for him to perform, and he said loudly to Zero, Lu Deputy Chief, I don't know if you can sell us some mine-clearing vehicles. The fee is 100 Asian dollars a bit. It's more expensive than lei. Lang Tsai has not yet communicated with the people below Zero's future plans for the demoning vehicle, so they didn't know that Zero had rejected his purchase request. As soon as Quentin's voice fell, Ling said immediately, Quentin's deputy, this demoning vehicle cannot be sold at present because it involves more complicated operational issues and technical confidentiality issues. How could Quentin just give up so much? What is difficult to operate a machine? Your subordinates can learn it, and our people can certainly learn it too. As for the confidentiality issue, you can rest assured that our people will keep it secret for you, and will never take it apart and sell it to others. Zero also said, Deputy Chief Quentin, we are preparing to sell the mine clearance business at the end of this month. For the confidentiality and irreplaceability of technology, I have to minimize the risk of technical leakage. You want to sell to the outside? Quentin was surprised. The others also looked at Zero in surprise, their eyes shining, as if. This business is also pretty good. There are so many countries in the world that cannot be eliminated, and the demand is absolutely strong. Zero said this point. Lang Tsai knows. It's time for him to play. Ahem. The deputy chief of Zero told me before that, at the end of the month, this type of business will be sold to the international market at a price of $100 per mine. This will create a lot of foreign exchange income for us. 100 Asian dollars is already very low, Lang Kai explained. Quentin opened his mouth. His head was a little too much to calculate. If $100 apiece, how much money would it cost? There are so many thunders in the world, at least in units of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Even if it takes a small part of the market, it is definitely an astronomical figure. Money. A lot of money. Envy and greed could not help flashing in Quentin's eyes. This is not hundreds of millions of dollars, but at least on the order of $1 billion. With so much money, the world's richest people can be on the list. The others are not much better. They are all thinking about how much they can earn from the Zero business. They find that they seem to be a little too much, because the final calculated price is much more than the sum of the assets of the people who are doing it. Each heartbeat speeds up and they are all excited, even if they can't get a piece of the pie. But it also represents the hope of making big money and other cooperation with Zero. Before they thought this car would be worth millions of Asian dollars. But now, how many millions? That's robbing. Just the work efficiency seen by the soldiers before, the value that a demoning vehicle creates every day is more than that. After suppressing the excitement, Quentin said happily, Deputy Chief Zero, can this business be run by us? After all, we have good diplomatic relations with other countries, which is easy to operate and negotiate prices. If you unilaterally negotiate, they may not agree with the price of $100. This reason is quite satisfactory and true. Unfortunately, regarding the price issue, we will take care of it. Thank you, Deputy Chief Quentin, for your concern. Zero refused very directly. If Burmese went to operate, then this commercial behavior would be meaningless. How could Tang Qing really sell the demoning truck to make money? Quentin's face was a bit awkward now. I thought I would consider the first request I came up today, but I didn't expect to give face at all, which made him a little bit unable to step down. Looking at Quentin, the others were actually quite gloating, but they didn't dare to show it. See two people. They have a hunch that future meetings will not be peaceful. However, Lang Tsai was happy. He was afraid that the people below would spoil Quentin and become arrogant, and he might end up hurting him. Although he supports Quentin, Quentin cannot fully control the power as much as himself. This is due to the background of the times. If you don't play Quentin well, you will be driven down and even cause Burmese domestic struggle. So it was a good start, and it suppressed the arrogance that Quentin had just raised. Cough, cough. Lang Kai coughed twice. Others looked at him one after another. That's the matter. The team at the Deputy Chief of Zero has rich negotiation experience, and the Deputy Chief of Zero has also agreed to use natural resources such as minerals as mortgages and does not need to collect cash completely. Therefore, it is not difficult to persuade those countries to agree to the price. We should not interfere in this matter. Deputy Chief Quentin, I am very pleased with your suggestion, but pay attention to the method. Quentin quickly agreed. The way. Just don't rush to grab things head-on. Issues that have been discussed in meetings of this level are all privately fought. The meeting is to go through a process, or to see who has the biggest wrist. Therefore, if you want to grab it, you can discuss it privately. If you succeed or fail, then you can grab it. Even if you put it aside and back off, you can do it, but don't shoot an inexplicable thing, or it will add to the joke. Quentin didn't know this in advance, nor did the other deputy chiefs know it. It could only be that the Zero and Lang Tsai had reached an agreement, otherwise Lang Tsai would definitely tell them in advance and let them veto it. Hearing that money is not necessarily used for settlement, Quentin's interest suddenly dropped. Among those countries that are full of minefields, which one has what money? When you do business with them, you can only get local minerals. Compared with the green US dollars, Quentin is not interested in those minerals at all. It's a pity this project. 3 issues passed. The entire meeting is half past. There are 3 more, but for the remaining 3 topics, everyone who is working on it feels that it is going to get dark in the afternoon. This is because the 4th issue is the submitted document submitted by the Myanmar Economic Development Committee under the control of Zero. After Zero review, a full nearly 200-page proposal was submitted. To be honest, when they first got this report, they were also dumbfounded. Good guy, this thing is going to be watched all day just by looking at it. However, this report was able to come up. Naturally, it was approved by Lang Tsai. Otherwise, it would not be directly in front of their eyes. And the eyes looking at Zero were a bit resentful, and the meaning was obvious. You can't stop doing things like this. There are 6 main topics in total today. Except for the first Quentin, who was promoted to the Special Deputy Chief of Myanmar, they found that the other 5 were all related to Zero, which was a bit of a headache. Fortunately, there were not many things for everyone. The country of Myanmar is just that big and the economy is scaled. The word hee is enough to describe this 4th issue. This is the outline of the 5-year economic development plan for Myanmar in front of everyone. When they first saw this topic, they thought they had read it wrong. With such an awesome title and such an important content, their various departments didn't even get any news. This was supposed to be a development plan compiled by various departments, but it was given to Vietnam by the Myanmar Economic Development Committee. It was all-inclusive, without even telling them. It is not in compliance. Although the content they just asked for is very good, very comprehensive, and supported by detailed data. They still have to listen to what Ling said and Lan Cai's attitude. This is the key. What they think is not important. Lan Cai took a sip of tea and began the hearing session. Lieutenant Chief, such a thick thing seems to be inconvenient for everyone. Let's briefly introduce it so that everyone here can have a general understanding. Lan Cai said to Ling. Okay. Zero finished speaking and stood up. Looking around, everyone knows that Zero is ready to start his unwritten speech again. You guys, the so-called being in their position, seeking their own government. Since I took charge of the Myanmar Economic Development Committee, I have always kept my work in mind and focused on developing the economy of Myanmar. In order to better manage this department, I deliberately learned about the situation of all walks of life in Myanmar. To be honest, I am very heartache. What have we been doing all these years? Have you ever played Jejia? Look at the current economic data of Myanmar. With such data, to be honest, I don't know if there is a future for Myanmar, whether there is hope, and whether there is still a chance to become a powerful country. In today's society, a country still embraces agriculture and the sale of natural resources as its main source of income. Isn't this a shame? Look at our neighbor Huaxia. Look at Thailand in the east. What do we have? There is nothing. So do we have to leave such a stall for future generations to solve? Let them catch up with the world's mainstream? Let Burma be completely reduced to a marginal country? The data in this is the comparison between Burma and various developing countries, which is shocking, everyone. Zero paused for a while, allowing the people below to digest. At this time, many of the people below had already blushed to the point. A lot of people are also angry. Why do you, a young guy who just came up, question our achievements for so many years? But looking at the comparison of the data in hand, the huge gap makes them unable to refute it at all. Don't say far. Just talk about neighboring Thailand. Thailand ranks relatively low in the world, but what is the special thing about your Myanmar's GDP is 1/14 of Thailand's, and China's Xinjiang's 1/3, and even Vietnam is nearly 5-fold of Myanmar's GDP. Times. What is this concept? This is already terrible. Even the GDP of Myanmar is a little bit more than that of China's Macau, but it is only a little bit. With a little hard work, Myanmar will be overtaken by Macau. That is just a city. This is a slap in the face. Not just a face slap. It was simply the contempt that pierced the soul. The last time Zero talked about this problem, saying that they could not give the future, and for this reason refused to completely transfer the management power of the territory. But this time it did put the data in front of everyone. Cold numbers. People can't refute it. For this reason, I asked the Myanmar Economic Development Committee to produce this development outline. I know this is not in line with the process, but to be honest, I am a rash man, and I really don't want to wait for you to get this thing out for a year or a half. The more I will do it for you. I hope you forgive me. To this end, Zero also bowed. This bow made everyone feel a little better. Although Zero's temper was a bit anxious, his attitude still made everyone live up to the face. Standing up, Zero continued to pierce the knife and said, "This is the origin of this report. Please forgive one who wants to be strong in Myanmar. This report includes the development outline of all walks of life in Myanmar. The purpose is to strive for within 5 years. Let Myanmar's GDP quadruple to exceed $50 billion or even higher, while at the same time investing in large-scale infrastructure construction and improving transportation methods such as roads, railways, and airplanes. Implement more comprehensive universal education. Improve the national quality of Burma. Lay a talent foundation and reserve for the future development and takeoff of Burma. Improve the establishment of the basic industrial system. And improve the scientific and standardized planting of agriculture." Zero's unscripted speech once again shocked everyone present, including Quentin. Before, he only thought that Zero was lucky and had never seen it, but this first time I saw it, it made him love talent. Cattle. It's a real cow. Quentin took it. Others have taken it long ago. A whole hour and a half. Petty quickly told him what they were going to watch for a day. The people here were fascinated. If the expected goal is really achieved, Burmese status in Southeast Asia will be different. Infected by the tone of Zero certainty. They think this report is highly feasible. But the key is not the question of whether they agree or disagree. It is not a question that Lan Cai agrees or disagrees, but the money involved behind it. They know that Huaxia likes to use this form of development planning. but that requires the power of the whole country and a lot of money. You can't just move your mouth. Thank you, my statement is over. Zero finally finished speaking and took a sip of water. The meeting room was quiet. Those who want to refute have no daring to speak. Just zero eloquence. Just a few sentences can make you speechless. Don't go up and look uncomfortable. They all looked at Lang Kai. What Lang Kai said, anyway, there is no right to decide. Tang Qing looked excited and wanted to support, but he hesitated, because Lang Tsai hadn't expressed his opinion yet, and the zero plan was almost in his heart. As a doer, he wanted to do this a long time ago, but he is too weak to kill him with just one word of money. But now that he has come forward, he seems to have found a teammate, because he will not be aimless. There is definitely a solution, so he dared to come up with this report at this level of meeting. Thought of this. Tang Qing looked towards Zero with hope in his eyes. Being stared at by everyone, Lang Kai was under pressure and gave a wry smile. Before the meeting, he had also talked to Zero about this matter. Although it was not in accordance with the rules, the future described in this report was too tempting. He also wants to be strong. When he saw the data comparison for the first time, he was silent for half an hour and finally decided to submit this report. Before retiring, maybe he should do something. Facts have proved that his conservative development policy is out of date, his direction is wrong, and the data in his hands is the price, and the people's living standards have not improved in the past 10 years. His whistle. Lang Kai took a deep breath. I think you have listened carefully to what the deputy chief Li said just now. To be honest, I am longing for the future depicted in it. Really, I have been incompetent as the head of the house over the years. The neighbors on all sides have taken us far away. Far more than that. Now that I have reached this point, my responsibility is not small. Lang Kai really blames himself. No, it's our fault. You have done your best. The babbled voice sounded, and Lang Tsai's attitude surprised them. It seemed that this report really caught Lang Tsai's heart. When Lang Kai raised his hand, he immediately bowed below. He turned his head and said to Zero, "Don't comfort me. I know, Deputy Chief Zero, you should know how much it will cost if you do it." This sentence is actually nonsense, because behind the report there is the entire amount of invested funds, which is also the source of their headaches, because it is an astronomical figure for Burmese. 37 billion US dollars. The total cost of the entire plan is converted into US dollars, which is nearly 3 times the current GDP of the entire Myanmar in 1 year. It is more than crazy, and it is simply a dreamlike figure. There is also a detailed list. There are traces of each item. Among them, the investment in infrastructure alone accounted for more than 1/3. To be honest, such a large sum of money can't be taken out at all. Even 1/3 can't be taken out, and it's useless to start the money printing machine. I know that the money in this report is a big problem. It is impossible for Myanmar to start the money printing machine frantically immediately. It will cause serious inflation in the country, and the currency held by the people will be greatly devalued. So my plan is similar to China's Xia. First, open the market, introduce a large amount of foreign investment in technology, and solve some of the capital and technical problems. Second, we can take out loans. Third, start urbanization to a limited extent and absorb the transformation of agricultural laborers, increase the economic scale for the industrial population. Zero said, this is the medicine that Tang Qing is going to prescribe to Burma, step by step. The first is that foreign investment in technology can solve the problem of employment. With employment, there will be attractive salaries, and Myanmar can be persuaded to start the money printing machine after that. The second, loan, is naturally a thunder hidden in the dark. The third one is also for persuading Burmese to start the money printing machine. If such a large-scale plan is to be completed, the money printing machine must be activated. This is absolute, and it is impossible to use loans and foreign capital. Once the money printing machine is turned on, the depreciation of the kyat and domestic inflation in Myanmar will be inevitable. The solution is to increase the income of the transformed workers through the gap between workers and agriculture, so that their income can compensate the rural areas and balance the serious inflation caused by this. This is also one of China's operating methods back then. The people regard food as their heaven. The prices of food and agricultural products must not be moved. That is the foundation of a country's stability. However, if a country wants to develop a non-agricultural economy, it must print a lot of money, and the high income of industry is to balance the low income of agriculture. Urbanization is to create non-agricultural high income. This partly eliminates the sequelae caused by inflation caused by a large amount of money printing. It cannot be said to be absolutely eliminated, but it can also maintain the economy without collapse. This combination of prescription is familiar, and everyone here is also familiar, because neighboring China is a successful example. Through the introduction of foreign capital, technology, and urbanization to complete the layout of the country's economic and industrial development. This can be said to be a good prescription, but if you want to develop smoothly, you want to have stamina. There must be a premise. That is effective labor. It can also be said to be a demographic dividend. With its huge population base, a large number of low-end laborers, high-end talents that it has continuously cultivated, and market opening up measures, Huaxia has forcibly maintained the stable operation of this development model. Created a miracle. Many countries want to learn, but no one can learn now. Determination and strength are the key to this. This is not a question of a single money, nor is it a question of opening up the market. It is a joint maintenance of all aspects and various measures from top to bottom. It is the result of a combination of internal and external factors. Those present here are also very aware of the difficulty. Deputy Chief Zero, you should know that our country is mainly an agricultural population with a small industrial population, a low level of education, and weak infrastructure and industries. Do you think it is realistic to want to introduce foreign capital in a short period of time? Lang Tsai frowned and asked the key. This is also the reason why Burma's domestic economy has not been pushed forward. The prescription sounds good, but if it cannot be operated or it takes too long, there is no way. To be honest, it's just too troublesome. This is the general attitude of the upper-class people of Burmese. They do not have a certified belief in serving the country and the people, and they do not have the ability to implement a long-term plan. They always hope that a single prescription can save lives. It has to be immediate, but it is precisely because of this that there will be room for manipulation. If you choose rationally, the road to the upper ranks of the Asian yuan will not be paved. Zero Opening explained, I think it is possible. First of all, we are not short of people, just a variety of factories and skilled workers. Good targeted training is, as you know, in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, through the targeted training of a single device, there are already the corresponding basic industrial system. We can use the Myanmar Special Economic Zone as an example to establish several industrial cities in Myanmar and increase the self-sufficiency rate of domestic products. The Myanmar Special Economic Zone can provide loans or technology as a bridge to attract foreign businessmen to invest in a unified investment project. Bidding. Although the internal project bidding of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has been frozen, the domestic zero in Myanmar cannot be controlled. The meaning of zero is obvious. If you go to invest by yourself, there will be no one to kill you, and it will be very troublesome. However, if the Myanmar Special Economic Zone acts as an underwriter similar to stocks, it will be a different result if the project in Myanmar is fully packaged, and then investment is invited, and even Asian dollar loans are provided. Think about it carefully. Long Kai thinks this method is still feasible. This can avoid waste of resources and reduce a lot of time. There is no need to go to the exhaustion to ask for help. In addition, the Special Economic Zone of Myanmar can also provide loans and leave professional work to professional people. The most important is, the Asian dollar loan can also guarantee the balance of the other loan of the banks in Myanmar. Otherwise, if the money is borrowed by foreign capital, it will affect many of their original plans. Deputy Chief Zero, let's put aside the problem of attracting investment. How do you solve the problem of foreign loans? Lang Kai said with a smile. If this problem is not solved, the rest will be nothing more than spectacles. Zero explained. President Lang Tsai, it is impossible to make loans to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. They have complicated procedures and may not necessarily lend to us and demand more. And because our debt solvency is not recognized by Western countries, my idea is to use loans from Myanmar's neighboring countries, such as our neighbor, China. Huaxia, Lang Kai murmured. Yes, China has a wealth of construction for projects such as roads, bridges, railways, and airports. Especially, only they can provide such a large-scale supply of raw materials in China. As long as this loan is used to purchase all kinds of domestic materials and commodities of China, I think that China will agree to this loan if it will provide certain preferential treatment in Myanmar's future trade with China. Zero said. Lankai questioned, I have thought about this method, but on what basis does Huaxiao lend us so much money? The promise of only purchasing Huaxiao products may not be enough. If the amount is too large, it must be part of the mortgage. Thing. Zero was silent for a moment and said solemnly, in fact, this matter can also be operated in the name of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. I can promise to take out the tax revenue of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and the corporate assets under the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. As a collateral, apply for this loan from Huaxia. Of course, it is impossible for the Special Economic Zone of Myanmar to bear all the money, and since this part of the loan comes from our Special Economic Zone, we don't need a cent. All of it will be used for the construction of Myanmar, but we will repay the money. Therefore, Myanmar must be guaranteed in the form of Asian dollar loans, so I dare to gamble on the future of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The meaning of zero is very clear. I can sacrifice myself to help Burma to obtain this huge loan, and can also take on the task of repayment of this part of the loan, but you must deny me in the form of an Asian dollar loan. In order to make Burma owe a huge amount of Asian dollar debts, Tang Qing also struggled. The words came out. Those who were doing it were all stunned by Zero's selflessness. What does this mean? It means that the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has given its own taxes and part of its resources to the Huaxiao Bank in exchange for funds to help Myanmar complete this 5-year plan. This is not what selflessness is. For an instant, the people who are doing it are a little touched. They understand why Zero only accepts Asian dollar loans. That's because if this part of the loan is repaid in chats, the chat will be a big loss, because the depreciation of the chat is inevitable in the whole plan. Whether it is to give Zero huge chats at once or repay the chats in the future yuan, that's all a loss, and it's a blood loss. Of course Zero won't do it anymore. The Asian dollar is different. As long as Zero can maintain the stability of the Asian dollar, then the interests will not suffer any major losses. Lang Tsai did the same. He felt respect for Zero and immediately said, of course, how can the collateral of this loan be borne by the Special Administrative Regional Loan? How much do you think is appropriate for the loan to China? I think 80 billion yuan is enough. A word popped out of the snack. The language is not astonishing and endless. Puff. A deputy who was drinking water directly sprayed out. The deputy chief looked at Zero's eyes. It also seems to be looking at the gods. The others are not much better, and the eyes that look at Zero are full of incredible. What did they hear? The 80 billion renminbi loan. Is there any mistake? This is equivalent to 10 billion US dollars, which is close to Myanmar's GDP for half a year, and it is nearly 20 times the annual tax revenue of Myanmar. Even if it is cut in half, it is still 10 times. Such a debt scale. It's terrible. Lang Tsai was a little angry. Deputy Chief Zero, are you sure you need so much? Lang Kai stared at Zero's eyes closely. The total amount in the previous plan was more than this, but at that time it was scattered and the sources of funds were extensive. I didn't expect that so many loans were needed. Yes, this money can just complete the construction of the main domestic infrastructure transportation facilities in Myanmar. We can absorb the others through the introduction of foreign capital and internal investment. I believe that the growth rate of the economy will increase the tax revenue of Myanmar. The more it is, it will not be difficult to pay back the money. Zero said seriously, but it won't take so much at once. Lang Tsai suspiciously said, the establishment of several industrial cities, the expansion and renovation of coastal ports, the railway network covering all cities and above in the country, the road network extending to the town level, as well as large airports, power grids, power stations, and so on. There is also part of it used for the expansion of state-owned enterprises in Myanmar. 80 billion renminbi is already a very conservative figure. It can only complete more than half of the plan. Only when other industries generate more taxes and get on the right track can they be fully used. Internal solution. Said by Zero. They found that it seems to be too much. If it is an average person, 80 billion yuan can definitely aspire to the list of the world's richest people. But for a country, 80 billion yuan is only a relatively large number. Lang Kai was thinking about gains and losses. To put it right, it is a big deal. Once completed, the economic development of Myanmar will be different. To say that I am lost. It seems that there is nothing to lose. After all, this loan will be used as a collateral for corporate resources and taxes in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which is not in the area under its control. Half down. It can be seen that zero is really good for Burma. This strange thinking hovered in Lang Kai's mind. At last, Deputy Chief Zero, thank you for your patriotism. I like this plan very much. However, this matter has not passed the joint review of various departments after all. Therefore, we will discuss it at the next meeting. After the meeting, all departments will take it seriously. Research. I hope that this matter can be officially settled at the November 1st meeting. Lang Tsai agreed, but his consent can't completely take national affairs as a trifle. Therefore, the matter was pushed to half a month. Let the various departments in-depth study. After the completion of the private game, then it will be possible to be fully accepted by the people present. Otherwise, they did not do anything. You have done everything. This is not letting our people unhappy? As if you could be. I will trouble you all next, said Zero. Lang Tsai continues to hold the meeting. Okay. Reviewing the outline of the 5-year economic development plan for Myanmar is your most important work in the next half month. Now we will start the 5th topic, concerning the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The deployment of special transportation channels for foreign commodity exports. The whole meeting did not really last until the afternoon, because the 4th topic was pushed by Lang Tsai until the beginning of next month. But the impact is far-reaching. Everyone has their own minds and imagines what they can gain from it. If you say gains, it will definitely be a big gain. Such an economic stimulus plan is a big cake for everyone. There is investment. There is money. Rich. They can make money from it. Therefore, when the problem of pocket money is solved, the rest is not a problem. Now they are all thinking about how to do something that is beneficial to them on the basis of this outline at the next meeting. For example, some families are mainly involved in the trade of agricultural products, so it is not easy to get involved in this part of the money, so he has to find a way to add his own interests in the plan. This is why Tang Qing is not worried about this proposal being completely rejected by Lang Tsai, because it is in the interests of the majority of people present, is also in line with Myanmar's national interests, and is also in line with the interests of the Burmese people. This is Yangmo. When the time comes, we will make more contributions. Tang Qing believes that 80 billion yuan is only a conservative amount, and their greed will make the final result exceed this figure. Anyway, these people think that the Myanmar Special Economic Zone will pay half of the bill, and the other half will be paid by the country of Myanmar. What are you afraid of? Tang Qing, who is far away in the Shanghai stock market, is looking forward to what crazy plans those guys will propose at the November 1st meeting. Good show. It will start. Once the door of greed is opened, even Lang Tsai can't stop it. After the meeting, Zero was enthusiastically surrounded by a group of people. No way, who would call Zero such a selfless? Having made such a large piece of cake personally, Zero provides the main component of the cake, which is the bread inside, and they have to add ingredients such as cream and fruits to it if they want to eat it. This is a complete big cake. The most important is, since the money is Zero providing half of the collateral, then Zero has certain financial rights. It is conceivable that the part of the huge RMB debt that Zero bears must be supervised by that money. If they want to eat cakes well, they have to have a good relationship with Zero, the pastry chef. Although Zero has always been fair, it's no wonder that many people are courteous. They also ask for peace of mind when dividing the cake. After Long Kai left first, a group of people rushed up. They are all the chief executives of several deputy chiefs and corps departments. As for the others, even the general ministers are not qualified to come up and get close to the Zero set. They can only stand behind and discuss things with their bosses later. Such a big plan. Some of them were busy in the next half month. Lieutenant, if you have time, we will find a place to sit. Yeah, have tea together. Inviting Zero in a rush. Everyone, I'm sorry. Now I have to go back to arrange and coordinate the loan collateral immediately and have a meeting with the heads of various departments to discuss. And there are still many official affairs waiting for me to deal with, and I am abandoned. Zero immediately refused. I am not afraid of these people being angry and doing things. The so-called rich is the uncle. I made a cake. You diners dare not break it. This is offending everyone. Really, several are not angry. Just came up and mixed up a few words. They understand Zero's character. It is the same for everyone, not for anyone. It is the same for Lankai. They have anything to complain about. In fact, just get used to it. In the crowd, only two deputy heads did not come up. That is Kanche and Quentin. Kin kissed Zero with a complicated expression. He appreciates this plan very much and hopes to be able to carry it out. But a cloud lingers in his mind, because all this is based on the meaning of Zero. Others are playing chess, and they are still playing. Zero seems to be a loss, but it is not always certain who gains and loses in the end. Kenshin thinks that Zero will make a profit, and Burma will probably not lose, but it is not as good as Zero. Quentin was envious of that. The first thing I envy is that Zero is so welcome. He is a special deputy who has just come up. After the meeting, he is not the first person to surround him. This is a bit heartbreaking. The second is the envy of Zero having the ability to create cake and distributing cakes, aggressive and resourceful, but Quentin doesn't have it, or he hasn't had a chance yet, and this opportunity is taken away by Zero. But Quentin also knew this was the general trend. It can't be stopped at all. Just want to fill in his name in this achievement. It depends on his next performance. Quentin was very high-spirited for a while. He believed that he, the future successor of Burma, would definitely do better than Zero. In this economic reform that may be of great significance in the history of Myanmar, he must make achievements. Thought of this. Quentin clenched his fist. After making up your mind, turned and left. Leave the meeting room. Zero-wheel drive returned to Xian in town. It was already afternoon. Zero immediately called Su Yu and several deputy district mayors and several senior officials of the Myanmar banking group into the conference room. He also announced to them that Lang Tsai had initially passed the report. It will be announced on the 1st of next month. It is definitely something to be done. There is no one to stop it, but to what extent, it will be the next meeting. Things up. Su Yu couldn't turn his head after hearing it. A look dumbfounded. Zero this speech. It's a bit too thorough. He is a dignified deputy district governor. He didn't know that Zero was going to mortgage the tax revenue of the special economic zone in Myanmar. Without any news, it was decided by Zero. Originally, the administrative agency of their special zone also had to mortgage the funds at their disposal, which is tax. This Nima said so upset. Zero district chief, our taxes are mortgaged. Isn't it inappropriate? If Yangon doesn't have Huaxia's money, we really won't be able to open the pot here. Su Yu smiled bitterly. He spoke very tactfully, and there was no way. Zero's majesty was so great that Su Yu didn't dare to use questioning tone at all. The deputy district governor Su Yu can rest assured that as long as Myanmar's economy develops as expected, it is impossible for Yangon to fail to repay the loan from China. Even if they really can't change it, our tax will not be taken by China Xia. I will let the Burma Bank Group bear it. The tax is just an attitude, showing that we will definitely repay. Zero said comfortingly. Call. With Zero promise. Su Yu was finally relieved. Anyway, the sky fell, and there was a tall man against it. The Burmese Bank Group is the tall man. Su Yu doesn't know how much money the group has, because Nima can print money. It's meaningless to guess how much money a force that can print money has. Well then, I have no opinion. Su Yu said. The other two deputy district mayors will not have any comments. Zero continued. The amount of this loan, I wrote to them in the report, is 80 billion yuan, of which 40 billion collateral needs to be provided by us. Our tax revenue should be able to value 13 to 15 billion yuan, but considering that Yangon may offer loans exceeding this amount, I plan to prepare more collateral to make up 60 billion yuan. Zero stopped for a while when Su Yu was digested. Why should Su Yu be digested? It is because this matter requires the management of the Special Administrative Region, not the Bank of Myanmar Group. This is a question of status. Orthodox status. It cannot be ignored in the exchanges between the two countries. The Myanmar Bank Group is very large, but to put it bluntly, it is now only a company composed of a bank and a large number of enterprises, rather than an authority, and does not have the qualifications for such interstate talks with the outside world. At least not in a short time. Unless the Asian yuan really completely replaces the chot. Su Yu was also very clear about his status and mission, and listened very carefully, wanting to see what assets Zero Preparation would put out as a mortgage. After careful consideration, I decided to take out 2 gold mines, fruit wine, and an oil field in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone as collateral. Among them, 2 gold mines are valued at 10 billion renminbi. Oil fields are valued at 5 billion renminbi, and fruit wines are valued at 35 billion renminbi. With tax, the internal price is 63 billion. I think this collateral should be approved by China. Zero announced the assets to be used as collateral. Suyu opened his mouth. He thought that the Burmese bank group was going to smash the pot and sell the iron, this time to get a lot of assets to mortgage. And if it didn't work, it would have to put out a considerable amount of resources. But this is nowhere, and it will take out a few. Is it enough? Do you want to be sloppy like this? These are the assets of the Bank of Myanmar. He didn't know it before. 2 big gold mines suddenly appeared, which was a bit unacceptable. Zero District Chief. The 2 gold mines are really worth so much. Suyu couldn't help asking. Zero nodded. Yes, the monthly output of the 2 gold mines has exceeded 2 tons, and the total reserves are between 200 tons and 250 tons. The current gold price is about 120 yuan per gram. The price of 15 billion yuan for mining and other costs is not high. These 2 gold mines are only small gold mines in the territory. The largest gold mine produces close to 3 tons per month, which continuously provides upper limit support for the issuance of Asian dollars. But Suyu is not qualified to know this. But even this performance has already shocked Suyu. 2 tons of gold. What concept? It is worth more than 2 billion yuan. And this is not necessarily all the gold mines under the group. If you add Zero and didn't tell him, it will have to be how much money, but unfortunately, it has nothing to do with them. Thinking of this, Suyu is depressed. Zero District Chief. The fruit wine is priced at 35 billion yuan. Will China recognize it? Suyu worried. The collateral depends not on what you have, but also on what others want, and at what price. The current output of fruit wine has stabilized to a monthly shipment of 900,000 bottles. Sales are close to 1.8 billion Asian dollars. A company with annual sales of more than 20 billion yuan, price 350, I think China will definitely agree with it. After all, with the function of fruit wine, once it is listed, it will not be difficult for the market value to exceed 100 billion yuan. 01 finished. Suyu has no more problems. Zero is right. The brand and technical price of fruit wine cannot be calculated by how much the winery earns, but by the overall market value of the company. With its detoxification function, perfect taste, and irreplaceable status, once it goes public, let alone a market value of 100 billion, it is possible for those Wall Street tycoons to change this unit into US dollars. Because of the reputation of fruit wine in the mouths of upper-class people around the world, it can attract countless speculators. Look at it this way. It seems that Zero is really easy. Just a few companies have such a large market value. Thinking of this, Suyu was a little hopeful that Yangon would have something to take out. There was a cheat device for fruit wine on the Zero side, but there was none on the Yangon side. He could only use a lot of natural resources. But Suyu didn't worry about not getting together in Yangon. He is also a leader, and he knows deeply that no matter how broken a country is, as long as it has land and population, its background is very terrible. The Myanmar Special Economic Zone is an example. Only 2 gold mines can estimate tens of billions of dollars value. Besides, Burma is so big. It's just that it may not be as easy as Zero, and it will have to be discussed fiercely. At that time, it is still a problem for China to recognize it or not. After all, gold and oil are the world's hard currencies, and fruit wine is basically the same now. A meeting is down. Suyu was completely relieved. He can't seem to find any other words other than lamenting that the Myanmar Bank Group is so rich. Just after -3, 5 divided by 2, collateral worth more than 60 billion yuan was finalized. Lang Tsai is in his office. Close the door. Read the report carefully again. Because it is too thick, although his reading speed is fast, he will not finish it until dark. Lang Tsai was more pleased as he watched, and he was relieved that he came out with a 0, so sacrificing himself for others for the sake of the development of Burma. However, when I thought of 0, I could come up with collateral worth tens of billions of yuan. Lang Kai was really jealous. This is something I can't do. Thinking of this, Lang Tsai also began to think carefully. Since 0 commitment took out half of the collateral and did not say the specific amount, why not increase the total amount and let the 0 take out a little more? first to test the zero family background, second to reduce the financial pressure, and thirdly, it is also one against zero kind of constraints. Because the more zero mortgage land, then it means that zero will owe more to China. The more you owe, the heavier the weight of your indirect debtor, which is equivalent to talking about more means to contain zero. Lang Tsai is more and more right. The more zero debts, the stronger the initiative of one's own side, because whether those zero assets are used to repay debts depends entirely on whether they implement the treaty, which is a kind of debt deterrence. Of course, Lang Tsai is not stupid. Debt deterrence is not a debt threat. The meaning of deterrence is that I have the ability to treat you. Then you have to make appropriate concessions on certain non-critical issues. As for whether zero will resolutely refuse to make concessions and use the money to repay the debt, Lang Tsai does not believe that zero can come up with such a large sum of money. This is not billions, but tens of billions. Then, Lang Tsai thinks he has found a way to hold back zero. I was overjoyed immediately, and I quickly wrote it down in my little notebook and prepared to present it at the meeting tomorrow, so that the people below would have the courage to enlarge it and make a few more versions for emergencies. It's just that even Lang Tsai didn't expect it. Under his instruction, in the end, how courageous his men would be. Shanghai stock market. Inside the villa. After listening to the report from the command room in the headset, Tang Qing's mouth turned up. After so long of hard work and layout, Lang Kai and the others are finally in the set, and then, without even doing too many moves, they will go in forever and think that they have found a warm and comfortable nest. They will try their best to make this nest more beautiful. Once you have tasted the sweetness of borrowing like this, Tang Qing believes that they will not be able to stop next. Just like a credit card installment payment, they will become addicted, and finally slowly, they will tighten the rope of the cover themselves. Such as a mouse entering an oil bottle. It's easy to get in, and if you want to get out after you're full, you have to nod, because the mouse can't break the bottle. Haha. Looking at the sunny sky outside the window, Tang Qing was in a good mood for a while. He wanted to sing a song. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and finally looking forward to it today, after a long time, and finally realized the dream. Unfortunately, he was afraid of being asked to sing a second time. Who is so bold? Because Do Jiao is here today. Before, Do Jiao said that she would come to his villa in mid-October. No, she arrived by plane this morning. Pan Yu picked her up at the airport, and then arrived at the villa together. At this time, Do Jiao and Lin Jiaxue were in the studio with the clouds. The heart learns to draw. Pan Yu played to the side to assist. To put it bluntly, it is to help Do Jiao sharpen her pencil and do miscellaneous tasks. Lin Jiaxue had soldiers by his side to serve meticulously. The soldiers could also help Do Jiao, but the young lovers were greasy and crooked. How could Pan Yu dare to come out and look for Tang Qing to play? He knew that Tang Qing was also dealing with the company's official duties. So Pan Yu had to accompany Do Jiao upstairs. Looking at the paintings on the wall, and knowing that they were all works by Tang Qing, Pan Yu was also shocked. This talent and craftsmanship is simply making men of the world jealous. Such a good man. Pan Yu felt that this 9th-level piano Little Prince simply couldn't make it to the stage. Quickly, it was noon. Teaching time is up. Lin Jiaxue and the others washed their hands and went downstairs, ready to eat. Seeing Tang Qing still holding a laptop on the sofa and looking at something seriously, even the carefree Do Jiao did not bother. Since Tang Qing came back from the United States this week, Tianyin has been excited for quite a while. They were all stimulated by Tang Qing's acquisition of nearly 100 million US dollars. If you add this microcrystalline technology, Tang Qing's total assets directly exceeded 3 billion renminbi. They didn't doubt the source of Tang Qing's money. With Tang Kai's second uncle, who was a super local tyrant, it's not uncommon for Tang Qing to pop up hundreds of millions of pocket money from time to time, even if it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Not too surprised. Tang family. It seems to belong to the kind of predator with a total asset of over 10 billion, and it is rapidly approaching 20 billion, especially Tang Kai, whose business is expanding at a staggering speed, as if he can't see the top at all. Saw them coming down. Tang Qing immediately closed the computer. Sister Jiao Jiao, how are you learning? Tang Qing raised his head and smiled. The progress is pretty good. Teacher Yun Xin is very patient. Do Jiao praised. When she saw Yun Xin, the painting teacher, Do Jiao was relieved. If she was a pretty girl, Tang Qing would have no ideas, but can't hold back a bad girl with ulterior motives. In order to be in high position, many women will be distracted when they meet a good person like Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't know Do Jiao's thoughts. Seeing that the food in the restaurant was pretty good, he said, "It's not bad. Teacher Yun Xin has a solid foundation. Let's go to lunch first." Okay. Everyone went to the table. Nothing to say, Do Jiao, who had eaten the food made by the soldiers for the first time, was already incarnate as a foodie and couldn't resist the food on the table. He didn't even say anything and started to eat. Jiao Jiao slowed down. Pan Yu smiled bitterly. He also thought this dish was delicious, but with strong self-control ability, not as good as Do Jiao. "It's so delicious. No, I want to kill myself." Do Jiao's mouth was full of food. She felt that the title of self-proclaimed gourmet for the first half of her life was simply a vain name. This is the food in front of her. Woo woo woo. So happy. God. Pan Yu had no choice but to act as a vegetable picker, helping Do Jiao pick the farther dishes, and ate it himself. Lin Jiaxue and Yun Xian looked at them with a smile. Lin Jiaxue is proud. Everything in her family seems to be the best. The food and use are rare things that ordinary people ask for, even at the level of Gufeng and Chiren. Of all ages can't live this kind of life. Looking at Tang Qing, who was also babbling beside her, Lin Jiaxue felt once again that she was so lucky to have Tang Qing as a companion in this life, giving her everything she had never thought of. Yun Xian understood that this thing, if the chefs here open a restaurant, they would definitely create a gourmet empire. Unfortunately, the people in front of them didn't seem to have this idea at all, just eating them at home. Think about it too. Tang Qing is not short of money, so why bother to open a restaurant? "Little boss, why are your foods so delicious?" Do Jiao, who had eaten up, lay on her back in the chair and asked. Watching Tang Qing still eating, Do Jiao got used to his appetite. "Is it delicious?" "It's pretty ordinary home-cooked food," Tang Qing said. Do Jiao rolled his eyes. Turning around, she said to Lin Jiaxue, "Sister Jiaxue, how about we go shopping in the afternoon?" "But I have a lot of clothes." Lin Jiaxue looked a little embarrassed. The clothes customized by Shengtang Group for her proprietress have arrived long ago. That is true. She feels that she can wear it for a lifetime, and the new products of the Tang dynasty are still being sent in constantly. She doesn't like waste, and she worries every time she sees a cabinet full of clothes that can't be worn out. Tang Qing expressed his satisfaction with the bribery of the proprietress of the Shengtang Group, because he discovered that these clothes are not useless, and they will have a special flavor when they are usually worn. If Qi Yin and the others knew that Tang Qing had this plan, they wouldn't know if they would all change their outfits next time. Do Jiao was really silly and cute by Lin Jiaxue. She glared at Tang Qing again, thinking that it was the blessing of how many lifetimes Tang Qing had cultivated before she had such a good wife as Lin Jiaxue. "Sister Jiaxue, it's okay, let's go and see. No matter how many styles of Shengtang Group's clothes are, there will always be none. Let's go. The little boss must use Shengtang's clothes to charge up. Today, let him. Now, this guy is very rich. It is a bit difficult to make him feel distressed." Do Jiao said depressed. Do Jiao said so. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing. "Okay, go shopping in the afternoon. It's been almost 2 months since I came to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. I haven't specially accompanied Jiaxue to go shopping." Tang Qing agreed. When he first came to the Shanghai stock market at the end of September, Shen Yi took them around the Shanghai stock market, but only to visit famous places. Such a pure shopping is really unprecedented. Do Jiao handed over an expression that counts your acquaintance. After a meal, Yun Xian took a rest and left. She had to go to the club's studio in advance to prepare. In the afternoon, under the leadership of a familiar person like Pan Yu, they visited several of the more famous high-end shopping malls in Shanghai. Lin Jiaxue didn't want to buy anything, but at Do Jiao's strong request, she still chose a few small shops. Looking at the hairpins and a scarf in Lin Jiaxue's hand, there was one more. Plush toys. Do Jiao was speechless. Lin Jiaxue didn't seem to be interested in perfumes, cosmetics, bags, and other products that women are so excited about. Under Lin Jiaxue's influence, Do Jiao's desire to shop also fell wildly, and she didn't buy anything. At night, back to the villa. Although there are few things to buy, There are a lot of road trips. Pan, you didn't want to get up while sitting on the sofa. Look at you. Then look at the little boss, and give me a good workout from tomorrow, you know. Although Do Jiao's feet are sore, when Tang Qing is okay, the gap comes out. Hold well, you must exercise. Pan, you didn't dare to violate. Lin Joshua hasn't walked so long for a long time. Although she has exercised during this period, it is not this exercise. Tang Qing immediately let the soldiers hit a few pots of hot water. Give them bubble feet. Soak your feet in hot water. Have a perfect dinner. Do Jiao couldn't move at all. Holding her abdomen, Do Jiao lay on the sofa to digest. It was in front of Tang Qing and the others that Do Jiao dared to be so relaxed. After all, the education she had received from a young age allowed her to be lively in language, but this was absolutely not allowed in her manners. Lin Jiashue and Tang Qing accompanied them. The four of them were watching Supergirl on Mango Satellite TV. In the first 10 of this year, Tang Qing remembered a few of the more famous ones, which were often seen in the entertainment section later. Several people. Some people get up, some people fall. This circle. This has always been the case. Tang Qing dislikes the atmosphere of the music scene more than 10 years later. I feel too impetuous. It's not that the singer's quality is bad, but the quality of the song is worrying. Although the number of new songs remains the same, the quality is incomparable. All kinds of classic songs are basically created over the years, and there are also Hong Kong and Taiwan songs from the 70s and 80s. Saliva songs are popular. It sounds awkward. Before his rebirth, Tang Qing hadn't listened to new songs for a long time. They were all old songs that were turned out for comfort. He listened to them repeatedly, and it was very tasteful. At that moment, he didn't know whether his aesthetic level had improved or he was old. Up. Okay. Tang Qing felt that his thoughts were a bit off the track. Others saw it with gusto. Tang Qing picked up a glass of fruit wine and drank it. Now the fruit wine is basically drunk as a drink. Firstly, it is not drunk. Secondly, it is too much in the basement, and it tastes good. Thirdly, it tastes good. There is actually only one flavor of fruit wine so far. Belongs to mixed fruit wine. If ordinary people do this, it will definitely produce a strange taste, but the fruit wine grown in the training area will be mixed and brewed, and there will be no messy taste. At the beginning, hundreds of kinds of tastes were tested, and Tang Qing only established this kind of taste. The taste is the best. After so long sales, the fruit wine naturally needs new varieties, so Tang Qing tasted it and selected 3 more, not expensive, 2 mixed fruit wines, a single fruit wine, and a single fruit wine made from mango. This is the best taste among the experimental single-flavor fruit wines. I don't know what the principle is. It is soft and fragrant. The taste is different from ordinary fruit wine, and the viscosity is higher, but it is not sticky. All have the function of detoxification. It will be officially launched early next year. At that time, try the market response first. If it is not good, then change it. Anyway, this thing depends on his mood. There is the first fruit wine to make the bottom. I am not afraid that the new fruit wine will not be accepted. It is a big deal to drink back to the previous one. That's it. Speaking of fruit wine, Tang Qing remembered one of Pan Yu's purposes today. Although he didn't say it clearly, it was impossible for Tang Qing to guess it. Brother Pan, don't you run a liquor business, you are all your own. I asked my second uncle to uniformize 200 boxes of fruit wine for you every month. Do you see enough? Tang Qing said to Pan Yu. Pan Yu was watching TV for a moment. After reacting, ecstatic in my heart, nodding his head hurriedly, he said in surprise, Enough is enough. Enough? Thank you. Thank you so much. 200 boxes. What else is he not satisfied with? This is almost as hard as gold now in the world. Currency. Because they are consumables, they are in short supply. A share of 200 boxes. Pan Yu was so happy. Although he is also the second generation and has money in his family, he also wants to make some achievements by himself and show it to Do Jiao's family and elders. Although this is considered cheap, it is not part of his strength. For Do Jiao working at Tang Qing Company, he is now very supportive. Tang Qing's new strength and influence are not necessarily comparable to those of his family. Even if his second uncle is the second in command of the Jiangsu province next to the Shanghai stock market, he does not feel that he has the confidence to be superior to Tang Qing. Because through Do Jiao, he has learned that Tang Qing has a cooperative relationship with many of the second generations of Jingqing. Chai Run, Zhonglin, Bao family, and Zhai family are better than their family. It was also when he heard the news. Startled him. If you add the Cui family behind Dou Jiao, Pan, you couldn't imagine how much energy there is behind Tang Qing. Brother Pan is your own person, and by the end of the year, I heard that the output of fruit wine will increase. I will increase it to 300 boxes at that time. Don't think it is too small. Tang Qing said with a smile. Pan Yu immediately shook his head and said, where would it be? 200 boxes are enough. 300 boxes are better. At the end, he was a little bit overwhelmed. Fruit wine is like a liquor dealer like him. A huge sign. The money to earn fruit wine is second. The resulting sales of other alcoholic beverages are the focus. Look at your silly smile. Dou Jiao glared at her fiancé, then gave Tang Qing a grateful smile. This younger brother was absolutely unambiguous at the critical moment. He was lucky at the beginning. Pan Yu quickly stopped smirking, but unfortunately, the joy on his face could not be concealed. It was because of this that Tang Qing felt that Pan Yu was real and could hide his emotions strictly in 1 second. To be honest, Tang Qing doesn't like this kind of person. These two couples, Tang Qing felt that being able to meet is also a kind of luck. The other side, thinking of the situation when he first met Tang Qing, Dou Jiao wanted to laugh. At the time, I was at the front desk of the car dealership to confirm the correct theory of watching fish and casting a net taught by her father. During the hunting, Tang Qing sent this fish up, but she was funny when she thought of the next thing. She was startled by the idiot manager's son, and he resigned and joined Tang Qing, Tianyin Business Consulting Company with 300,000 startup capital. I thought I was just eating it. However, more than half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. For nearly a year, the development of Tianyin made her a little bit unbelievable. Thanks to Tang Qing's large injections of capital again and again, she has grown to a scale of more than 1,000 people. Tang Qing, whose total assets were only a few million yuan a year ago. Now it has become the leader of the younger generation in China, the richest man, and Tianyin currently supervises more than 30 billion yuan in assets, creating a new corporate supervision model. Think about it all. Just like yesterday, Dou Jiao fell into memory. Looking at Dou Jiao, Tang Qing suddenly felt that he should consider another thing. That is, Tianyin's group reorganization, and now Tianyin stalls are too big. During this period, not only the establishment of various branches, but also the cooperation and consulting relationships established with various seniors and scholars, as well as the company's general external business, such as acquisition, audit, registration, reorganization, and other service projects. There is even enterprise management software. The content is very mixed. The existing management structure can no longer meet the development needs of Tianyin. Therefore, the reorganization is imperative. Thinking of this, Tang Qing made up his mind and had to act on this matter immediately. Sister Jiao, I want to reorganize Tianyin into groups. Do you have any comments? Tang Qing raised his head and said, pulling Dou Jiao's thoughts back to reality. Dou Jiao was taken aback. Speaking of work, Dou Jiao's expression became serious, and he nodded and said, yes, Tianyin has formed a good circulation inside and possesses hematopoietic ability. Now Tianyin is ushering in great development, and the reorganization of the group is right for Tianyin. A great thing. Tang Qing said, well, that's good. Let Tianyin start preparations next week and report the plan to me as soon as possible. The principle is to have clear responsibilities. You still serve as the president of the group. In addition, according to the business, add an appropriate number of vice presidents depending on the situation. Understood. I will send an email later and list it as the main internal work of Tianyin next week. Dou Jiao happily agreed. Well, the headquarters is still in the building in Qingyan City. Such a large building has just filled more than one story. Also, now that the U.S. branch has been established and we have officially launched the business, the branches in Asian countries will also to be included in the plan. Set up the shelf first. Tang Qing said, this shelf does not mean that no one will go without business. Tianyin's business is not calculated in this way. For example, in Vietnam, a certain company wants to invest or requires detailed economic data and legal system services in Vietnam. These are not necessarily available on the internet or simply incomplete. Therefore, there is a need for basic work of gathering intelligence on the ground. You may not see much in these short periods of time, but the critical moment is the time to reflect its role. In the future, Tang Qing's enterprises will spread all over the world, and the forces that naturally need the eyes of the sky will also spread all over the world. Such investment is necessary, and he doesn't care about the benefits in the early stage. In other words, Tang Qing never expected Tianyin to make money for him. This is no problem. But if Asian countries are included in the branch plan, funds may be a little tight. Dou Jiao said. Although Tianyin can maintain its revenue and expenditure now, if the branch expands on a large scale, the money will not be enough. Tianyin's hematopoietic ability is not strong now, and the management software has not yet been launched. To complete the goal and operate normally, Tang Qing can only inject capital. Of course, Tang Qing knew Tianyin's financial situation. It is simply not enough to afford this expansion. Tang Qing nodded and said, I know that I will arrange for the money issue. Next week, I will inject another 200 million yuan into Tianyin for branch expansion and early operations. Dou Jiao laughed and said, Hee, I know that the little boss is rich. Don't worry, if the management software can be accepted by the market, Tianyin should be self-sufficient in the future. I don't believe it anymore. Tianyin can't make money. Dou Jiao squeezed her small fist, fighting spirit high. This company has never made money for Tang Qing. In fact, Tianyin was very depressed. Therefore, there was a money-making project some time ago. Tianyin was able to deal with it with a spirit of 120,000 points and somehow maintained it. The normal operation of Tianyin. This time he was smashed by Tang Qing's huge sum of money. Dou Jiao estimated that the people of Tianyin had to fight again, and she was about to make this money back for Tang Qing. It's good to have fighting spirit, Tang Qing said with satisfaction. After listening to the conversation between the two, Pan Yu was not surprised. Tang Qing was rich, and he was surprised by the difficulty of investing 60 million in real estate since the first meeting. Lin Jiaxue seemed to accept it. Tang Qing spent $100 million in the United States a week ago. This time it was only 200 million yuan. It doesn't seem to be too much. Thinking of this, Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing with admiration. My own man is really capable. In the afternoon of the next day, Dou Jiao and Pan Yu left the villa. She has to rush back to preside over the group reorganization meeting of Tianyin tomorrow. Pan Yu is ready to start using the reputation of fruit wine to drive business for her company. He believes that he has the reputation of fruit wine. Many customers can easily win. The scientific name is bundled sale. Tang Qing continued his leisurely and happy school life. October 21st. It's 9:30 in the morning. Qingyan City, the large conference room of the Tianyin headquarters. This conference room, which can accommodate 200 people, is already full at this time. There are Tianyin employees, there are Tianyin customers, there are city leaders, and there are even reporters from Qingyan TV station. Because Tianyin is currently not well known, there are no other local media reporters. There are only 2 TV stations in Qingyan City and Qingyan City Daily. On stage, inheriting the characteristics of China, the banner reads, warmly celebrate the establishment of Tianyin Group and warmly welcome city leaders to come and guide the work. Nothing wrong with the word. It's just that the front and back are a bit reversed. Generally, the leader is welcomed first, and then the event is celebrated. However, Dou Jiao didn't like it and couldn't ignore the priority, so he waved his hand and directly changed his head. Many people who are more timid are sweating a little bit at this time. But those in the know don't think there is anything at all. Who is Dou Jiao? Who is Tang Qing? Even if you do it like this, who would dare to wear little shoes and feel that their life is not exciting enough? After a week of preparations, Tianyin Group was formally established. Tianyin is a professional enterprise service company. It has a clear understanding of the process of setting up companies and groups, and under the care of the leaders of Qingyan City, the entire approval and renewal process is very fast. No one dares to get stuck at all. The establishment of any group. It is very important to Qingyan City. After all, Qingyan City is only an inland prefecture-level city. It is really rare to see companies that can develop into a group in this era. Especially the business of Tianyin is not only widespread in China. Companies that have operations abroad and even in the United States can earn foreign exchange. That is sweet pastry. Then, there is no hindrance. Tianyin Group officially changed its brand within a week and completed all the procedures. In addition to the city leaders who were invited to participate in the inauguration ceremony, Tang Kai and Lu Gan also appeared to stand for Tang Qing's Tianyin, and even Qin Yugong was invited to sit under the stage. Looking around, this is the company created by my nephew. Qin Yugong didn't know what to say anymore. Shengtang Group, Sky Eye Group, plus the other companies under Tang Qing's. Adding it all together, it is a miracle that the wealth is close to Lu Qian's net worth. At this time, Qin Yugong does not know Tang Qing's microcrystalline technology. Otherwise, according to his concept, Lu Qian will have to be dismissed by Tang Qing. The city leaders also remember Tang Qing. Tang Qing showed up when the Tianyin Group was established before and had a drink with them. The amount of alcohol still impressed them. Now that they know that this group is also Tang Qing's, apart from surprise, only curiosity is left. Unfortunately, Tang Qing is in school. Can't make it back at all. In other words, I don't want to rush back. The most troublesome meal ceremonies are still good at school. Go to school quietly, accompany Lin Jiaxue quietly, and read quietly. On stage, the leaders of Qingyan City sat on pins and needles. Because there was an existence below that they did not dare to despise, that was Cui Guangming. Dou Jiao went home yesterday and said that the Tianyin Group was officially established today. He wanted to join in the fun and see what the company his granddaughter worked for was like. See you today? It really is. It's strange enough. The chairman didn't show up at all on such an important day. He went to school in the Shanghai stock market. Dou Jiao took charge of everything. Cui Guangming didn't know whether he thought Tang Qing was squeezing the labor force of his granddaughter or his granddaughter's trust. Tangled. However, looking at Dou Jiao's capable appearance on the stage, managing such a large enterprise group has gradually matured Dou Jiao and cultivated his abilities. Cui Guangming is really grateful to Tang Qing. 950. Under the opening of Tianyin's public relations department, one by one, the leaders started to speak, but they were kept as brief as possible because looking at Cui Guangming below, they really didn't dare to read the manuscript slowly. They all wanted to finish the important things quickly and speed up their speech, lest Cui Guangming waited long. This is the old leader who retired from the province. There are also people promoted by Cui Guangming. They knew the identity of Dou Jiao before, but they didn't expect Cui Guangming to appear here. So they became more curious about the background of this company, especially the mayor of Qingyan City, Zheng Quan. He is from the side of the Chai family. Last time he participated in the inauguration ceremony of the Shengtang Group at the request of Chai Ren. Now Tang Qing has the support of the Chai family and the capital of Chui. Home. I really don't know what Tang Qing's background is. Unconsciously, he looked at Qin Yugong below. Zheng Quan was lost in thought. It is necessary to follow the leader. Since Qin Yugong is Tang Qing's uncle, and Tang Qing is a person valued by the Chai family, he can be regarded as his own. For his own people, it seems that the senior officials of the Qingyan City Economic Development Zone are going to be transferred to the county officials. It is impossible for Qin Yugong to take the position directly, but the upper district mayor does not seem to have a big problem. Thought of this. Zheng Quan felt that he should do something. Quickly, the leaders are finished. Dou Jiao went to the stage and sat down to make a concluding speech. After looking at the loving gazes of the subordinates, friends, customers, and Cui Guangming present, Dou Jiao said generously, Tianyin Group has surpassed the scale of 1,000 people from the first 20 or so members in 1 year. Along the way, with the concerted efforts of Tianyin people, customer satisfaction has always been the best. Here, I hope that Tianyin people can work together to make this enterprise glorious. Now Tianyin has mature experience in various fields of corporate services and will actively develop new businesses in the future to provide customers with one-stop service solutions. Thanks for the support of old customers, and hope that you will continue to support Tianyin. Finally, what I want to say is that I am proud to be able to manage this company, and hope that Tianyin will be proud of the success of the company in the future. Your success is our goal. Thank you, everyone. Dou Jiao's voice fell. Wow, there was applause from below. Dou Jiao's words are not multi-sounding or gorgeous, but they embody the core idea of Tianyin, which is to provide enterprises with the most perfect one-stop service and create value for customers. After the meeting, Zheng Quan quickly got up and said to Dou Jiao enthusiastically, President Dou, I wish your group a prosperous business and smooth sailing. Thank you, Mayor Zhang. With your auspicious words, we will also work hard. Do Jiao smiled politely. Well, I'm going to say hello to Cui Lao. You are busy. Zheng Quan said quickly. Although he was airborne, it does not mean that he is not familiar with Cui Guangming. Cui Guangming used to be his leader when he was in rotation. Okay. Do Jiao didn't look down on Zheng Quan, Huaxia, and the Society of Human Relationships, which are human nature. Go down the stage. Came to Cui Guangming with a smile on his face. Old Cui, hello. I'm sorry just now. I saw you only after I went up. Zheng Quan said respectfully. Today, the senior city official of Qingyan City did not come. As the biggest here, he is of course qualified to ignore ordinary people. That's why they were sitting on pins and needles just now. Hate that this eyeball didn't turn around a few more times. Haha, Xiaozhen, what are you polite? You didn't mean it. Your father is in good health. Cui Guangming laughed. How could he care about this kind of thing? He is familiar with Zheng Quan. He used to talk to Zheng Quan. Father plays Go. My father is physically strong. Thank you for your concern. Zheng Quan said quickly. That's good. I will hear Jiao Jiao say that there are free meals to rub, and we will have a good chat later. Cui Guangming smiled. Zheng Quan hurriedly nodded in agreement. After Zheng Quan, several other city leaders from Qingyan City also came up to say hello, and Cui Guangming could all be named. It was obvious that the relationship between the Cui family in the province and Tang Qing on the side was surprised. He really didn't know that Do Jiao had this background. Only Lu Gan on the side understands the influence of the Cui family in the province. The key is that they are not in the province. The Cui family belongs to the capital city. He is just returning to his hometown to retire. One morning, Do Jiao is busy, and Tang Qing, who is far away in the Shanghai stock market, still circulates in class leisurely. Tang Qing suddenly found out. Do you need to keep a pet? For example, cats, dogs, etc., can't learn from Saudi tyrants raising tigers, lions, or falcons. Raising ordinary pets by yourself is almost the same. Tang Qing is not sure whether he should raise cats or dogs. At lunchtime, Joshua, you said it's better for us to keep a cat or a dog. Tang Qing said embarrassed. Lin Joshua looked at Tang Qing in surprise. Tang Qing wants to keep a pet? After thinking about it, she still said, I think it's better to keep a cat. The cat is quiet, and the dog is too noisy. It really fits Lin Joshua's character. But also, it's okay for a cat to be alone. The dog is probably lonely when he is not at home. Let's keep a cat. After making a decision, Tang Qing decides to buy one and keep it back tomorrow. Wrong. One is too lonely. Two more. The people of Tianyin and Qingyan City are all crazy, and their boss is thinking about buying 2 cats tomorrow. At night, Tang Qing and Lin Joshua return to the villa. After eating, sitting on the sofa, Tang Qing read the email. This is the new organizational structure of Tianyin Group. In addition to the original 3 business divisions, Tianyin has added a business unit cooperative consulting division, which is mainly responsible for connecting with schools, experts, and senior executives that have a cooperative relationship with Tianyin. There are 4 divisions in total: commercial investigations, corporate services, logistics management, and cooperation consulting. Among them, the Enterprise Service Department is the largest, and the other 3 exist in the form of business units. Only under the Enterprise Service Department can there be enterprises, and all branches of Tianyin belong to the Enterprise Service Department. Even enterprise management software has been divided into it. This department is still directly in charge of Do Jiao, and a new vice president is added to take charge of the Cooperative Consulting Division, which is actually promoted from the person in charge of the previous management. Through this integration, the basic framework of the sky has been determined. Next, it was time for Tianyin to expand its services. Tang Qing gave 200 million yuan, not only for Tianyin's salary, but also for operations and operations, so there is good publicity and business expansion. The information consulting industry is a light asset model. It means that its own value is not a fixed asset, but information and talent. This has also led to the low market value of such companies. The next important task of Tianyin is to acquire similar companies, expand market share, expand popularity, and become the leader in the industry by volume. Now Tianyin's strength is among the best in the domestic industry, because Tianyan's operating model can be distinguished from the profits generated by other business consulting companies, as long as it completes a few more mergers. Eye of the Sky will be the leader of the domestic business information industry. None of them. October 22nd, United States. Seattle. This is a city on the Pacific coast of Washington state. It is also an important technology industry cluster in the United States, with large and small high-tech companies. The headquarters of microcrystalline technology is located in the southeastern suburb of Seattle, which is a huge factory area covering an area of more than 100 acres. The production, R&D, and management departments of microcrystalline technology are all located here. It just has an office in downtown Seattle and an office in New York. It's 8:15 in the morning. The two vice presidents of Microtech Technology and the managers of various departments stood at the gate. They are standing in the shadow of the huge arch, and they don't feel hot. All in suits and shoes, except for the laboratory director who is of African descent. All the others are white. Today is the day when the new president takes office. They dare not neglect. Don't look at American freedom. But the workplace culture is still the same. They are also helpless. This company is sold as a toy by the rich and only as a game of capital, but this is their job and even their dream. Americans also hate things like changing their boss. Except money. They also hope that what they do is valuable. However, these values are often used by capital as a bargaining chip to obtain greater capital, even in the hands of Gu Feng, a Chinese descent. Therefore, they didn't expect this new president at all. A few days ago, a company team called Tianyan came to investigate the entire microcrystalline technology, which made them jumpy. They heard that the president of microcrystalline technology was also recruited by Tianyan. Because of not much contact, they did not know what kind of company Tianyan was. The previous president was Gu Feng's person, and the company was naturally taken away by him. Thought of this. They all feel a gloomy future. Quickly, two Audi off-road vehicles stopped at the gate of Waging Technology. Everyone immediately cheered up. This is the car driven by the person with the eyes of the sky before. The door opened. There are 6 Chinese coming down from the top. 4 of them have seen them. They are people with the eyes of the sky. There are also 2 new faces. One of them is the new president. They are not surprised that the president is a Chinese. Chinese bosses naturally like it. Use Chinese. I saw Kong Hao, general manager of SkyEye's U.S. branch, in front. A group of people walked to the door. Kong Hao is a returnee himself and has many years of work experience in the United States. Therefore, he was quickly dispatched here and promoted to the general manager of SkyEye's U.S. branch. He was responsible for the acquisition and at the same time carried out the mission in the United States. Today is his last visit to Microtech. The purpose is to bring the president recruited by Tianyan to Waging Technology to take office, and then the management and supervision work will be completed by the employees with Tianyan. Thinking of the identity of the new president next to him, Kong Hao thinks this is a pretty case of digging people. The president of Microtech Technology is named Zhou Yu, a Chinese. He once served as the vice president of another well-known photovoltaic company. He has outstanding ability. He himself went to the door and talked several times before successfully persuading Zhou Yu. Of course, there are practical reasons. Otherwise, Zhou friends will not leave a company so easily. Ceiling. The inevitable problems of Chinese in American companies. It means that you won't be able to get promoted when you reach a certain position. Later, the white man who is worse than you jumped to become a leader. No one was unhappy. When he learned that he was managing a company this time, Zhou Yu agreed. Regarding his resignation, the original company didn't even keep him, which made him feel very cold. Kong Hao stepped forward and introduced Zhou Yu to several senior management personnel of microcrystalline technology one by one. To be honest, watching these people cautiously look, Zhou Yu can only sigh with emotion to determine the height, which was not the treatment before. Let's go to the meeting room. Kong Hao said. Great. Coming to the conference room, Kong Hao announced the appointment of the board of directors, but only Tang Qing was the only one on the board of directors. From the moment the announcement was completed, Zhou Yu was the president of Waging Technology. Zhou, my business is complete, and I will leave it to you next. Kong Hao said with a smile to Zhou Yu. Thank you, Mr. Kong. Zhou Yu nodded and thanked him. Polite. Kong Hao sat down after speaking, and then there was nothing to do with him. Zhou Yu straightened his clothes, looked at the respectful gaze below, and started the first development meeting of microcrystalline technology. After some encouragement, and looking back on the past glory of the company, the content of the meeting returned to technology and the market. Zhou Yu solemnly said, "Now I'll convey an order from the board of directors. Regarding the research and development of new generation solar cell technology and its components, we will reach a strategic cooperation agreement with a research institution to conduct research in a semi-commissioned and semi-cooperative manner. Of course, your original R&D expenses will remain unchanged. Until the new generation of technologies or products are developed, the technical department will not expand or increase R&D expenses. Why? Our products and technology are very advanced. Now the photovoltaic industry market is ushering in a big development. I think we should invest more money in our technical department." Before the vice president in charge said anything, the director of the African American laboratory began to object. "No increase in research and development costs. People in the technical department don't do it." Because I heard Zhou Yu's voice, first, I didn't trust their technology, and second, I was supposed to give money to my own department, but I even gave it to other laboratories to commission research and development. Then I can't pay for it. Don't you agree? Zhou Yu was not surprised either. This was something that was expected, but it was decided by his own boss himself. He is not qualified to refute or question, he can only execute it. As long as there is nothing wrong in the general direction and Tang Qing has made a decision, then he must follow suit. Zhou Yu said, "This is decided by the board of directors and cannot be changed. If you can produce enough results, I will apply to the above to give you more research and development funds. But if the commercial value of the product remains the same as before, I think I am unable to report to the top for money." The meaning is obvious. Don't beep when things don't work, and have the ability to come up with real skills. Commercial value is mainly a tripartite evaluation of the cost, conversion rate, and lifespan of solar cell modules. Otherwise, even if the conversion rate is high and the cost is scary, what commercial value is there? But with more funds, our R&D progress must be faster. The African American tone was a little weak. In fact, it's not that he is not up for grabs, but that this industry wants to make breakthrough progress at all. Just like the conversion rate, the most advanced crystalline silicon technology has only increased by about 5% after 10 years, and more. The harder it is. Zhou Yu remained unmoved and continued. "I remember that the company's research funding increased by $1 million per year, but the increase in the comprehensive evaluation of commercial value was minimal. It was still using technology that could be achieved 2 years ago. How do you use this data to convince me to convince the chairman?" Regarding Zhou Yu's question, the African American director also understood that the technological progress was indeed too slow, but he was very dissatisfied. Can that laboratory increase the commercial value of the company's products? Zhou Yu only executed Tang Qing's order and was not prepared to entangle on this issue. He said directly, "If you have this ability, you will soon know, because this laboratory will carry out technical cooperation with you to a certain extent. If after working together for a period of time, you feel that they are not as good as you, or the technology is not good, I will apply for your research funding." "Okay, I understand." Afro also knew that this was the best result. Zhou Yu also said, "That's good. The technically is arranged by the vice president of Kyle. Now let's mainly talk about the research direction of future products. Next, our large-scale grid-connected power generation will only be a general project. Household storage and portable solar power generation devices will be the company's future market focus. After 3 days, I want to see your planning report and upload it to me through SkyEye's management system, understand?" "Understand." Then, a conference on the future of microcrystalline technology has ended hastily. It also represents microcrystalline technology. Officially set sail. After the meeting, Zhou Yu and Kong Hao sat in the president's large conference room. The white and blue factory buildings outside are very distinct under the sun, and the blue sky makes the environment really good. The two were drinking tea. "Mr. Kong, please take care of us in the future. We are also considered brothers in the trenches." Zhou Yu smiled. Kong Hao hurriedly shook his head. "This can't be said. We all work for the chairman, do our job well, and the chairman will not treat us badly. People inside Tianyin dare not play with gangs. They are doing this to prevent gangs from appearing in the supervised companies, Shantao, and the like. Once there are signs, they will report up, and Tang Qing decides whether to make personnel adjustments. As a general manager of the Tianyin branch, Kong Hao didn't dare to try his own way. Otherwise, although Tang Qing wouldn't be so good, Dou Jiao would definitely suppress this unhealthy trend. With Tang Qing's backing, he didn't want to have any misunderstandings and be expelled. "Mr. Kong, have you met our chairman?" Zhou Youhao asked strangely. Kong Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I haven't met the chairman. Since joining Tianyin, the chairman has not appeared. I guess it is only possible to see a real person at the annual meeting of Tianyin. That's a shame. To be honest, I really admire the Tianyin founded by the chairman and manage the company in this way. In the future, our work overlaps in all aspects." Zhou Yu said with emotion. "That is, our chairman is no ordinary person," Kong Hao proudly said. The two chatted in the office. When the people below hand over the matter, Kong Hao will return to New York. Because Dou Jiao has authorized him to expand the number of Sky Eye's American branch to 60 to 80 people, he has to rush back to work on this matter. In addition to its own corporate service personnel, it is necessary to set up 2 cooperation departments responsible for business information collection and cooperation consultation. Since there is no separate branch company, these 2 areas are just named under them. The management is still the vertical management of the 2 domestic business divisions. People continue to live a full life when commuting to and from get off work. It's no different from usual, but it has been fried because of a video on the internet. It turned out that at 7:15 last night, a short video appeared on major global video websites at the same time. The short video was topped by the number of hits as soon as it was uploaded. The content of the video clip is only 5 minutes, not long, but the content inside has caused a huge sensation. The content of the video is very simple. I saw a strange car parked on a high ground, and a man in strange clothing went up to the telescope-like thing and pointed it at the weedy clearing in front of him with several operations. Just when people wonder what this is, boom, boom, a loud bang shifted people's sights to the wasteland. After only hearing a gunshot, a large hole was directly blown out on the wasteland ground, and mud and smoke rose into the sky. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, boom, 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 a series of explosions came out of the video, and I saw an explosion sounded every nearly 10 seconds on the wasteland. The mud flew, the smoke filled, and sometimes suddenly. It exploded 6 or 7 times. Most people think this is the ammunition fired by the telescope. But someone who was a little more experienced immediately saw the doorway. That is, this thing is by no means an offensive weapon. Have you ever seen a weapon with a sighting device that occupies more than 90% of the cross-sectional area, and through the video, it only has a hole with a normal bullet caliber? Obviously, it can't make such a loud bullet. They seem to have guesses, but they are not sure. But the video won't wait for them to spend so much time thinking. The video ended soon. In the last minute of the video, when most people thought it was a new weapon of which country, they were thinking about it. The video revealed the usefulness of this thing, with 3D renderings. Explain the reason for the picture just now. Demoning vehicle. This answer can be regarded as thunder to them. At the end of the video, a voice introduced the car. The TLP, 2 mine clearance vehicle, has all-weather mine clearance capability and has a 100% clearance capability for mines within 1 meter of soft ground. The mine clearance rate of 2 meters reached 98%. The hardened ground does not have the conditions for exclusion. It is designed for various environments and mines, equipped with armor-piercing, burning, and timed special ammunition. Under suitable conditions, it has the ability to clear all existing mines. The introduction came to an abrupt end. It's over here. It only introduces the functions and basic scope of the car, without introducing the origin, price, and performance. It seems to be an introduction, anticlimactic, but this content has attracted the attention of the media. Landmines. The number buried in the world for so many years has already reached hundreds of millions. Moreover, most of the specific locations cannot be ruled out due to the loss of data, and they are located in dozens of countries around the world. Every year, a large number of people's lives are taken away, and many areas have become forbidden, and people living in the surrounding areas are surrounded by clouds. If there was something that could clear minds so perfectly, That is simply a matter of immense merit. The removal efficiency of landmines within 1 meter is 100%, which is enough. Normal mines are on the surface. Whoever buries them to a depth of 1 meter is a brain dead, unless it is a big guy. Otherwise, it is 1 meter below. Lay's lethality has dropped sharply. As for the hardened ground, it is normal. If there is a layer of concrete, the bullets can't penetrate it. What sort of row is it? Therefore, this demoning vehicle can be said to be 100% demoning. Of course, some people question that this thing is fake, deceive the audience, and sensationalized. But professionals said that this thing has not been processed at all. It is all real pictures, except for the final 3D introduction. And what is the meaning of the fake? There was a lot of discussion among the people, as a post-dinner talk. But the people involved can't be seen as fun. This video appeared directly on major video websites around the world and quickly ranked to the front by clicking on it. It is conceivable that it is not for fun. After all, this thing is only purchased in various countries, and it is impossible for ordinary people to purchase this kind of military equipment. Therefore, this video suddenly attracted the attention of various countries. Although reporters in the Western media can't figure out the truth of this thing at once, it doesn't prevent them from using it as a gimmick and making news hotspots. This is their strong point. The truth is not important anymore. Then, just this morning, the world's major media unanimously began to turn the old accounts. Horrible, 110 million landmines are still buried in 60 countries around the world. The 10 countries with the most landmines in the world, who will be responsible for thousands of deaths and injuries every year. Minefield, a scar of mankind. With this east wind, various media seem to have found news headlines again and began to report on relevant content in a big way, introducing the world's real dangers buried in the ground in an all-round way. Attached are various pictures with pictures and facts. Each of the poor people who have lost their limbs or lives because of this, under the pen and ink of the media, they deeply complain about the harm caused by war to mankind. Some Western media even pointed their eyes directly at the United States' strategy toward Iraq. It can be said to be an innocent disaster. Unfortunately, the U.S. government has long been ashamed of it, and it doesn't say anything about it. Anyway, the media is noisy, and they do what they should do. After all, those landmines are not made in the United States. They care about their problems. However, this minesweeping vehicle has attracted their attention. You must know that mine clearance is still a worldwide problem. Otherwise, more than 100 million landmines around the world would not still threaten local security. Generally, metal detectors are used to detect landmines, and the mode of in situ detonation is adopted. The efficiency is extremely high, and the main method is not to use people, and the efficiency of manual mine clearance is extremely low. The main method is to detonate through various machinery and equipment, and it has to be repeatedly suppressed, which may not be completely eliminated. Landmines can be described as an extremely disgusting and dangerous thing. It has always been a difficult problem. If this demoning vehicle is really so good, it's also a good thing. Therefore, they immediately ordered people to investigate the authenticity and owner of this thing. When the media saw that dead pigs in the United States were not afraid of boiling water, they ignored the geography and turned their attention to the personal interviews of those countries and people who had suffered. All of a sudden, the word mine clearing became the focus of attention all over the world. After moving, the piece of equipment in the video once again became the focus of attention. If it is real, then it means that these things that threaten the safety of the people of various countries that are already miserable will completely become local history. People can cultivate normally and return to the homes of their ancestors to continue living. Various media are looking for the producers of the things inside, and various follow-up reports. The managers of those video sites are more focused on the objects, because they theoretically hold user information, but unfortunately, out of the principle of confidentiality, they are tight-lipped because they don't know anything special. But I didn't even think about deleting this video, because of things that can bring traffic. All are good things. As for whether it is true, who produced it in the end? In fact, the Western media does not need to know urgently. After all, the hotspots have already risen, the discussion has started, and the ratings have risen, the sales of newspapers are very good, and the goal is achieved, if you can find it. Can't find it. The process is also news. If not, then make news. Isn't this common? Burmese. Yangon. Long Kai's office. Looking at the report handed up by his subordinates and the video, he carefully watched it 3 times. This was also the first time he saw the working status of the Zero demoning vehicle. The last time it was too far away, it was just someone took photos and sent them up. For this video content, of course Tang Qing knew that Zero was creating momentum. Launch this service homeopathically. Make a lot of money. Thinking of the demoning price of $100 apiece, Tang Qing feels distressed if the price is not reduced, because the money seems to have nothing to do with them, and the distribution is zero. Even the 15% promised before Zero may not have them. Of it. Because this time, Zero will take out the taxes of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone as a mortgage. It is normal to find a reason not to give him the money. After all, if this happens, Myanmar owes Zero tens of billions of money. The money is to be repaid. They are so embarrassed to ask for change. But even if he didn't give Zero, Tang Qing did not complain. Because if you really borrowed so much money this time, then the profit is not too important, especially the report submitted below, the report on the final amount of the loan. Tang Qing has the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. At the same time, he still has the urge to choke the following guys to death. Nima, once the loan is so much, do you want to live in the future? Even if he can agree to a loan of 210 billion yuan, can Zero agree to it? 220 billion yuan. It is worth nearly 26 billion US dollars, which is twice the current GDP of Myanmar. This is an astronomical figure for Burmese. Tang Qing really doesn't know how the people below have the courage to submit the project. This group of people is so courageous that they can really support the sky. What is special is talent. This is basically equivalent to more than half of the funds in the report given a few days ago. Even if the previous total loan amount of 80 billion yuan is used, as long as it is properly adjusted and done with reference to the report submitted by Zero, it will definitely greatly improve Myanmar's domestic economic situation. But if they follow the Zero plan, the cake they eat will not be too big. Because many projects have to be entrusted to Huaxia, and they are all key projects with high technical content, they can't do it. That's why there is this bigger crazy plan. Once such a large sum of money is smashed, the surplus of funds for non-critical projects will make the people below eat their mouths full of oil. This will not work. In the previous Zero plan, this was trying to owe huge debts to seek the development of Burma. Just like crossing a single plank bridge, it is already a risk. If the scale of Burma's debt is really increased to this level, that's playing with fire. It is the fire that Tang Qing can't put out. At the same time, Tang Qing felt a faint anxiety in his heart. The ship Mianxi seemed to have sailed in an unpredictable direction. Although Huaxia was an example, the situation in Huaxia was different from that of Mianxi. Because there is no experience. The future of Burma. Tang Qing feels unsure of it. When he thinks that if Burmese owes debts of this magnitude, his anxiety becomes even stronger. What to do if you are upset? Of course it's a meeting. Then, all the people who attended the meeting on October 15th were present except Zero. Tang Qing sat on it with a gloomy expression, did not speak. The pressure of invisible silence enveloped the conference room. Each of the senior executives lowered their heads, doing their own things, pretending to look at the documents in their hands. Of course they know the content of the meeting. They also feel that their subordinates have jumped a bit this time. But there is no way. They also have interests and cannot afford to lose sight of one another. Everyone wants to make a living here. Money. Who is too much? I read the report you handed over. I carefully calculated the estimated total loan amount this time. Do you know how much you add up? Tang Qing sounded a little hoarse. Speaking of this, Tang Qing paused. Doom dong dong. After tapping on the wooden table a few times, he narrowed his eyes and said sternly, 220 billion yuan. Is this the report you made? The sound echoed in the meeting room. There was a chill below. I was also a little surprised. It is more than twice as big as expected, but there is no such thing. The planned quotas of many departments are also 30% higher. Where did this doubled quota come from? Some people looked around, wanting to see who was so crazy. However, no one stood up, but from some people's heads, they understood something. Tang Qing continued. The least of you is adding 20% on the basis of Zero, and the general 30 or 40%. I can understand all of these, but some people are stunned to give me a translation. 2 or 3 times. Especially in the construction and power communications departments. Is it necessary for us to build so many high-rise buildings, base stations, and ultra-high voltage transmission grids? Director Roddy, you can talk about it first. This is the head of the construction department of Burma. After being named, Roddy's body trembled, and he quickly explained, President Lang Tsai, this is the case. The Xianan city on the side of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone was built completely in accordance with the standards of a modern city. I have seen their urban planning. If the construction is successful, Xianan city will be the largest and most modern city in Myanmar, with the most high-rise buildings. I think we should not lose to Xianan city. That's why I added some high-rise and super high-rise building plans in the new town planning. It is conducive to the image of the city and is convenient for attracting investment. Ruddy felt that his reason was absolutely fine. Lang Tsai wanted to say something, but he felt that what Rudy said was reasonable and could not be compared by a region. The original Zero proposal was only to build a few industrial cities, but it was not a modern city and cost less. Now, for the sake of national image, Ruddy has nearly tripled the related investment amount, which can be regarded as standing up for righteousness. But the plan is good. Increased face. But it hurts the money. Brother, you can't think about the overall situation. Lankai had no choice but to say, Director Ruddy, your idea is good, but you must also consider the actual situation of Dao Burman. Unnecessary buildings are not needed. The highlight of our investment attraction is not a modern city plan, and the economic policy is not aimed at the so-called modern city, but to improve the economic structure of Myanmar, develop a variety of industrial structure models, improve living standards, education standards, and medical standards. Don't waste money in such a place. Roddy hurriedly said, Yes, I'll make rectifications when I go back, but there are too many. There must be some buildings that can be easily obtained. Otherwise, the merchants will come to visit and compare. They think Xianan City is the capital. This sentence directly stimulated Lang Kai. He glared at Ruddy harshly and yelled, What are you talking about? After a pause, he also knew that this was a cause of profit, and he really needed something that could be easily obtained. To be really gossiped behind the back is also very irritating. Okay, I understand, but the current plan is definitely not appropriate. Reduce. Except for Yangon and Naypyidaw, all urban landmarks in other places have been greatly reduced or even eliminated. It is definitely impossible for such a lot of money. Long Kai still compromised. I believe that this one sector can reduce nearly 20 billion yuan. Yes, Director Ruddy said happily. As long as there is, local interests are the foil. Deputy Chief Quinton, you can talk about the Power and Communications Department, why it has exceeded so much. Long Kai said to Quinton, because this department is in charge of him. Named by Long Kai. Quinton quickly explained. Our country has very rich water resources, but now more than 1/3 of the country's people do not have access to electricity, and the remaining 1/3 cannot guarantee all-weather supply. Therefore, I think the power sector needs to be strengthened, large-scale construction of high-voltage transmission lines, so that every household can use electricity 24 hours a day as soon as possible. I think the scope of power supply can be expanded. As for communication, let alone, our country's communication network is comparable to those of the backward countries in Africa, with backward technology and narrow coverage. Therefore, on the basis of Zero proposals, the Communications Department believes that we can move forward a little faster and quickly establish a complete set of low-cost commercial communications networks, which will not only be convenient for the people, but also create a lot of profits. Faced with Lang Kai's inquiry, Quinton's answer was very smooth. This is also the reason why it came up in the following newspaper. It was not original, and it was also written in the report, but Lang Kai wanted to listen, so he had to say it again. See Quinton's talking like a stream. What else can Lang Tsai say? This kind of thing is so troublesome. Many of them are mixed with the interests of the country and the people. It is not easy to refute some requirements. Just like now, the Zero proposition is concerned about the city and industry. These guys, under the banner of the Burmese people, stood on the so-called righteousness and on the commanding heights of morality. No matter how they are implemented in the future, they can't make mistakes anyway. Lang Kai decided, this is the same as before to revise it again, and the overspending should be controlled within 50%. No matter how much, The tax surplus in Myanmar may not be enough to repay the interest. The last sentence is to remind everyone here that if you mess up, the debt scale of Burma will be unbearable. But in general, Lang Tsai has compromised. Yes, we will make changes immediately when we go back. Quinton quickly agreed. Well, step up, and everyone here, I won't talk about it one by one. All the plans are revised. There are 5 days to come. 0 will come. Don't let our plans scare people. Lang Kai touched his forehead. Said, this is the end. Naturally, the meeting was over. After the meeting, every supervisor went back to the reform plan happily. Why happily? Because Lang Tsai has agreed to overspend. That's fine. If there are additional projects, 50%, the benefits are already large enough. Long Kai sighed, thinking about how to persuade him to get some money out of him. Home is not good. Shanghai stock market. Tang Qing listened to the content of the meeting hosted by Lang Kai as reported by the command room. A little disappointed after listening. I really hope these guys are a little crazy, but it's a pity that Lang Kai is too brave. Tang Qing also didn't hurt his back when he was standing and talking. This was not hundreds of millions of yuan, but hundreds of billions of yuan. An agricultural country in Myanmar could not be too careful. Tang Qing knew that he was a little anxious, but felt good. Slow. But it's okay. This is only the first round of loans. Tang Qing is looking forward to the next round. But next time, what Tang Qing wants to operate is not a loan to the US dollar or the renminbi, but a complete loan to the Asian dollar. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.